You feeling on this Thursday evening? It's Andrew DeCecco, Birds Insider for 97.5 The Fanatic, kicking things off here, and I am broadcasting live from the elegant Randall's Restaurant located inside the Legacy Club here in Cherry Hill. Awesome place. Tons of good things going on. $5 Stellas, $5 Fuegos, and this is just a tremendous atmosphere and great specials on deck, as I mentioned. So come on out and celebrate what to me is the equivalent of Christmas morning, the NFL Draft. Yes, indeed, it is the NFL Draft. It is draft night, a year-long process and evaluation that culminates in a 3-day. You got me? Hopefuls are soon to change. But tonight is about the first round, the money round, and that's where the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles are currently slated to pick at 32, and the Eagles, of course, have 8 picks in the draft and have key areas of need. And to kind of reset the table here, the picks are, they have their first 4 of their own. Their first round, their first pick is 32. In the second round, that's 64. In the third round, 96. And pick in the fourth round is 134. Now, when they get to the fifth round, pick 161. That was via the Houston Texans. Pick 5, 164, via the Cleveland Browns. Pick 5, 165, via the Washington Commanders. And their own pick is the final fifth-round pick, 168. This has been an off-season of maintenance for the Eagles, as Executive Vice President, General Manager Howie Roseman has repeatedly said that this was going to look a little bit different. And he said, trust the process, and it may go against conventional wisdom. The Eagles said goodbye to a lot of their own free agents, and they've signed a lot of one-year prove-it deal players, but the priority has always been to retain their young nucleus and set the team up for sustained success, and that is what he's done, and now they are positioned to add some more players as the Eagles continue to move forward and defend their Super Bowl championship. But while many of the moves, at least on the surface, have been curious or even a bit maddening at times, Howie Roseman prepared you for this beforehand, that some of the transactions may go against conventional wisdom. And to kind of go over some of the departures, they lost James Bradbury, they lost Darius Slay, they lost Isaiah Rodgers, they lost Oren Burks, they lost Josh Sweat and Milton Williams as well. Those are just some of the key losses, but they have signed a lot of players, but they have different degrees of whether or not they're going to be able to help them. But they signed running back A.J. Dillon, who was with the Green Bay Packers. They signed edge rusher Josh Uche of the Kansas City Chiefs. They signed tight end Harrison Bryant of the Raiders and cornerback Adoree Jackson of the Giants. And they've also signed tight end Kylan Granson. And edge Azeez Ojulari, to me, is the best signing of this free agent crop, and I do believe that he has a chance to step in and be that third edge rusher, 22 career sacks in his career. He's just going to have to be reliable in terms of staying healthy. But if he's able to do that, I think he's going to factor into the rotation. Then, of course, Brandon Graham retired. The Eagles did extend Lane Johnson, Cam Jurgens most recently, Saquon Barkley as well. But I do have questions about some of the players that they signed. A.J. Dillon, he rushed for over 600 yards in each of his past 3 seasons, but he hasn't played for a year, and he's coming off a neck injury. That's a big question that I have. Josh Uche, we have to keep going back to 2022 when he had 11 and a half sacks. Beyond that, it's just been 3 sacks here, 3 sacks there. He hasn't been able to stay healthy, and he is a largely one-dimensional player that only can really be a pass rush specialist. So the big question that I have in this group is, did they adequately address the tight end position? Harrison Bryant, 98 catches, 877 yards, and 10 touchdowns over 78 games. I don't know if that doesn't move the needle for me. Kylan Granson as well has about 85 catches in his career. But I think the big one is going to be Azeez Ojulari because I do think that he can help this Eagles pass rush. And then, of course, there's Bryce Huff. So depending on where you land on him, I happen to be a little bit more on the optimistic side. The Eagles have not given up hope on him, and they're going to try, believe me, they're going to try to move him on draft night, on draft weekend. I think a team like the San Francisco 49ers with Robert Saleh, who knows him very well, is going to be a viable suitor. But if they aren't able to move him, I think that a full offseason with Vic Fangio might serve him well. I would not be so quick to turn the page on him. But what positions are the greatest need of addressing in the aftermath? There are several, but my most critical need probably doesn't align with most. This is the NFL Draft live broadcast and watch party at Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club in Cherry Hill on 97.5 The Fanatic. Checo here, taking you to 7 o'clock, and then I'm going to be joined by my man Bill Colarulo, who you can hear weekdays from 10 to 2 on the Mike Missanelli Show. And we'll have Tyrone Johnson, who you just heard on the Best Show Ever, joining us at 8 o'clock, where me and him are taking you till midnight, and he'll be with us as well from 8 to midnight. But which of the positions are the greatest need for me? And I've outlined a few of them here, and we're going to start with defensive tackle, because for me, that's the top need for me. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Moro Ojomo, Thomas Booker, and Gabe Hall. Now, Gabe Hall, for those of you unfamiliar, he was on the Eagles practice squad all year last year. The team does like him quite a bit, but again, he's more of a developmental player. We all know how good Jalen Carter is and will be. I view him as a top 3 player at his position and probably one of the best defensive players in the NFL. But behind him, that's where I have a lot of questions, because Jordan Davis, I like what I saw from him late in the season. He showed a little bit of pass rush prowess. That's not his calling card, but he did make some strides in that area. He's more of a run defender. He and Moro Ojomo, who I really do like, he really flashed in limited opportunities. They both played 37% of the snaps. That comes out to 388. Milton Williams, who I mentioned departed, and that was expected, played 501. That is a sizable void left. And I think that it would be presumptuous to assume that either Moro Ojomo or Jordan Davis can fulfill that role. Now, let's not forget, every time Vic Fangio praises Moro Ojomo, he often has a qualifier. He goes for an undersized player. So while he flashed in his opportunities, it's important to remember that when you have a player who's 292 pounds, playing them for a large sample size may diminish his effectiveness. They tend to wear down. And when you have linemen that are leaning on you for game after game, it's tough to have that same burst. So I think he might be better suited for a limited role or a complementary role as maybe the third tackle. Looking at safety, Reed Blankenship, Sidney Brown, Tristan McCullum, Lewis Seen, and Andre Sam. This position obviously has a drastically different complexion than it did just a few months ago, because C.J. Gardner-Johnson was shipped out to Houston for guard Kenyon Green. But let's take a look at this position for a moment, because I have a lot of questions and some concerns, because this was a position that was already thin last year. Reed Blankenship is a solid starter. He's not a number 1. He should not headline a unit, because we saw in 2023 when he was working with Justin Evans and Terrell Edmonds, he's not suited to be the headliner of that group. I think he's best suited to be a number 2, where he can kind of roam freely. There's not a lot of responsibility placed on his shoulders, and he's not as easily exploited. He's a headsy player, and he can make plays on the football, but I think he's best suited in a complementary role. Then there comes the discussion about Sidney Brown, who the Eagles drafted in the 3rd round in 2023. He is like a heat-seeking missile. You can't really predict where he's going to go. Sometimes he takes poor angles to ball carriers. He's an aggressive player, so that leaves him prone to penalties and things like that. That doesn't necessarily, I don't think that's going to register with Vic Fangio. And to be a successful safety in Vic's defense, and to be clear, linebackers and safeties have the biggest priorities and the most responsibility in a Vic Fangio defense. With a player like that, who's sort of a wild card, you see the big plays that he's able to do, but you also see that he takes poor angles and he can over-pursue, and that might lead to some big plays. And I don't know that that's going to be a viable solution at that position, but the Eagles are going to give him every opportunity to seize that starting role. Tristan McCullum is a player that I like. Last time we saw him and Sidney Brown, they were giving up a touchdown in the Super Bowl in garbage time, but Tristan is a headsy player. He's consistent. He's tough. He does exactly what he's asked, and I think there's a trust factor there with Vic Fangio. So I do believe that whether he's a number 3 or a 4 safety, he's got a spot on the team. Lewis Seen, the Eagles signed him late in the season to the active roster. He was a first-round pick out of Georgia, so there's a lot of familiarity there. There's a lot of intrigue there. I've gotten a ton of questions about him, but he still has to make the roster. The Buffalo Bills weren't clamoring to re-sign him from their practice squad to a futures deal, and the Eagles pounced on him to make sure that they got him through the offseason program. Andre Sam is a player who they like quite a bit. He was on the practice squad last season. He was really tight with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and he learned a lot from him. So I'm curious to see how he moves forward in his progression. But as you can see here, the Eagles need to address the safety position, in my opinion, on day 1 or day 2 to provide some adequate competition for Sidney Brown. At linebacker, The big re-signing was Zach Bond. That was the priority. 3 years, $51 million. One of the best stories to come out of the 2024 season. And he's going to be he's rock solid in the middle, and he's going to be somebody that Vic can hang his hat on and know that he can be that tone setter at the second level. But let's not forget that Nakobe Dean, who I would argue is the most underrated player on that defense and one of the best leaders on that team, is recovering from a torn patellar tendon. And that's a long recovery process. We don't know yet what the timeline is going to be. But speaking to Nakobe at Locker Cleanout, he believes that he's going to be ready for week 1. But he also says that that's always his plan. He's going to attack the rehab process. But it's easier said than done. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is a player who's entering his second season. Vic Fangio has spoken glowingly about the second-year linebacker out of Clemson, who they took in the 5th round last year. He didn't play a lot. He played just 102 snaps, but he's a highly intelligent player. He doesn't necessarily have the play strength that you would, or the athleticism, that range that you covet at that position, but he's highly intelligent and a player that I believe the coaching staff really trusts. So he's a player that you can move forward with and feel pretty comfortable. But beyond that, it's just Dallas Gant, who is a practice squad reserve future signing. So linebacker is a big need. But in this draft, this is a very shallow draft in terms of linebacker depth. So if the Eagles want to add a player who can help them in the immediate future, it's going to have to be on day 1 or day 2, because there is a drastic drop-off in terms of a viable replacement. Then we look at edge rusher. And that's a position that I've written about a lot this offseason. I've talked a lot about. Nolan Smith is recovering from a torn tricep. Jalix Hunt, I have very high hopes for. I would argue that he's going to make the biggest leap forward of any defensive player on the Eagles roster. He may even end up starting. He's going to be competing with Azeez Ojulari, unless the Eagles draft a player in the 1st round tonight, of course, for a starting spot. Josh Uche is there. He comes over as a free agent. That's a low risk, potentially high reward. He doesn't really move the needle for me. He's been banged up, and you have to go all the way back, as I said, to 2022 to see a productive season from him. Bryce Huff, I mentioned. They re-signed Patrick Johnson, and my understanding is the Eagles wanted to get that done because he liked playing in Philadelphia. They waived him. The Giants claimed him last season, and now he's back. But he's buried down the depth chart, and he's more of a special teamer. O'Shawn Mathis and KJ Henry return, and they were practice squad holdovers. But I believe that defensive tackle is the most pressing need when you look at the snaps that are left when Milton Williams left. 48% of the snaps, 501 snaps. I don't know that you can just sort of expect Jordan Davis or Moro Ojomo to step in. So when I look at this draft, and we're going to get into it, defensive tackle has to be on the radar for 32. And knowing how the Eagles view the draft, how they view building out their roster and their team, the trenches are going to be a position to really key in on, and we're going to talk a lot about that. But there's a position I didn't list as we move through this process that I'm not convinced isn't addressed on day 1 or day 2. I'll tell you about it. This is the NFL Draft live broadcast and watch party at Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club in Cherry Hill, and you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic. be until 7 o'clock, and then I'm going to be joined by my man Bill Colarulo. We're joining you from Randall's Restaurant at the Legacy Club in Cherry Hill. It's an elegant place, and there's $5 Stellas, $5 Fuegos, and we have a lot of giveaways as well. A Jalen Hurts jersey, a grill set, a hat, a tumbler, just to name a few. So come on out and hang out with us. But before we get back to the draft talk, I want to remind you that the 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Visit them on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, or at familyjewelers.com, South Jersey's diamond destination. All right, so we're talking about some of the needs, and I did not mention tight end, and there's another position that I teased, and we're going to get to that in a moment. But tight end, I've gotten a ton of questions this offseason about the status of Dallas Goedert. Now, Dallas Goedert, if you look at his 2025 charge, it's pretty hefty. And if you look at everything the Eagles have done this offseason, it would suggest that they're going to move off of him. It's not going to be if, it's going to be when. And that could very well happen over draft weekend. But regardless of whether or not they move off of Dallas Goedert, they have to find a replacement. He just turned 30 years old in January. He has an extensive injury history. So I believe that whether it's pick 32 or whether it's in the second round, to find a starter, one that you can hang your hat on and rely on, you have to get that tight end of the future. And to kind of go a little bit further into this, behind Dallas Goedert, there's Grant Calcaterra, who last season had a career-high 24 receptions, his first NFL touchdown. He's more of a bridge starter. He's not a bridge starter. He's more of a, he can fill in here or there, replacement-level guy, but he doesn't give you anything as a pass protector, doesn't give you anything against the run. He's willing, but that's just not in his wheelhouse. And I don't know that you could ever expect him to be more than what he is. Then they signed Harrison Bryant and Kylan Granson in free agency to one-year prove-it deals. Those are players who I think are number 3 tight ends, number 2 at best, neither of which I view as viable bridge starters. Then there's Cameron Latu, Nick Muse. Those players were signed to futures deals, so they're going to be competing in training camp as they have to bring 90 players to training camp. But as you can see, they need to add to that position. Oh, and how could I forget my man E.J. Jenkins? E.J. Jenkins is the best of the bunch that I just mentioned. I have him as the 3rd best. He's probably going to make the team as the 3rd tight end. He was on the team last year, was on the active roster, played in the Super Bowl, and has a ring. So that's a shallow position right now on the Eagles roster, with or without Dallas Goedert, and that's a position that I believe could be targeted as early as 32 tonight. But the cornerback position is not talked about enough because the Eagles drafted Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean last year in the 1st and 2nd rounds, respectively. But let's not lose sight of the fact that, one, they lost Devontae Maddox, who could play nickel, he could play safety, and now they've had to resort to signing a patchwork player in Adoree Jackson to a 1-year deal. He's going to be 30 years old. And Kelee Ringo, who is approaching his 3rd season, he's very young, but I'm not optimistic that he can be a starter at the pro level. To expand on that, he's very athletic, but he's a little bit tight in his hips, and I question his ability to be able to flip his hips and run, and he's been prone to penalties, especially in training camp. In training camp, he was flagged multiple times trying to guard someone like a Devontae Smith, and if he's out there as a starter, he's going to have to defend players like Devontae Smith. Teams are going to target him. So I view him more as a top backup, and then there's Eli Ricks, and there's Perry Nickerson, there's Tariq Castro-Fields, who the Eagles signed to a futures deal, and there's A.J. Woods, who's more of a nickel player. I do like him a little bit. I liked him coming out of Pitt, but he was on the practice squad last year. So as you can see, there's not a lot of viable competition at that position right now for the Eagles. And if you're Howie Roseman, you see the success that Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean had last year, I have to think that now all of a sudden you're going to be infatuated with that position after not even touching that position really in the draft in the first 2 rounds. So as I kind of look through it, the draft has a number of corners. It's a top-heavy group. None of the players, in my opinion, are, aside from Travis Hunter, who's going to go probably 2nd overall tonight, has that Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean ability. There's some that I like, but I don't necessarily view them in that category. But at 32, there's at least 2 corners that I could see sort of sliding in that area. And for me, if you look at what the Eagles did on their 30 visits, and I'll talk about 30 visits in a moment, they entertained 3 of the top corners in this draft that not named Travis Hunter and Will Johnson, but 3 players that are viewed in the top 5 at that position group. And that was Maxwell Hairston, Trey Amos are the 2 prominent players that I think have a realistic opportunity to go late round 1 tonight, and they might be a mild surprise to some. But I got to tell you, when you look at that cornerback depth chart for the Eagles, they're a player away from having Eli Ricks or Dory Jackson pressed into service, and then all of a sudden you have a secondary that has a question there with Sidney Brown at safety and has a question there with Keely Ringo. And those are positions that the Eagles prioritize as they continue to build out their secondary, and I believe they have to address it. Now, real quick on the 30 visits, because I've gotten a ton of questions about that. What does it mean? Who visited? 30 visits are, every team's afforded them. Not everybody uses it the same way. Every team's allowed to have 30 players. Now, it used to be called a top 30 visit. That's sort of taboo right now because that suggests that they're the top 30 players on your draft board. There are 30 players that you have interest in for various reasons. Could be that you're doing due diligence on that player. Could be that maybe they have injury concerns and you want to get them in your building and have your medical staff take a look at them. It could be that they have some character concerns and the coaching staff wants to see them in a different setting opposite of the NFL Combine, where it's sort of like speed dating when you're talking to prospects every 15 minutes. They're kind of going from team to team. So if you bring them into your facility, you're able to gauge how they interact with the staff, who they're going to be talking to every single day. You're able to see how they treat everybody from the medical personnel to the folks who work in the cafeteria, and that goes a long way when they are sort of taking prospects into consideration, taking them off your board, raising them up the board, and they have the best in the business in Big Dom really leaving no stone unturned and doing his due diligence and making sure that he gives every prospect a once-over and gives them clearance or doesn't let them pass. But that's something that you can rest assured that if there are any players in this draft, and there are a couple that have been tied to the Eagles that a lot of folks are interested in, Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, and James Pierce, the defensive end from Tennessee, that have some quote-unquote character concerns. And I don't get into that because from what I've understood from Walter Nolan and everything that I've gleaned throughout this process, it's nothing to be concerned about. It's nothing off the field that's going to be problematic. But it's not going to be a fit for every team. But for the Philadelphia Eagles that have that infrastructure in place, that have that leadership with Nick Sirianni and his coaching staff, and they also have, of course, Big Dom, who I mentioned, that's a spot where any player is going to flourish. And another thing that I'll say tonight, just because the Eagles are picking at 32, I don't think that you should hit the snooze button or think that they're not going to find a quality player. Because I point to you Nolan Smith, who they got at pick 30. It's a couple of years ago. I would also say that when you have a general manager like Howie Roseman, he doesn't shy away from taking risks. And I think that's what makes him a special general manager and one that I believe could potentially be aggressive tonight. Now, when you look at that tight end position, I know that that's not a typical route that the Eagles would go in the first round, nor is safety. But they love Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, and they like Mason Taylor, the tight end from LSU, both players that are realistic where they're picking right now. And it's kind of hard for me it's kind of hard to go against it. Everything the Eagles have done this offseason has gone against conventional wisdom. Just when you think the book is out on Howie Roseman, you have him figured out, that's where he kind of throws a fastball. And not retaining some of the players that they've done and extending guys like Cam Jurgens, Lane Johnson, and Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley is probably the biggest surprise for me. That suggests that there could be big moves coming because everything that he's done this year, this offseason, has been securing the future, adding young players, building around young players, and making sure that the Eagles are going to be a force for the years to come. And it all starts with the NFL draft. Howie Roseman has had 4 standout drafts, and I believe this is going to be a 5th one. They are in prime position to pick up some talent here at key positions, and I just outlined that cornerback is one, and you might not think so on the surface because they drafted Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. But I do think that adding another one would give the Eagles the best secondary, or arguably the best secondary in the NFL, and they do have to look at that safety position as well. And we're going to talk about that because leading up to this draft, there hasn't been a ton of juice. I'm on the air almost every day at 97.5, and I haven't heard the excitement that I usually hear every single year. I haven't been asked as many questions as I usually am. But the Eagles are picking at 32, and they're fresh off a Super Bowl win, so I get it. But I'm hoping to change that by offering some names to keep an eye on who would make some sense at the back end of round one. This is the NFL Draft live broadcast and watch party at Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club in Cherry Hill on 97.5 The Fanatic. Fanatic, Andrew DeCecco here, taking you to 6:55, after which I'll be joined by my man Bill Colarulo, who, again, you can hear weekdays with Mike Missanelli from 10 to 2, Mike Missanelli Show. And I have more friends coming. Tyrone Johnson from the Best Show Ever. He'll be joining us at 8 o'clock, and he'll be here from 8 to midnight. And from 10 to midnight, it'll be Ty and myself. Looking forward to that as well. We are here at Randall's inside the Legacy Club. It's elegant in here. And, man, there's a lot of giveaways. There's a lot of specials like $5 Stellas and $5 Fuegos. So come on down and hang out with us as we are taking you through the NFL draft, the first round, the money round. And to kind of reset things, the Eagles they have 8 picks in the draft for the moment. We'll have to wait and see what Howie Roseman has up his sleeve, as he always seems to err on the side of being aggressive. He said that's part of his DNA. But the first round, they're picking at 32. In the second round, they're picking at 64. In the third round, they're picking at 96. In the fourth round, 134. All 4 of those picks are their own. The first of the fifth-round picks, 161, was via the Houston Texans. The next fifth-round pick is 164. That's courtesy of the Cleveland Browns. The fifth-round pick is 165, is courtesy of the Washington Commanders. And their own pick is the final pick in this draft that they have, the fifth round, 168. And when I look at this draft, and I tell you, I start my draft prep right around Thanksgiving. I start with day 3 guys, and I kind of work my way back because their film isn't as readily as available as some of the more notable players that play at LSU and Alabama. But when I look at the second round, that is ripe with talent. And for the Eagles sitting there at 64, if they're able to trade up, they're going to have their druthers from safety, whether that's a Xavier Watts from Notre Dame, whether that's a corner, potentially like a Trey Amos from Ole Miss, like a tight end, maybe like a Mason Taylor or an Elijah Arroyo from the University of Miami. They're going to have their choice of a lot of players, but sitting there at 64, when you have all that talent, I have to think that Howie Roseman may consider either trading back tonight or maybe moving off one of those players that we talked about in Dallas Goedert or Bryce Huff to use that as ammunition to move up in the second round so they can continue to build out the roster. But I talked about some of the players that you might be able to find at 32, so you can bookmark these names, and it might give you a little bit more excitement as we move towards the draft, which is now just, it's right around the corner, just about an hour and 15 minutes away, probably 90 minutes away before we hear the first pick. And I can understand why there hasn't been a ton of buzz, but starting today, I'm starting to get a sense that there's a lot of folks that are excited about the draft and the Eagles' prospects of bettering the roster. And you have to feel good about it with Howie Roseman pulling the strings. And I will say this about the Eagles scouting department, because I go to these different pro days, whether I'm at Rutgers or whether I'm at Maryland or Penn State, whatever, there's always Eagles reps there. There's at least 2 scouts there at every time. Every time that I'm there, they are leaving no stone unturned and making sure that they're assessing all possible options. And they work tirelessly at this. So this might just be a 3-day marathon for some, but this is a year-long evaluation process that culminates in those 3 days. So I don't think that those folks should be forgotten about, and they serve a big part of why the Eagles are as successful as they are. But without further ado, some of the players to keep an eye on that I like and that I also believe could be available to the Eagles. Trey Amos, the corner from Ole Miss, 6'1", 195 pounds. He started at Louisiana Lafayette, so he was a raging Cajun. He went from the Sun Belt to Alabama to Ole Miss. He followed the guy who recruited him to Ole Miss. And I really like that he had 13 pass breakups and 3 interceptions last season. That, to me, suggests that he is on an upward trajectory to being a player who can make plays and turn the football over at the pro level. That's a player that the Eagles like. So that's a name to kind of keep an eye on. I talked about Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky. He ran a 4.28 at the NFL Scouting Combine. That is a blistering 40 time, but it goes well beyond that. 39.5-inch vertical, so right there you see the explosive qualities. And when the Eagles look at their prospects, they look at the high RAS scores, the relative athletic score. That factors prominently in their decisions. So when I look at Maxwell Hairston, he was a 2-year starter. I love that. He can play a mix of man and zone coverage. And if you go back right now and you try to YouTube his highlights, look at the 2023 tape. That was better than last season. He picked up 11 pass defended and 5 interceptions. The one I guess, hiccup you could say about Maxwell Harrison is that he's a little bit smaller at 5'11", 185. If you can get past that, I think you're going to come to find that he's a pretty effective player. He's competitive, and he's not afraid to come up and make plays and tackle in the running game. And that would fit so well with what the Eagles have with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, and give them a formidable trio of corners that they can build around for the future. Josh Connerly is a tackle from Oregon at 6'5", 311 pounds. Now, why am I mentioning a tackle? Well, Lane Johnson is currently signed till 2027. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to fulfill that contract. At 35 years old, it very much feels like a year to year, based on them checking in on him and how he's feeling, because that is a growing position. He battles through injuries constantly, and I have to think that when you look at tackle, and the Eagles don't just draft for the here and now, they draft for the future. And when I look at right tackle, that if the player fits right where they're slotted, they're not going to bypass taking the best player available if that is a right tackle, if that is a tackle, because they want to be able to pass the torch when Lane Johnson says that he's had enough, and they want to have somebody waiting in the wings. And if they have an opportunity to draft a player they can admit to Stoutland University for a year or two and prime them for their opportunity, they're going to do it. So I understand that drafting an offensive lineman is like getting socks for Christmas. I understand that. It's not exciting, but they're necessary. They serve a purpose. But you have to understand the big picture, and that the Eagles are trying to solidify the offensive line, not just for now, but for the future. And Josh Connerly, being 6'5", 311 pounds, I believe that he can transition and play guard. Speaking of guard, that is not a position that I believe is of need for the Philadelphia Eagles. Why? Because I'm a strong believer in Tyler Steen. I think Tyler Steen was effective in his opportunities. He played over 300 snaps last year. He's fluid. He's athletic. He gives you a little bit more in that area than Mekhi Becton did last year, and I thought he did a nice job. And when you have an offensive line that has Lane Johnson, it has Jordan Mailata, it has Landon Dickerson, it has all those all-world talents, Tyler Steen will be just fine, slotting right between Cam Jurgens and Lane Johnson. So I don't believe that you take someone who's purely a guard when you already have an in-house option that would be a suitable option, suitable replacement. So I like Josh Connerly as a tackle, and I don't necessarily think that he would just have to sit for a year, because I think he has guard versatility, and he would be an instant starter at guard. But again, I think Tyler Steen's just fine. A big-time player, he's a local guy. He's a Williamstown, New Jersey native. That's Donovan Ezaraku. I've talked a lot about him on my shows. He went to Boston College, 6'2", 248 pounds, really long arms. He kind of reminds me of Jalux Hunt, the way that he plays, the way that he moves and bends. But that's a guy that if the Eagles draft him and get him into their system, I think he can be an effective situational rusher. He may not be ready right now to leapfrog Jalux Hunt, who, again, I think is going to make the biggest leap forward of any Eagles defensive player. When you look at where he started last summer from Houston Christian to playing very sparingly to all of a sudden he's picking up a sack and playing meaningful snaps in the Super Bowl, you should be really proud and optimistic about what he's going to give the Eagles in 2025. But Ezaraku, with his athleticism, he fits the profile. I talked about the RAS score, the relative athletic score. That is a player who fits the bill of what they traditionally look for at that position, and he also happens to be a local native. I talked about Williamstown, New Jersey. But if you think about it for 1 second, 12 games, 11 starts, he had 16.5 sacks, 20.5 tackles for loss, and I like that he's explosive off the edge, he's twitchy, he has good change of direction, and I talked about the bend. That's exactly what the Eagles look for. They don't look for stiff defensive linemen. They have to be able to kind of put offensive tackles in precarious positions and be able to contort their body. That's what they look for. And Jeremiah Washburn, the Eagles' edge rusher, outside linebackers coach, has done a remarkable job of developing players, whether that's Jalux Hunt, whether that's allowing Nolan Smith to take that leap forward. You have to give Nolan credit for being able to do that, but I also think that you have to give credit to what he's being taught. So if they draft Donovan Ezaraku, that's somebody that you can feel very comfortable in, that he's going to be able to help you, at least in a situational role. And if you look back on the Eagles' history, traditionally, that's where they lean. Defensive tackle, offensive line, edge rusher. Those are premium positions, and that is something that the franchise really makes a point of emphasis. But what I like most about any edge rusher that gets drafted to the Eagles, even if they don't start, they're going to be afforded the time to learn, grow, and develop, and not have to be sort of forged by fire, because they have players in front of them, as I mentioned, Nolan Smith, who's recovering from the torn triceps, Jalix Hunt, Azeez Ojulari. That was about the only, if I'm being honest, the only free agent signing that the Eagles had that I feel optimistic about. But he can help you. He's proven. 22 sacks. He just has to stay healthy. But they still need to add and fill out that room, because banking on a Josh Uche or a Bryce Huff, I don't know if that would be a wise course of action. But that brings me to defensive tackle. Walter Nolen, 6'4", 300 pounds, out of Ole Miss. He's a 3 technique, which is what the Eagles look for. They need that. They lost Milton Williams. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Milton Williams in the way that he plays. That is a name, and we kind of all submitted our mock drafts for the Eagles beat writers, and it was overwhelming. About 10 or 11 of us had Walter Nolen going to the Eagles. Now, I've heard he can go anywhere from 20 to top 17. He's that good. Some even like him better than Mason Graham. So it all depends on your scheme and how they fit. But I really like Walter Nolen, and it's, as we've gotten further and further through this process, it's hard to envision him going at 32 because he has so much potential and athleticism. And don't worry, don't read into the off-field things, because from my understanding it's not concerning, and he's not taken off teams' draft boards as a result of that. I mean, he had 48 tackles last year, 14 tackles for loss, 6.5 sacks. He has the quickness. He has twitch. He can play against the run and against the pass. So he's not a one-dimensional player. That would be a perfect fit opposite Jalen Carter. So highlight that name, Walter Nolen, and get excited about him, because there's a chance that that's a player that Howie Roseman views as so highly coveted that he has to be aggressive and make a move for him. The final one that I'll mention before I'm joined by Bill Colarulo is Georgia safety Malachi Starks. Malachi Starks is another favorite of many Eagles fans. I've gotten asked about him and Walter Nolen perhaps more than any other player. Malachi Starks, let's talk about it for a second. 6'1", 197 pounds. You like the length. You like the explosiveness, and he has the ball production. When I talked about C.J. Gardner-Johnson and what the Eagles lost in him, they lost obviously 6 interceptions, but they also lost a vocal back-end communicator. And to kind of paint the picture here for you, him being so vocal made life easier for Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. It helped them make sure that they were assignment sound and lined up and in the proper defense, and it allowed them to settle in. So they need to add a player like that. And Malachi Starks is a 3-year starter at a major program. He's scheme versatile. He can play the post. He can play slot. He can play box. He's immensely athletic, and he has good long speed. That fits the profile, what the Eagles look for at that position. And pairing him opposite Reed Blankenship would alleviate a lot of pressure from Reed, who I mentioned before is probably a number 2. He's probably number 2, a complimentary piece. But Malachi Starks had a better season in 2023 when he had 10 passes defended and 3 interceptions. Didn't have a ton of ball production last year, but who he is a player like a C.J. Gardner-Johnson. When you're looking to identify a safety that has those same traits, that's Starks. Now, the problem is he can go anywhere in the top 25. Working in the Eagles' favor is that safety is not necessarily a position that the NFL values, and it also has not been traditionally a position that the Eagles value. But look, that there's a world in which he finds his way to the Eagles, and you have a plug-and-play option. He would start already over Sidney Brown, and I really like his pro prospects. So there you go. Maxwell Hairston, cornerback out of Kentucky. Trey Amos, cornerback out of Ole Miss. Oregon tackle Josh Connerly. Boston College edge rusher Donovan Ezeraku, Walter Nolen, defensive tackle out of Ole Miss, and Malachi Starks, a safety from Georgia. Those are some players to keep an eye on. That is my time for, as far as solo time goes. I'm going to be joined coming up next by my man Bill Colarulo, and we have Tyrone Johnson in the house. He's going to be joining us at 8 o'clock. I can't wait for that as well. Keep it here for more of our NFL Draft Special from Randall's inside the Legacy Club.
Ready to talk to somebody else?
That's right, everybody. Welcome into the NFL Draft Special. The night is finally here where the Eagles turn the page on their Super Bowl winning season as they look ahead to try to repeat as Super Bowl champs. The NFL Draft hasn't had a lot of the same buzz as it's had in previous years. I think it's because it snuck up on us, being that the Super Bowl ended in February. But you're listening to WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, normally broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, but we are broadcasting live from Randall's Restaurant and Bar inside the beautiful Legacy Club over in Cherry Hill. I got Andrew DeCecco next to me, and I got a text from Andrew DeCecco last night that says, "I can never sleep the night before the draft." This is what he lives for, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, DeCecco?
What's going on, man? Good to be with you. We have a big night of coverage here planned, and I can't wait.
Oh, I can't wait either, man. And we're going to be waiting a while, probably, because the Philadelphia Eagles are the 32nd overall pick. And for those out there who don't know why the Eagles are drafting last, can you answer the question? Why do they have the 32nd pick, Andrew DeCecco?
Did they win the Super Bowl?
Because they won the damn Super Bowl. That is correct. That's why they're picking 32nd, and I absolutely love it. But there's been a lot of discussion this week as the buzz starts to build a little bit. What are the Philadelphia Eagles going to do at 32? Are they going to trade up? Are they going to stay put? Are they going to trade out? If you had to make your prediction now and not seeing how the draft board falls, how are you predicting that Howie Roseman handles that 32nd pick?
I think they're going to trade down, which I'm hoping they don't for those who stay up for it and for Tyrone and myself. So I want to react to that pick. But if there's a guy like a Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle for Ole Miss, Bill, that falls down the draft board, that's a player, Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, that the Eagles would be aggressive for, in my opinion, to go up and get because they can transform that defense.
Yeah, I really like that Walter Nolan. And the people I spoke to at the Eagles organization, they love him as well. They don't have any issues with these character concerns I keep hearing about. Dylan does a great job on our 975thefanatic.com website writing articles for it. He scoured the internet trying to find examples of what these character concerns are for Walter Nolan. Yeah, Dylan found nothing.
There's nothing. He went to a number of different schools. That's a big deal. Players do that all the time.
Well, look, there was a great article on ProFootballTalk.com where Howie Roseman mentioned to the media that there's nobody better in the NFL at identifying red flags and any potential character concerns than Big Dom. So we know Big Dom has done his homework. My understanding is the Eagles have no issues with Walter Nolan as far as a character perspective, but I'm going to be shocked if he drops to 32, and it sounds like you will be too.
Yeah, you know, when we first started the process, 32 seemed realistic, but as you continue to move forward, you hear all these teams that are in on him. I view him now as a top 20, possibly top 17 prospect. Starks, however, has an opportunity to drop top 25, maybe even make it to 32 because that's not a position that the NFL typically values, the safety position.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if he could get past Buffalo at 30 because I've seen some mock drafts who have Malachi Starks going to the Buffalo Bills at 30. But I would absolutely love that as a draft pick. Like if we wake up tomorrow morning, those who don't stay up, and the Eagles either got Malachi Starks at safety or Walter Nolan at defensive tackle, not only are those probably the best players available, it also helps with a position of need on that defense.
Yeah, Malachi Starks is going to would start right away over Sidney Brown. But here's the thing about Malachi Starks and the Buffalo Bills, which you outlined, Bill. Nick Emenwari might be a player. It depends on where teams land on him because I've seen him as high as top 15. But for me, he's it's kind of hard to say he's one-dimensional when he runs a 4.38 and jumps a 43-inch vertical at 6'3", 220. But he's not going to be a fit for everybody's defense. But maybe a team like the Bills prefer his style. He's more of a box safety, which could lead Malachi Starks to tumble into the Eagles' lap.
Yeah, I'm looking at Andrew DeCecco gave me yesterday his big board. And if you have never heard Andrew DeCecco, it will be surprising because he appears on all of our shows. But this guy lives and breathes football, and he knows these prospects in and out better than anybody I've talked to or heard from leading into this draft. So he gave me his big board of his 50 players. So who's your top-rated safety in this draft, Andrew?
Malachi Starks.
So you have Malachi Starks ahead of Emenwari from South Carolina.
Yeah, so when I watch Emenwari, and like I said, he's 6'3", 220 pounds. So naturally, you're going to be enamored with that because he's athletic and you're going to have shades of Cam Chancellor. But the Eagles don't need a player like that, Bill. They need a free safety who can make plays in the post and make plays on the football. When I watch Nick Emenwari, he's hot and cold. You don't see the same urgency or intensity game to game, play to play, and I think he's very good at covering players in the short to intermediate areas. But if you're asking him to cover on the back end, game by game for 50 snaps a game, I think he's going to be exploited. So I'm not as high on him as I initially was, and then I started to delve into it a little bit more.
So as we're talking about Emenwari, talking about Malachi Starks, Howie Roseman's never taken a safety in the first round, right?
No, Michael Lewis was second round.
Yeah, Michael Lewis was second round. Sidney Brown was a third-round draft pick. But I look at Howie Roseman now, and anything he's done in the past, I think you could throw out the window. I mean, look, they never pay a running back big money outside of LaShawn McCoy. They make Saquon Barkley the highest-paid running back in the NFL. They don't pay linebackers. They make Zach Baun one of the highest-paid linebackers in the NFL. So I'm not looking at the past because I think Howie Roseman has evolved and shown an ability that he may think outside the box and do something like draft a safety in the first round for the first time ever.
Well, when you hear Howie Roseman say things like, this offseason we're going to go against conventional wisdom, and he signed Saquon Barkley to an extension, things like that you wouldn't ordinarily see, it suggests to me that you might see him be aggressive if there's a player that he really likes and they fall within striking distance. So this could be an exciting night for the Philadelphia Eagles because Howie Roseman, he's unpredictable. And one thing that I will say, Bill, about Howie Roseman that sets him apart for so many GMs out there is that he is not afraid to take risks. You heard Jeffrey Lurie laud him for that, and that's a thing that's a trait that I think will really come into focus here, possibly even tonight.
Yeah, let's hope so. And just as a refresher for those who don't know, we've been talking about it a lot, but these are the picks that the Philadelphia Eagles have over the next 3 days. So remember, the first round is tonight. Rounds 2 and 3 are tomorrow night. And then on Saturday, Andrew DeCecco's favorite day, rounds 4 through 7. Well, the Philadelphia Eagles have one pick tonight. Before we get started, you never know with Howie Roseman, but one pick tonight at 32. They have one pick in round 2 tomorrow night at 64, and then in round 3 tomorrow night at 96. They also have a 4th-round draft pick, and they have 4 5th-round draft picks in this draft. And over the next 2 years, with the compensatory picks that we expect them to have next season, you're talking about 20 draft picks over the next 2 years.
Might only be 19 with Azeez Ojulari possibly canceling that out.
Good point, because the way the compensatory draft pick formula works, you get them when you lose free agents, but you lose them if you sign free agents, so we'll see how all that plays out. But he certainly has the ammunition to move around the draft board like we know he likes. But you're going to want to keep it here because coming up next, I want to talk to Andrew DeCecco about if the Eagles were to move up, who could they be moving up the draft board to get and what the cost could be. But if they decide to trade out of the first round, what type of draft capital could they receive for moving into the second round? But you're going to want to keep it here. We got you until midnight tonight. We're going to evaluate every single draft pick as it happens and tell you how that may impact your Philadelphia Eagles. For the best draft coverage in the city, keep it here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Yeah, welcome back into the NFL Draft Special. We are broadcasting live from the beautiful Randall's Bar and Restaurant inside the Legacy Club over in Cherry Hill. If you live around here, make your way over. We're going to be on the air all the way until midnight. They got specials going at the bar. We got giveaways for you. Jalen Hurts, Kelly Green, jersey. Can't do much better than that. You're talking about Jalen Hurts. Time Magazine's 100 influential people. Jalen Hurts, Andrew DeCecco.
That's right. And don't forget about the grill set and the tumbler and the hat.
Yeah, so make your
and
way
the
over.
$5 specials with Fuego and Stella.
And you're going to want to see Andrew DeCecco. He is decked out today. I feel like we're in the
it's something light. It's
in
something
the press box here with Andrew DeCecco.
It's something light.
But we're breaking it all down. We're getting you ready for the NFL Draft tonight, and we're going to try to look at it from an Eagles perspective throughout. We'll live react. Once Tyrone joins us at 8 o'clock, we will live react to every pick and let you know how that impacts your birds. I mean, look, the first two picks tonight, I think we can predict what they're going to be. Cam Ward's probably going 1 overall to Tennessee. Mm-hmm. Cleveland would be crazy not to take the best player on DeCecco's big board, Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
You're getting a
Travis
good
Hunter.
corner and a good wide receiver at number 2. But then number 3 gets interesting. The New York Giants, one of the worst general managers in the NFL, Joe Schoen. I can't believe he still has a job. He's got a decision he's going to make because does Abdul Carter help him keep his job?
I think so.
That's who you would take if you were Joe Schoen.
But does Shador Sanders help him keep his job as well?
Well, that's what
and that would be awfully rich. I think Shador Sanders is going to have a good career, better than a lot of folks are expecting. But a rookie quarterback, I don't know if that's going to save his job.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. See, this is what I've said this before. What makes Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles so special, every move that Howie Roseman makes, he's not only doing it for this season. He's thinking 2, 3, 4 years down the road because he has job security. There's some GMs, Joe Schoen being one of them, they have to win games this season because him and Brian Daboll know Mara's running out of patience. They got to win games or they're both out of there, so he's not going to make decisions for 3-4 years from now.
Right, and sometimes taking a young quarterback like that kind of buys you a couple years. You can make a case that you should keep your job and let it see it through. So if Joe Schoen's trying to hang on, maybe they do take Shador.
It's possible, but that's where things will get interesting at number 3 tonight. I do think the Giants would be crazy to pass on Abdul Carter. I know a lot of people in Philly would love him. Not happening. They're not getting up that high. But I could see a scenario, Andrew, where there's a player on the board around that 26th pick when the LA Rams are on the clock, 27th, the Baltimore Ravens, where if there's a player the Eagles like, where Howie Roseman has the ammunition to try to move up. And a lot of people have heard about the Jimmy Johnson draft value chart that he put in place in the 90s. It's still pretty accurate now. And if you're not familiar with it, every single draft pick has a point value put on it. So, for instance, the Philadelphia Eagles' 32nd overall pick is worth about 590 points. If they wanted to move up to the 26th pick, well, that pick's worth 700. So they got to come up with 110 points. Well, their third-round pick, number 96, is worth 116 points. So I would assume tonight, if the Eagles wanted to go from 32 to, let's say, 26, it's probably going to cost them their first-rounder and their third-rounder to move up that high, assuming, look, supply and demand. If another team wants it, price goes up. But that's what it would probably cost.
Yeah, so let's talk about this for a second. Which players would be deemed trade-up worthy for the Philadelphia Eagles? Well, Malachi Starks, who we talk about, the safety from Georgia. When you talk about what he can bring and what they've lost with C.J. Gardner-Johnson now being shipped to Houston, that ball production, being that communicator and that leader on the back end. He was this 3-year starter for Georgia. That would make a lot of sense. The Eagles really like him. Donovan Ezeraku, the edge rusher from Boston College, the Williamstown, New Jersey native. The Eagles may have to leapfrog their Detroit at 28 and the Commanders at 29. Both teams need edge rushers. Those are 2 players I could see them doing that for, and maybe even Maxwell Hairston, the cornerback from Kentucky, who's going anywhere from top 25 to 36. He's on my big board at 36.
Let me ask you a question about the Washington Commanders for a second, because obviously the biggest competition in the NFC East for the Eagles will probably be the Washington Commanders this year. You saw how good the Commanders were last year with Jaden Daniels. But when the draft kicks off, a lot of times interdivision teams will still trade with one another. You saw it last year. The reason the Eagles got Cooper DeJean, they traded up in the second round with who? The Washington Commanders. Do you think there's a scenario now with how close these teams are in terms of competition where the Commanders would consider answering the phone if Howie Roseman called them up and said, hey, I want to move up to 29 to leapfrog the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, and you and I talk about this, Bill. The fact that Howie Roseman has this reputation for being a GM who fleeces teams, I think that's a little bit overblown.
Definitely.
It would be malpractice for any general manager to not answer a 215 area code. You know what I mean? You have to at least hear him out. And I think that they would do that because they don't know who the Eagles are going up there to get. I think it would make a lot of sense. And I think every team will answer the phone. They may not entertain it, but they're going to answer.
Yeah, that is an overblown thing. I talked about this before. Like Howie Roseman, great GM. Love him. Wouldn't want any other general manager probably in all of sports running the Philadelphia Eagles. But this narrative that he fleeces everybody is very overblown. I mean, he didn't fleece the Washington Commanders when they traded for Jahan Dotson. He didn't fleece the Tennessee Titans 2 years ago when they traded for Kevin Byard. He didn't fleece teams, you go way back.
Golden Tate,
Robert
Quinn.
Robert Quinn was a terrible trade.
I thought he was going to be good.
What, they give up a third-round pick for him?
Yeah, it was a third, and he could barely walk. I remember I talked to him a number of different times, and he was like laboring through the locker room. I said, "Oh man, I don't think he's got anything left."
Yeah, that was a disaster. Look, he wins a lot more than he loses, but you're right. Teams are going to answer the phone. I just wonder if the Commanders would be, we helped you out last year, and Cooper DeJean was a great draft pick.
Their GM, Adam Peters, I was very impressed when I heard him talk at the NFL Scouting Combine. When he first got that job, he's not going to be swindled, but he will answer the phone. He's a protege of John Lynch with the 49ers. So they're going to do their due diligence. I don't think that any team's going to not answer or hang up on Howie. They're at least going to hear what he has to say.
And as we're talking about trades moving around the first round, if I'm not mistaken, all 32 teams still have their own first-round draft pick. Is that right?
Yeah. It's the first time.
That's wild, man. I mean, you always see teams moving around, and we'll see if it happens tonight. But the fact that all 32 teams enter tonight with their own draft pick is almost unheard of. Has that ever happened in the NFL draft?
No.
Wow. So we are in for hopefully a fun night of moving around. When we get back, I want to ask you about some other players that maybe you would move up to get. But then I also want to look at what I think's most likely, the Philadelphia Eagles being on the clock at 32 and a team calling them to say, hey, we want to jump back into the first round. What teams that could be and what the Eagles could get if they do, in fact, make everybody wait and then trade out into the second round. So we're going to get into all of that coming up, but keep it here. We got you until midnight tonight, broadcasting live from Randall's inside the Legacy Club. We'll be right back. Over 30 minutes away from the NFL draft, kicking off from Green Bay, Wisconsin for the first time ever.
That's right.
But we are broadcasting live from Randall's inside the Legacy Club over in Cherry Hill. If you're around, make sure you come by, say hello. They got a lot of specials going at the bar, great food, and we're doing some giveaways. So it's starting to get pretty crowded in here. I'm seeing a lot of Eagles green. Finally, Andrew, the buzz is back because it's felt like, and I heard Tyrone talking about this earlier, like the Phillies are just sucking the life out of the fan base, but at least now the Eagles are back with the NFL draft tonight.
Yeah, the Phillies have hijacked. That was the Ty's word of the day. They've hijacked the buzz from the draft, but I think we're starting to get there. We're seeing people file in, and as we start to talk this through, Bill, I think there's going to be a lot of folks that are excited about the prospects of the Eagles bettering their roster.
Absolutely. And if you want to join the conversation, we're not taking calls today, but you can join us on the text board. So if you have any questions for Andrew DeCecco, if you want to give your opinions about what you think the Philadelphia Eagles should do tonight, you can hit us up on the text board, 610-632-0975. Now, one of the possibilities that we threw around before the break was the Philadelphia Eagles trying to move up in the draft. If they see a player that is falling, that they want to move up, we know Howie Roseman is willing to do it. He's done it in the past. He did it for Jalen Carter a couple years ago. They obviously did it for Cooper DeJean in the second round last year. They also moved up for Jordan Davis, so he is no rookie to moving around in the draft. You mentioned Walter Nolan being a guy they could maybe move up for. Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia, that they could move up for. Are there any other players that if you saw drop within reason? I mean, obviously, if Travis Hunter falls, everyone's moving up. But a player that could reasonably be available in the 25-26 range where you say, hey, if he's on the board, Eagles are moving up to get him?
Well, it's not likely, but Colston Loveland, the tight end from Michigan, if he somehow gets past the Chargers, because obviously Jim Harbaugh is very familiar with them, then I could see that being a player that the Eagles are aggressive for and they try to get. He reminds me a little bit of Dallas Goedert in his ability to catch the football. He runs routes like a wide receiver, Bill. He's able to use his body really well to shield off corners. And when you look at what the Eagles need on offense, if they don't have Dallas Goedert in the fold, they need a player like that. 6'6", 248 pounds. Doesn't give you much as a blocker, so that's going to be a little bit of a ding. But there are some teams that have him as their tight end one over Tyler Warren, and there are also some teams that have Mason Taylor as tight end one over some other teams. It depends on the scheme, and it depends on your preference.
Now, I'm looking at your big board of your top 50 players in this draft, and you have Mason Taylor at 32, which is right where the Philadelphia Eagles are picking. And I've heard you, a word you like to use, you're pretty bullish on Mason Taylor.
Yeah, I think it would behoove the Eagles to I think that he's a player that would instantly make that offense even better. I think he's going to have the best career, Bill, out of all the tight ends in this class. He turns 21 years old next month. He can run a lot more routes than he was really afforded the opportunity at LSU. They used him kind of curiously behind the line of scrimmage, short to intermediate stuff. He can block a little bit better than he's been given credit for, and I think he has the ability to become an even better blocker in an NFL system. That's a guy who fits the bill for what the Eagles need, and I could see them really going after him, and they like him a lot.
Now, Mason Taylor, you have him as number 32 on your big board. Would you move up to get him, or he's a player you think the Philadelphia Eagles could draft if they stay put?
Well, I think, and I'm glad you asked this, because this morning I got some interesting information. So I think he's a player they could stand pat at 32, but one source told me he might not make it to the Eagles at 32. So that's interesting because there are, like I said, there's a lot of teams that really like him. So that's all it's going to take. I mean, first we were looking at a second-round prospect. Now we're looking at a guy who was supposed to be around 32. Now there's a possibility, there's a world in which he does not make it to the Eagles at 32.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting night, man, because like we just went over, outside of the first 3 or 4 picks, it's really anybody's guess. I've read a lot of mock drafts. You got people going in the top 15, and another draft expert's got them going in the second round. So there's going to be a lot of questions as this draft unfolds. I mean, just go back to last season. Nobody saw Quinyon Mitchell falling as far as he did. No one really saw Cooper DeJean falling that far into the second round. So that's why you got to stay tuned all night. We know Howie doesn't like to stay put. So we've talked about the option of moving up. But if you remember correctly, back in 2018, Philadelphia Eagles win the Super Bowl. They get the 32nd overall pick in that draft. They are on the clock at 32, and there's a quarterback still on the board named Lamar Jackson, and the Baltimore Ravens decide they want to jump back into the first round. They trade 3 second-round picks, 2 in that draft and 1 in the following year's draft, for the 32nd pick, and they take Lamar Jackson. Now, for those who are not familiar with the way the draft works, only first-round draft picks come with what's called a fifth-year option. You probably have heard that term before if you're listening. Fifth-year option. That means the team has the option to give the rookie a fifth year on their rookie contract, and they do that following their third season. That's why the question right now is, will they give Jordan Davis the fifth-year option? And they're going to have to make that decision soon. So when you're talking about a quarterback, Andrew, it would be very smart if a team who maybe is pretty high up in the second round, it would be smart for them to try to jump back into the first to take advantage of a fifth-year option on a quarterback. Because if not, we know what the price tag is if the quarterback pans out for that team.
Sure. Now, the Saints are a team that I'm looking at because if they don't take Shedeur Sanders at 9, that could be a team that maybe is still looking for a quarterback in the second round, so they might want to trade back in. Now, whether that's a Jalen Milroe, the quarterback from Alabama, or a Jackson Dart, the quarterback from Ole Miss, I could certainly see them being a team that's trying to be aggressive and move back in to get their guy.
Yeah, the New Orleans Saints, they picked 40th which is in the second round, but they got the 40th overall pick. So for them to move up to 32, if the Eagles are able to accumulate another second-round pick or two, I would be okay with that. I know there's going to be some fans who would be upset if they stay up all night and then it turns out Howie Roseman doesn't make a draft pick. But you've evaluated this draft class.
Yeah.
And in some years, drafts are very top-heavy. In other years, they're fairly deep. So when we're talking about, let's say, prospects from around the 32nd best prospect to the 40th or 45th best prospect, what's the difference? What's the gap in those prospects? Like, how much would the Eagles be giving up if they moved down, let's say, 8 spots?
Honestly, not all that much. For example, they like an edge rusher like Nick Scorton from Texas A&M. I have him at 42 on my big board. They can probably get him there. There's corners who we talked about. Trey Amos from Ole Miss is a player they really like. They can probably get him. So I view the second round as being a place where the Eagles really don't want to miss out. They're picking at 64 right now. I think that the sweet spot for this draft, Bill, is the top to mid-second round. That's where there's going to be a ton of players, whether that's a safety like a Xavier Watts from Notre Dame, if they don't get him, or a linebacker, maybe like a Carson Schlesinger from UCLA. The Eagles need a linebacker. Those would be players that you're going to look for in that range.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what Howie does, because I think if they're able to pick up an additional second-round draft pick by moving out, and when I say an additional, I mean 2, because I want the Saints to have to not only give you number 40, but if they gave you a second-round pick maybe in next year's draft, or they're able to throw in another 4th or 5th rounder, more opportunities for Howie Roseman to draft a player and then get him in the building and try to develop him. I never thought 10 years ago I would be saying that about Howie Roseman, like, get players in here. But you look at how well this guy has drafted over the last 3 seasons specifically. And you were filling in one day, I think when Mike Missanelli was off, and we were looking at his last 3 drafts. Really, his last 4.
Yeah, so the last 4. Give him a little bit more credit.
Yeah, his last 4. Every one of them has been a home run. We all know what he did last year. Getting a guy like Jalix Hunt in the 3rd round, which, let me tell everybody, if you don't listen to Andrew DeCecco, he was all over Jalix Hunt before the Philadelphia Eagles drafted him. He was one of your sleepers in that draft, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mentioned him over the airwaves. I also actually reported that he had a 30 visit to the Eagles. So you also have to read into those 30 visits because that sometimes is indicative of the direction the Eagles are going to go.
Now, I know Malachi Starks, it was reported, did have a 30 visit, right?
He did.
What about Walter Nolan? Did he have a 30 visit with
the
Birds?
Adam Kaplan reported that. So that's a player that so to kind of go over this, Bill, in some of their 30 visits in the past, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Keely Ringo, Aniyah Smith, Johnny Wilson. So you sometimes have to read into the player versus the RAS, the relative athletic score, which the Eagles value very highly, and you're able to kind of match and see which direction they may go based on that.
Yeah, and you just look at what Howie's done in those drafts. You talk about the 30 visits, but we were saying he's really hit on the last 4. Last year, you get 3 guys in Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Jalix Hunt who all contributed in the Super Bowl. You could even add in Will Shipley in the 4th round, who contributed in the postseason, forcing that turnover on a kickoff
That's my guy,
coverage.
yeah. That was his favorite play of the season.
So that's your guy. And, well, we still have to see what happens with the picks after that, but when you get 4 guys in your first 4 picks who contribute to a Super Bowl team, massive home run. You go back 2 years ago, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, another one of your guys, Tyler Steen. We'll see how he plays out this year.
Yep.
I know you're very high on him taking over that right guard spot. Go back to 2022, Jordan Davis, Cam Jurgens, Nakobe Dean. Jurgens just gets paid, steps in for a legend in Jason Kelsey, becomes a Pro Bowler his first year as the starting center. And then in 2021, another massive home run. Devontae Smith, Landon Dickerson, Milton Williams. Can Howie Roseman, and I asked you this before, go 5 for 5. It is almost unheard of in the NFL. But we're going to get into all of that coming up next because I also want to talk to Andrew DeCecco. We're going to take a look at his big board. We'll see what the Eagles may do. And if you want to get in, 610-632-0975. You can get in via text. Hit us up with your questions. Draft's about 24 minutes away. We got you covered all night long. Keep it here. That's right. This is the NFL Draft Special right here on 97.5 The Fanatic from Randall's inside the Legacy Club. Make your way over here if you're around. We got a great night planned. We got you covered all the way up until midnight. We're going to monitor every single draft pick, every single trade. We'll react to it live and tell you how it affects your Philadelphia Eagles. But the rumors are already starting to swirl. So Mary Kay Gabbett of Cleveland.com posted on Twitter, the Cleveland Browns are believed to have something cooking at number 2, sources say. Teams are calling, the Cleveland Browns are listening, and the rumor is the Jacksonville Jaguars are trying to move up from number 5 to number 2 to take Travis Hunter, the number 1 player on Andrew DeCecco's big board. I think Cleveland would be insane, Andrew DeCecco, to not draft Travis Hunter at number 2.
And think about this, Bill. The Cleveland Browns could take Travis Hunter, and then in the second round, let's say this is a scenario where Shedeur falls. Take Shedeur Sanders. You have Shedeur, Travis Hunter, the Colorado Buffaloes reunited in the NFL.
That'd be pretty cool. I think Dion would be happy about that. 2 guys with retired numbers, by the way, in Colorado already. So I threw this out to you right before the break, and we'll let you know if we get any other updates of trades or any rumors that are floating around. But Howie Roseman has gone 4 for 4 in his last 4 drafts. And I saw Reuben Frank put a stat out before that he's the first general manager ever in the history of the NFL to draft 4 Pro Bowlers 4 straight years in the second round. Is it possible that Howie Roseman, picking last in the first round, the second round, and the third round because they're Super Bowl champs, can do it again? Can he go 5 for 5 in the draft?
Yes, he can. There's no evidence to suggest that he can't. I think that he's – and I mentioned this earlier. The Eagles scouting department, they don't get enough credit. They're often faceless, but they leave no stone unturned. They're present at every pre-draft event, whether that's pro day, combine, you name it. They're there, and they're making sure that they have a presence there. They're assessing every prospect. So, and Howie Roseman knows what he's looking for. He's dialed in. There's no reason to suggest that he won't. This is going to be a 5th consecutive draft that is a home run for Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles.
You just heard it from Andrew DeCecco. Now, you said that they know what they're looking for. And I wanted to ask you about this because there was an interesting report from Jay Glazer earlier this week where he tweeted out that in previous years, going into the draft, teams have removed players from their board based on 2 things, injury concerns or character concerns. But that this year, more than ever, there's a 3rd category where teams are eliminating players from their draft board, and it was doesn't love football. And the reasoning that was given was with the NIL money that these college athletes make now, they're not as hungry necessarily for that big contract. They've already made money, so they really need to love football. And a lot of teams now, in these 30 visits that they get with the prospects at the Combine, are trying to figure out if players truly love football. How do you weigh something like that? Like me and Mike Missanelli were talking about it today on the Midday Show. How do you measure whether a guy loves football?
And that is a great question. And what the Eagles have done right now, before I answer your question, I'm going to say they bring in players from winning programs like Georgia, like Alabama. All the guys that they have there, whether it's Jalen Carter, whether it's Nolan Smith, whether it's Nakobe Dean, they love football. They're used to winning, and that is the culture that they have established. So what they do is the pre-draft meetings are invaluable. At the scouting combine, they talk to players. But even more valuable, Bill, is the 30 visits where you're bringing them into a different setting. You're seeing how they interact with your staff members. You're seeing how they answer challenging questions, how they interact with anybody from your trainers to your cafeteria, to those who work in the cafeteria, because that is who you're going to be dealing with on a regular basis. So they want to see how how they interact, but they also want to see how much they love the game. And that's why these interviews that they have in these 30 visits, sometimes you're able to glean that when you have them just one-on-one in those type of settings.
Yeah, and we've heard, I know Jay Glazer is saying a lot of teams are doing that this year, but we have heard from Nick Sirianni before when he describes players, he loves ball. So I think this is probably something that the Philadelphia Eagles have been implementing for quite some time. We know, I mean, we used to joke about some of the stuff that Sirianni would do at the combine interviews, at the 30 visits where he's playing basketball with the guys.
So you're able to test their competitive nature
which is one of their core values.
Yeah, but you also see, yeah, exactly, that's right. But you also see that they seek players often from winning programs that are used to winning, and they're used to working hard and being challenged. So when they get to the pro level and you're dealing with a coordinator like Vic Fangio, it's not a drastic departure from what they're already used to.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out with guys who love football, but the Eagles certainly have them. I mean, they talked about that with Quignon. They talked about that with Cooper DeJean, and I think that played out just okay, right? Just a little bit okay.
Yeah, it was all right.
Same thing with the guys that they got from Georgia already, like Nolan Smith. What did he say on his draft call? Like, send me the playbook. Nakobe Dean, send me the playbook. Like, these are guys who were hungry, so hopefully they can bring hungry guys into the fold as well. Now, one of the names that keeps getting floated around, really two, local guys. So you got Ezeraku from Boston College, and you got Jahad Campbell from Alabama.
Right.
Both grew up right here in South Jersey. I've seen many mock drafts that have the Philadelphia Eagles taken either one of those guys. I have my concerns, though, about drafting a local kid. I know it's like a dream come true. You get drafted to the team you grew up rooting for. But it also comes with a lot of distractions, Andrew. You get drafted to your local team, every single person you've ever known, your family members, your friends, every single coach, every teacher, everybody's reaching out to you. There is a lot of distractions. Sometimes I think it's better for a prospect to get drafted to a school, to get drafted to a team that's not in their hometown. You don't want all those distractions. Does that bother you or worry you at all that there could potentially be distractions if they take a local kid?
No, not for me. And again, that's what the meetings are so critical that they have. You're able to gauge how much winning means to them, how much the commitment to working hard and all that. You're a professional. You know what you're signing up for. There shouldn't be any distractions. Naturally, you're going to get hit up for tickets anyway, no matter what. Whether you're Will Shipley and you're from North Carolina, and you have family hitting you up for tickets, or whether you're a Williamstown, New Jersey native. So I don't really weigh that into consideration.
So we'll see how it all plays out. We do got a question from our YouTube chat quickly for you before we get joined by my man Tyrone Johnson for the rest of the show. They want to know, does Dallas Goedert get traded tonight, Andrew?
I don't know that it will be tonight. I do think it will be over the next few days, because it's not if, it's going to be when. And if you're trying to acquire some more ammunition to maneuver draft boards, Dallas Goedert is your best trade chip. And I do think they're going to continue to try and move Bryce Huff. Again, I think the 49ers would be a really good suitor for him. Robert Saleh likes him quite a bit. I don't know how much you're going to get for him realistically, but I think they're going to continue to try.
Yeah, one of Howie Roseman's misses. There hasn't been many of them, but Bryce Huff turned out to be a little bit of a miss. But if they were to trade Bryce Huff tonight, I'm just looking at the salary cap ramifications, it would only cost them, $12 million in dead cap, which is 4.7 more than what he would cost to be on the team. Mm-hmm. I still think there may be a role for him, Andrew, and we'll continue to talk about that coming up. But I still think there could potentially be a role for Bryce Huff as a rotational piece. Look, listen, and I see Tyrone shaking his head, but Bryce Huff, when you signed him, you thought you were getting an every down edge rusher.
Yeah.
But if you utilize him the way the New York Jets did as a situational pass rusher,
he can help you.
Then he can help you. But we'll talk about it. I see Tyrone. He's ready to jump on with us. So we're going to have Tyrone Johnson joining us next. The draft starts at 8 o'clock. We'll be reacting live to every single pick. We'll be taking your text messages, and we're going to let you know how each pick impacts your Philadelphia Eagles. The best NFL draft coverage in the city right here. Keep it here all night long.
telling you, live from, listen, I'm so happy about this draft thing. I'm so happy to be with all you guys. You guys have been doing a great job. So before I even start, Tyrone Johnson here. Andrew, what a great job so far. Bill Colarulo, what a great job so far. Counting down to the NFL draft here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And I got to say, I didn't know about Bill Colarulo's taste, okay? His wife is very nice, so I thought he had good taste there. But this place is beautiful.
Elegant. Somebody say elegant.
I feel like a peasant sitting here at this beautiful place getting ready for this NFL draft. What a job by you recommending this place, Bill. I appreciate you allowing us to come to your club.
Yeah, this is a gorgeous place. And wait till we get out on the golf course. I'll have to get you guys out there this summer. It's a beautiful golf course as well. So if you haven't been over to the Legacy Club, you haven't checked out Randall's Restaurant and Bar, you are missing out. And the restaurant is open to the public. So if you're not a member, you can still come eat here, and you will enjoy yourself. That's for sure.
Absolutely. I've been hearing everything that you guys have been talking about. We're counting it down. The reason we wanted to start this a few minutes early is at 8 o'clock, that's when the draft, quote-unquote, starts. But here's the part of it, the only really part of the NFL draft that bothers me about the draft. How long have the Tennessee Titans known they've had the first pick in the draft?
Yeah, they should just be able to
They
go
knew that
right
a
away.
while ago.
So what they're going to do is at 8 o'clock is they're going to have some drone footage. They're going to have some videos of all the guys who are invited to the draft marching in. They're going to have some highlight tape from all of the league. They'll likely show everybody chasing the Philadelphia Eagles. They'll show Saquon Barkley making a long run. Then the commissioner's going to come out. Everybody there is going to boo him. He's going to get to the podium, talk about the NFL draft, talk about the Bud Light sponsorship and all of that jazz. And then he'll say the Tennessee Titans are on the clock. Then the Tennessee Titans they've known who they're taking for a month. They're going to use the entire clock before they make the first pick, and they might wedge in another commercial break before that first pick. This is the only part of the NFL draft, fellas, that's not perfect.
It'll be like 8:36, and they finally
They
make the
finally
pick. They
make
knew they
that
were
pick.
taking Cam Ward. Come on,
Cam
man.
Ward is going first overall. You guys have talked a lot of cool things these last couple of hours, talking about positional needs. Here's the thing that's still holding. While there are trade rumors, this continues to be a record and something we have never seen in the common draft era. Every single team in the entire league has the exact same first-round pick. Their own first-round pick. This has never happened before, ever, and no one can tell me this is the worst draft ever. So any theories as to why there's been literally no movement so far in the first round?
Well, it's a bit top-heavy, this draft, Ty, and there's not a big discrepancy from the top 15. Once you get past the top 15 into, like, the top of the second round. So there's not a whole lot of teams that are willing to kind of move up in there.
I think, too, the fact that it's a weak quarterback class. Because a lot of times you see people moving up to take quarterbacks with those top picks. I mean, outside of Cam Ward, we have no idea. Shedeur Sanders, he could go in the top 5. He could go in the second round.
He could go 3, or he could go 33.
You're absolutely right.
He's all over the board.
But I will say this. Adam Schefter tweeted out about an hour ago, when assessing how the top 10 picks tonight will unfold, one well-placed source said, quote-unquote, expect explosives. So this may be the calm before the storm. There may be a flurry of activity as soon as this draft kicks off at 8 o'clock.
Now, absolutely, one thing you got to know is all night long we're going to be here for every single pick from pick 1 with the Titans all the way to pick 32, assuming the Eagles stay there. Let me ask you this right now, fellas, go on the record. Not about a player. I don't want to do that to you. I want to ask you, there's 3 choices, obviously. We talked about this on the best show ever this afternoon. You have stand pat at 32. You have trade up, trade down. Those are literally the only 3 scenarios. Which one do you guys think is most likely to happen today for our Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, as we've been talking, I'm thinking Howie might be aggressive here and trade up.
Wow, so you think he's
really
traded up?
Everything he's done this offseason, paying a running back, paying a linebacker, it goes against conventional wisdom. I have to think that he might be aggressive if a player he really likes slips down the board.
So I'm the complete opposite. I think Howie's trading out. Okay. Because when we talk about those quarterbacks, I do think one of these quarterbacks is going to be on the board at 32. I don't think it'll be Shedeur, but like we said before, Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart, if they're on the board at 32, I think a team's going to try to jump back into the first round, very similar to what happened in 2018 with the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, and I think the offer is going to be too sweet for Howie to pass up. He'll pick up a couple second-round picks for it and still get a very good player, probably in the top of the second round. So I'm expecting him to trade out, and I'll be very happy with that.
Where do you land on that, Ty?
For me, I think I'm going to go with Stan Pat for this reason. I've heard a lot of people, Andrew, I trust you 100%. You know that.
Yeah.
But I can't only listen to you. So I have to listen to some other of the experts. And so many people are saying that basically player 15 through 45 could be the same. Now, we don't know who's going to fall. Obviously, this is going to be a bit unpredictable. Bill, you just said perhaps explosive will be the word today. But if that is correct, that 15 to 45 is very similar, that may end up impeding movement, in my opinion, in this one way. Why would Howie want to give up assets to move up for a player who's basically the same they could get at 32? And why would someone else want to trade up with him to get a player if it's basically the same player I could get? So that's the part where I'll go with stay at 32 for now, pending anything, only because so many people have said 15 to 45 is the same. Why would I trade up? And then why would I give you anything, Howie Roseman? The quarterback thing could happen. You could be very right about the aggressive part. So I'll stay right now at just picking the best player available outside of a quarterback at 32.
So we all have three different opinions.
Yeah, we all have three different opinions, which just shows how crazy this draft is. But the reason why, when you ask why would a team want to trade up, would only be for a QB, because I think they're going to want to take advantage of the fifth-year option.
That's
the only reason I could see it.
Tremendous amount of sense. Therefore, if you're rooting for that, for the fans out there listening to us on 97.5 The Fanatic, 97.5thefanatic.com, on 97.5 The Fanatic's YouTube page. If you're rooting for that, then what you want to see is when it gets to New Orleans, you do not want to see Shedeur Sanders come off the board. And when you get to Pittsburgh, you do not want to see Shedeur Sanders off the board. The more quarterbacks that possibly are still available late increases the odds for Howie to be able to do that. If for some reason Shedeur does go to the Saints, all of a sudden Jackson Dart may end up going 21, and at that point, and Milrose invited to the draft, which means that maybe, unless his agent wants to humiliate him, perhaps he's been given some form of an indication that he'll be picked.
That's the player that I think that you might see a team like the Saints trade back into the first round to get.
If they don't take him.
If they don't take him at 9.
Interesting. Imagine if they had told him, don't worry, buddy. You might be sitting there a while, but I already worked out a deal with Howie. And at worst case scenario, you're 32nd overall.
Yeah, we'll come and get you. Yeah.
I mean, that kind of thing does happen.
Yeah. So, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. You get that fifth-year option for a quarterback. So, I can't wait to see how this goes because the Eagles could go a number of which ways.
Now, it is now 8:03. Here comes the commissioner.
What the hell is he doing?
On a bicycle. He's trying not to get booed. Nobody can boo a man on a bicycle.
I would.
I mean, I've never booed a person on a bicycle until now. Boo! Roger Goodell, boo! I still don't like you. A bicycle doesn't say. There you go, Dylan. All right, boo the commissioner.
I don't get it. What is he? Was he riding a bicycle?
No, it's because of the tradition at training camp. The players grab a kid's bike, and it's in Green Bay, and all of that kind of stuff. So, and right now, even though the TV,
they got Lil Wayne on a bike too.
Up. And now, courtesy of our friends at Westwood One, he is at the podium. Oh wow, he's gotten cheered.
Of 107,000.
It is too small.
But we have over
Shouldn't be in Green Bay.
25,000 people here and still counting.
On. Yeah.
Obviously, Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty. Thank you all.
He's pandering, man.
For joining us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days.
Corny.
I mean, just come on. I mean, this is just, come on, Goodell. Give us something, baby. All right? Entertain us a little bit, buddy. Were they chanting Goodell sucks? I couldn't quite tell.
Well, that would make sense.
3 days, we will welcome in team, and we may have a few surprises for you tonight. But first, let's hear from some of your Packer greats. Please welcome Clay Matthews.
All right. Hey, Austin, go ahead and fade that out. We don't need here in Philadelphia to hear from Clay Matthews and Jordy Nelson. As soon when Cadell goes back to the podium, Austin, let us know once they actually put the Titans on the clock. We're starting off. Okay, we know the first 3 picks, and then after that, think about it. We know the first 3 picks only.
Maybe not. So
There's no way someone's trading.
The beat reporter for the Cleveland Browns tweeted out that the Cleveland Browns are taking calls, they are listening, and that the rumor is the Jags are trying their hardest to move up to get Travis Hunter.
Right. No, I'm saying we
you
don't
know
the
the
3
player
teams.
then.
We know the 3 players.
Correct.
We know Cam Ward. We know Travis Hunter. We know Abdul Carter.
Unless Joe Shane, worst GM in all of the NFL, decides to do something crazy.
They might.
Yeah, so this is what we're going to do. We want to make sure we don't miss anything with you guys. We also want to give you as much time with all of our experts that we're going to have coming on. So what we're going to do is we're going to break about a minute early, 610-632-0975. On the other side, we're going to talk to Tim McManus, who covers the Eagles for ESPN, and will also probably most likely in this next segment get the first pick in the draft here live from Randall's Restaurant here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good open, man.
It's myself, Tyrone Johnson, Bill Colarulo, and our draft expert, Andrew DeCecco, here. I'm telling you, the Titans are now currently on the clock right now. We know who the pick's going to be. We're counting that down. But joining us right now on the Comcast Business Hotline, he does just a tremendous job covering the Eagles for ESPN.com. The first of a couple of calls today, Mr. Tim McManus. How are you today, Tim? Man, I'm so excited. The NFL draft. I know the build-up, and I know you're from here, has not been like other years, but now that it's here, I'm really, really, really excited. First thing I have to ask you, Tim, I have to try to pin you down. Not on a player. What do you think the direction, what do you think Howie Roseman is thinking right now? Is it be aggressive? Is it to just watch the board? Is it to be wait for it to play out and be patient? What do you think is going through Howie Roseman's mind as this draft kicks off?
Especially when you're facing draft class that has just a whole lot of uncertainty when you get past like a handful of blue chip products and you begin the draft. And you see that reflected in a lot of the mock drafts that have come out where somebody will have one player ranked left and another person will have that same player. So we got the first round. So it's one that's really going to have a lot of validity to it, and I think that how those return need to have fluidity. What's that mean? They're going to have, I think, a handful of what they have first round products. And there's a chance that that will look different than the other people. So maybe some of those guys are sliding down towards them. That ends up being you can easily see how it goes to be proactive, going out and getting what they see as a first round talent by moving up. You look at Roseman's record, especially since 2015, and 5 instances where he moved up in the draft. So that's really what he tends to do. That's the most common thing. He is aggressive. We know that by nature. And if those guys aren't there, then you're in a position where they flip out. So all options that are now on the table and what's the draft for.
Tim, in your estimation, what is the Eagles' greatest position of need? Mm-hmm.
All right. Hold on 1 second, Tim. We're going to get that first pick. Go ahead and pot it up there, Austin. Oh, we were late there, but we know who the pick was. Quarterback out of Miami. Yeah.
Yeah, Cam Ward. He announced it. We just missed it, but not a surprise. Cam Ward, quarterback Miami, going to the Tennessee Titans, and they give up on Mr. Mayonnaise himself, Will Levis.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Tim. Didn't mean to cut you off.
All good. Now, so safety's the one that's sticking out, and I think that there is a chance that there is a guy like Malachi Stark that could be there for them, and that's a small straight up, or maybe even at there still.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Malachi Starks, Tim. But let me ask you about another position. We've heard some rumors that the Eagles really like Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle. He may fall to 32. Two-part question for you. One, do you see Walter Nolan falling in the draft? And then two, if the Eagles were to go D-tackle in the first round, what does that say about Jordan Davis and the possibility of them exercising his fifth-year option?
It's a good question. I mean, Walter Nolan, it's not such a talent that he would be available or drop down or pass the Eagles. I guess there's some questions as to, other stuff when it comes to maturity and things like that. We've seen various reports.
And now we get the first trade. Oh, sorry, Tim. Jacksonville has just traded up with Cleveland to get the second pick in the draft. So everybody had their all their picks, Tim, not to cut you off, but now all of a sudden the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock.
Things are getting spicy already.
Wow.
Yeah, so we kind of know the player, but we didn't know the team.
Cleveland's crazy.
Yeah. So, but I think that there are people within the Eagles organization that would be pretty happy if Walter Nolan would slide down to them. And, yeah, certainly he's been in on a 30 visit. There's reason to believe that they have some interest there. What does it say about the defensive tackle position? I think it's less about Jordan Davis and more about, positions that they value. And Roseman even said this week that they're putting extra value on the interior pass rushers nowadays because it's the quickest route to the quarterback. They lost Milton Williams, and if they were able to get Walter Nolan in the building, that would obviously help mitigate that loss.
All right, and real quick, we got what the trade compensation was, Tyrone. So it looks like in exchange for the number 2 overall pick, the Cleveland Browns are getting from the Jaguars the number 5 pick, the number 33 pick, the number 36 pick, and the Jags' next year's first-round draft pick. So they gave up a ton.
They got a haul
to get him.
Wow, that's shocking. 2 firsts and a second. 2 firsts and a second to go from 5 to 2 to get Travis Hunter.
It's worth it. I think it's going to be worth it.
Tim, I have to ask you this about the tight end position. Some people think that the Dallas Goedert era is in him. In fact, most people. Do you think he gets moved this weekend? And if so, do they address the tight end position sometime early in this draft?
Yeah, there's a decent chance, I think, that Dallas Goedert ends up getting moved. I mean, the signs have all been there this offseason that they're certainly willing to part with him. And the Eagles, whenever they've been asked about it publicly, have not exactly bent over backwards. Like, oh, no, Goddard's going to be. So, I think that there's obviously a scenario in which Goddard is no longer on this team. That creates a need, and I think that they'll be looking. In fact, I think that they were even looking at the possibility of moving up for Colston Loveland. So that's interesting, but I think that would be probably a bridge too far. He's probably going to go in the top 15 if things hold the way that a lot of people do. But here's something interesting, Ty. I believe that the Eagles have been exploring, as they always do, the possibility of moving up or moving up significantly to see, what that would cost for a respective prospect. And I had somebody tell me something that was similar to what was reported this week of people are scared of Howie, was the quote. I'm curious to see if that is something that, affects the Eagles' approach in any way. Our teams really scared off about dealing with this guy, and does that mean that they're not going to be able to move up and down the board like they normally do? It's at least something to keep in mind as we get further into this first round.
Tim, I want to ask you about another player, Bryce Huff. The Eagles don't believe the story has been written on him. He didn't perform to standard. Do you think he's a player they try to move off of this weekend, or do you think they're going to try and give it another opportunity?
Yeah, I think that Roseman, doesn't want to give up on the player, but you also have to be realistic about what unfolded last year. And it was pretty clear that what Vic Fangio wanted out of his edge players, he wasn't getting from Huff. And so will that change over time? And I think the more that you saw what Fangio liked, the more that you saw that it was largely about setting a hard edge, playing with physicality, making sure you're keeping contained, being violent, at the point of attack. And we didn't see a whole lot of that out of Huff. So I guess that's a short way of saying if they can find a situation where they can get somebody that's a little bit more of a defensive fit for Fangio and move Huff in the process, I could see that happen.
Well, Tim, we appreciate you coming on for the first time today. We'll obviously be reaching out to you later on when it gets closer for the Eagles to make their pick. Appreciate you, man, and we will talk to you later on this evening.
All right, guys, can't wait. See ya.
All right, a lot happened there. Our bad on that first pick. Second pick is coming up. Yeah, we're going to keep it here before we get to the second pick. We know the player, but are you surprised that it cost them a first-round pick next year and pick 5 to move just from 5 to 2? I'm slightly surprised by how much it took, But let me tell you, Travis Hunter to me is a tremendous football player.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because of him being a tremendous football player. Ability to play cornerback or wide receiver. I think he's going to be a cornerback at the next level, and he is the best player in this draft.
Yeah,
I agree.
I thought when I first heard that they were trading out, I thought the Cleveland Browns were crazy because Andrew Barry, their GM, literally described Travis Hunter as Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, you don't trade out. But when you get a haul like that,
Yeah.
you trade that damn pick. I think the Cleveland Browns win the trade. I don't care how good Travis Hunter is. They gave up a ton for a guy.
Well, hold on. If he goes to the Hall
He's
of
coming
Fame.
up to the mic.
All right, here's Roger Goodell.
While we are here tonight to celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL, I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight,
Come on, Roger.
we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
You got the same shirt on as you, Andrew?
First off,
What's
that?
Same shirt?
A medium? Not playing.
Ain't no Jacksonville fans there.
They don't have any.
They don't have any fans.
They have like 4 fans.
Cut it out, buddy.
At least that was a better Duval than
Thank
their
you
coach
to
gave.
the commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family in the NFL and Nationwide. And also, too, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
There you go. One thing that may have also forced this trade is he is going to play both ways, at least to start.
Yeah.
He is going to play both ways.
He demands to play both ways.
He will play both ways. It does show you new GM in Jacksonville, new coach in Jacksonville. Bill, you think the cost is too much, and we'll address that on the other side. But they get the best player in the draft. 610-632-0975 is the number to text. We'll try to mix those in as well. Live here at Randall's Restaurant at the Legacy Club here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
97.
Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club. Our draft special, Bill Colarulo, Andrew DiCecco, myself, Tyrone Johnson. The Giants are on the clock. So far, there was a big trade, but player-wise, it's going to chalk. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter seems to be what everyone thinks will be the next pick. And here we go. There you go. So while there's been a trade, this is where the draft kind of starts. We could have slept, we could have been asleep and then woke up. And other than the trade part, which we'll get to in a moment, no one's surprised by these first 3 picks.
No, not at all. This next pick, though, is going to be interesting because they could go a couple of ways.
Yes, so the mock draft I have in front of me, this particular one, has the Patriots taking the offensive tackle Will Campbell. What do you guys think?
Ashton Genty makes some sense, too, the running back out of Boise State. Because
At 4.
Ramondre, he's my top 3. He's on my big board, he's the 3rd best player in this draft. And Ramondre Stevenson is not the running back that they expected him to be. He has a fumbling problem, and he's not the RB1. Ashton Genty is a player that you can plug right in. He's going to transform their offense.
I agree with you that Ashton Genty is a weapon, and he's a great playmaker on the offensive side of the ball. But I think they got Drake May. They want to protect him. Their offensive line was not very good last season. I do think they're going to go with the offensive lineman, Will Campbell, out of LSU here. It also makes a lot of sense. Vrabel, I feel like he wants to build along the trenches. So I could see them going there.
He loves overusing a running back, though.
He does.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing. Will Campbell has been knocked for having shorter arms for a left tackle, 33-inch arms. Are you really going to take a guy who you might have to play at guard at number 4?
You know, there was particularly.
What do you got here?
I got like 36-inch arms.
No. Here's the thing, though. There was a certain Hall of Fame tackle that played for the Browns that never missed a down, who also they said had short arms.
Yeah, you could work around it.
I mean, Joe Thomas, did he struggle with the short arms? So part of me wonders if it's real. Part of me wonders if it's not real. This is where the draft starts. And then now that the Browns move down, what are they going to do at 5? If Genty doesn't go there, when does Genty go? Because I don't think the
Raiders.
So now he goes, he goes to 10th overall, you think, in that scenario, rather than go 4th or 5th.
Well, Raiders are 6th.
Yeah, he would go 6th.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, the Raiders are 6th. Sorry, I don't know why I misread.
I think Genty would go 6th, but no lower.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
But what does Cleveland now do at 5? Do they reach for Shador here?
Here's the thing. If you want Shador, you trade down again and you add more.
That's possible.
Tyler Warren?
If you're Shador, no, you go down to 7 with the Jets and try to draft them maybe there or go to 8 with the Panthers. Try to go down further and then just try to sneak in front of the Saints.
Or Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan, would make some sense too.
If you're going to go Shador, I don't think you do it at 5.
I agree with you on that. It is getting interesting though. But I said that if I was the Jacksonville Jaguars, I would not have given up that haul to the Cleveland Browns to trade up for Travis Hunter. Now, you said right before break, well, what if he becomes a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
I think that's got to be the floor. Like,
no,
he's got – you need this guy to be – if you're giving up that much for a non-quarterback on a team where I don't believe in Trevor Lawrence. I know there's still people who believe in Trevor Lawrence.
I agree with you.
You're giving up that much for a non-quarterback position. If Trevor Lawrence isn't the answer, I just think you set yourselves back. If you have a bad season this year, you don't have your first-round pick next year.
Well, here's the thing, though. They paid him, so they can't get out from under that contract.
No, they can't.
So it's not like they would be like. I think they do. I think the new coach, you do have to give them some benefit of the doubt. Clearly, they believe in him.
Now,
he's a two-way player.
No, I'm talking about believing their quarterback. You don't make this move unless you believe Trevor Lawrence is good.
Now,
I don't believe in Trevor Lawrence, but they do. That's all that matters.
And it's a brand new coach, though. Maybe he thinks I can do things.
This is his third coach now.
Right, but
he had Urban Meyer, which is disaster. Then he had Dougie P.
And Doug P. also
not a great coach, even though he won a Super Bowl here. But hold on, how about this? Presidential Mike on our YouTube chat says next year the Browns might be the first team ever to pick number 1 and number 2 in the same year.
Jacksonville's
if the Browns and the Jags stink, could you imagine?
I think they're going to pick number 1.
Travis Hunter is going to be tremendous.
At number 14, 15. They're going to be better.
I agree with you. I don't think you're going to be number 1
Kenny
and number 2.
Pickett's going to be out there slinging it as the starter.
He's got a better shot than Dorian Thompson-Robinson had.
Oh, goodness.
God.
So far, when we look at how it affects the Eagles, I guess we knew what was going to happen. Abdul Carter, here's the thing. The Giants are not an Abdul Carter away from being contenders.
Right.
Because the offense is still a mess. But, now it makes it a little tougher on the offensive linemen when you play the Giants. They do have some good players on the defensive side of the ball. Abdul Carter will make it a little tougher for Jalen Hurts and those guys now going forward.
Yeah, I mean, they took the best player available. Even Joe Shane can't mess that one up.
But he did.
I mean, if he would have taken Shador there at 3, that would have been awfully rich for my liking. Mm-hmm. But I think Abdul Carter, he's going to help their defense a lot. The Eagles are going to have to face him twice a year. I guess that's how it's going to impact them. But you're right. They still have a number of pieces before they are a viable contender.
But this is the right move, so I'm not criticizing it, but it's not a situation where it's like, oh, no. Obviously, the order of worry is still Washington first, then Dallas, and then the Giants.
Correct. Yeah, I don't think this moves the needle for the Giants. They will have a better defense. You're going to pair him up with Thibodeau, who's shown some promise in his first couple of seasons. But, look, I hate to see Abdul Carter go there. I know we were all having pipe dreams that maybe the Eagles would get him. Anyone who knew anything knew it wasn't going to happen.
You know how many picks it would have taken to go from 32 to 3?
Yeah, well, they would have mortgaged the future.
Some people were floating, should they trade the entire draft for him, which is just a ridiculous question that was posed.
No, come on, man.
The Giants, look, Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson, what I think is going to happen to them is they're going to be in purgatory. They're going to win too many games to get a top quarterback in next year's draft, but they're not going to win enough games to make the playoffs. Joe Shane will get fired, Brian Dable will get fired, and they'll be starting over next year.
There you go. But maybe they end up with the first pick.
I don't think they're going to be that bad.
So you're thinking they might be 12th?
Yeah, because I think Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston aren't great quarterbacks, but I also think you're going to win more than 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, they're an effective bridge.
6-11,
Yeah,
7-10. You know,
they just don't have a bridge yet. They're a bridge to nowhere right now because they don't have the other quarterback on the other side.
Yeah.
As we await the Patriots pick, so we got 2 different predictions: either Will Campbell or Ashton Genty. So we'll obviously carry that here. We won't go to break until after that particular pick, 4th overall here. As we look further ahead, at what point do you think some players that Eagles fans have talked about a lot of players, and I've seen mock drafts where some guys are as high as 11 that the Eagles want, 16, 17. When do you think some possible, I'm talking about in the fans' eyes, Eagles targets start to come off the board?
Jahad Campbell, maybe as early as 11. San Francisco 49ers.
There, okay.
That's 10th on my personal big board. Tyler Warren was never going to be a possibility.
No. They just like him because he went to Penn State.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go 7th. At worst, they'll go 14 to the Colts.
Okay. All right. Also, looking at this draft, I will say one more thing about that trade. To give up the 5th, a second round of this year, and the first next year, it won't matter if Hunter can play. But the question's also going to be, can Jacksonville get it right with the picks? They do not have a track record of competence.
No, not at all.
And you can mess up. We saw, like Washington did not do well with that trade for the Ricky Williams trade. No. They messed up a lot of those picks. So you still have to execute. That's the good thing about getting a player. Once you have the player, you have them. When you go to the picks, it's all hypothetical.
And you have to build around them.
Yeah, and the bottom line is we know most important position in all of sports is your starting quarterback. Yes. So they could have all of these picks and they could put a great team around anybody, but they got to get the quarterback position right, and the Cleveland Browns don't have one yet. And I don't think the Jaguars do either.
They got Kenny Pickett.
So I think Kenny Pickett is here we go.
NFL draft. The New England Patriots select Will Campbell.
There it is.
All right. All right, Will Campbell goes. So now the Browns are on the clock. So 610-632-0975. We'll take our break now, live from Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club here on 97.5 The Fanatic. voice like that. Live from Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club, it's Bill Colarulo. It's Andrew DeCecco. It's me, Tyrone Johnson, take you all the way to midnight through the entire first round. The Browns pick is in. We're awaiting it. Looking at your expertly made sheet. The Browns' needs right now, Andrew. Quarterback, not going to happen here. Left tackle, could. Running back, wide receiver, not going to happen. Running back, could. Safety, not going to happen. Defensive tackle, could. Corner, could. Which way will the Browns go? This draft got fascinating quickly.
It sure did. Left tackle, Armand Membo from Missouri would make a lot of sense here. So would Ashton Genty, the running back from Boise State, which I am floored that he's not off the board already.
Now,
he's too talented.
Now, listen, he is still a running back, though. Listen, this Genty thing, all right, if Genty makes it to 10, then you got to buy me a drink at the end of the show.
I will.
All right?
I might do that anyway, just because I'm a Foxhole guy.
You are a Foxhole guy.
Now, Andrew, I'm looking at your big board here, and you got Jalen Walker, edge rusher out of Georgia, as
Really
your
good player.
sixth best prospect. Could you
Yeah.
see a scenario where Cleveland pairs him with Myles Garrett?
Yeah, now that's an interesting scenario. I initially had him pegged for the Carolina Panthers, but he would make a lot of sense right now for the Browns, and that's a premium position. I like him, though. He has some questions, though. 6'1", 243. He's a hybrid player. He's a linebacker. He's an edge rusher. Where do they fit? Where does he fit in their system? And he only has 1 year of starting, limited production.
All right, here's Roger Goodell with the Browns pick.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham,
Ooh, defensive tackle.
Michigan.
Check him
All
off the
right.
list.
Mason Graham, the defensive tackle, which I will say was on your need sheet, as I mentioned there, Andrew. So
And number
kudos
4
to
on my
you.
on my big board.
Yes, very good football player, Mason Graham. Now, unfortunately, on the program, we had some people who early in the draft process were telling me that the Eagles should try to get him at 32. He ends up going 5th overall to the Cleveland Browns. And now, as we continue our coverage,
Mason Graham. He's a blue chip player.
yes, the Raiders are now on the clock. Looking at this real fast.
Here's where Ashton Genty's gone.
You think?
All right.
This is where I think he's going.
Here are the needs,
He
though,
can't
according
go any
to
further.
Andrew DeCecco's needs. No, he can go further. Wide receiver, cornerback, running back, defensive tackle, defensive end, left guard, and interior linebacker, inside linebacker, not off-ball linebacker. We'll see how this goes with the Raiders. Now, it's Tom Brady, though. Does Tom Brady, he's the one calling the shots. You also have now Pete Carroll, a guy who does also love to use a running back. And that also helps when your quarterback situation is in flux. Ashton Genty could make sense,
Oh, he'd be a tremendous fit.
but going into the trenches, though, also has some merit here.
So Jalen Walker, who Bill mentioned, would make some sense.
Yeah.
But do they view him as a off-ball linebacker or do they view him as an edge rusher? He's very undersized at 243, and as I said, limited production.
Now, they said the same thing about a certain Eagles edge rusher, Nolan Smith Jr.
And Jalix Hunt.
and Jalix Hunt. Now, Jalix Hunt had an excuse in that he used to be a safety in the Ivy League and then moved his way. Really, if you look at it, I want Genty to go there. Although, and another thing you have to watch is everybody says that Genty is everybody's favorite, not just on the field, but character-wise. I do think when you have a kid going to Las Vegas in their young 20s,
Oh, good point.
character is a double, triple thing. If someone has a red flag, living in Philadelphia is easier, just trust me, than living full-time in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I can't last 4 days out there.
Right. That could be another reason for Genty, who everyone says is a blue-chip person. They said the best two people in the draft were Travis Hunter and Ashton Genty as a human being. Maybe that also plays a role. You have to account for that with premium picks in a city like Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Tyrone. A really good point. But I just think when you're the Raiders and you make the move to bring in Geno Smith and you pay him and you want to provide some weapons for him, I mean, really, outside of Jacoby Myers, I think Brock Bowers has potential, but
Good player, but he doesn't. Tight ends as the number one receiver don't help you win.
Yeah.
Are you leaning Tyler Warren? You're hinting at
no,
that.
I'm thinking Ashton Genty's where they're going to go. I think they're going to want to give a weapon to Geno Smith out of that backfield, something that he can lean on, and then you hope that that'll also help your passing game when teams have to load the box a little bit, similar to what you saw with Saquon Barkley, right? When teams have to worry about him, you're able to beat him over the top. Look what the Eagles did in the Super Bowl. And if this truly is a copycat league, which we always hear about the NFL, look what the Eagles just did having Saquon there. I could see them going Ashton Genty.
And Geno Smith needs all the help that he can get. He's a game manager, and he's not somebody who's going to uplift the offense. Adding a player like that who is between the tackles runner, but also very good at breaking it outside and finding the crease and hitting that with acceleration. That's a good player. He can catch the football as well.
Yes, the last 2 picks, Will Campbell, he goes to the Patriots. And then Mason Graham, in a slight surprise for many, goes to the Browns. But he was a tremendous player at Michigan. Also, I think when you're going to a city like Cleveland, that cold weather thing is real. It's part of the identity. The last time when they were really good, and it's a ways away now, you really got to go back to Bernie Kosar, the time when they made the playoffs a couple times, but the last time they were really good, Ernest Biner, those particular guys, the cold weather was part of the identity. I do think that kind of stuff matters in an abstract sense when you have a program that's been bad for so long.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a perfect fit for their offense.
Yeah, I think for that kind of thing. So now we talk about the Raiders, and it's going to be about the person as much as the player. And we have to remember Tom Brady, who somehow is still allowed to just call the games, even though he's not allowed in the meetings, is calling most of the shots. All right, here we go.
Ashton Genty, running back.
There it is.
All right, there it is. Boise State running back. He's a special player. Now, the track record of top 10 running backs, not great.
Not great, but I think he's going to break the mold. But he does have a lot of wear and tear on the tires.
I will say this. Watching him on Boise State, because he was, in the beginning of the year, he was getting that 200 yards. Like, literally, I think he had a game where he had 200 yards on 12 carries.
Yeah.
By the end of the year, he was taking 40 carries to get those 200 yards.
And they were beating on him. Yeah,
they were beating on him. You're absolutely. He is not starting with a fresh pair of radial tires.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Yokohama tires, man. He's not working with that. But
no.
Yeah,
He's not an overly big guy, right?
he's like 5'9", 210.
Yeah, look at him. So we'll see
him
how
on the screen. He's a little fella.
Yeah, he is.
He said, "Man, get me some offensive linemen." Man.
Absolutely. All right, so now on the clock, they're the New York Jets, where they can go a lot of different places. Let's get our break in now so we don't miss anything. Live from Randall's Restaurant here. We've been having a great time inside the Legacy Club here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Right inside the Legacy Club. It's Bill Colarulo. It's Andrew DeCecco, me, Tyrone Johnson here on 97.5 The Fanatic, taking you through the entire first round of the draft. We have the New York Jets on the clock as we speak. The last two picks. You had Mason Graham, the defensive tackle, goes to the Browns. Aston Genty, the running back and one of the top two people, according to most experts in the draft, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. Now the Jets on the clock. Now let's pull out the trusty sheet, Andrew.
The Checo big board.
Let's look at the big board, and also let's look at the needs. So let's compare it. Now, between wide receiver, offensive tackle, obviously a left guy maybe can move to the right.
Right.
Tight end, safety, defensive tackle, and corner, of their needs, what position and on the big board makes the most sense to you, Andrew?
Well, I would say Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State, or Armand Membo, the offensive lineman from Missouri.
He's slipping a little.
He's more of a right tackle, 6'4", 332. That's not quite the size that you want from that blindside protector, but he is good. He's very athletic. But I think that Tyler Warren would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I'm with you, Andrew. I think it's almost a guarantee they go Tyler Warren here. You brought in Justin Fields, quarterback's best friend, the old cliche, a tight end. We know how good Tyler Warren can be with the ball in his hands. I think they go Tyler Warren. I think that's the right pick for the Jets.
That one makes a lot of sense. Really, it's really going to be about, at that point then, the Panthers will end up being on the clock. And that one's really fascinating because I think their quarterback might not stink. He might have just not been coached well.
Yeah, we don't know yet with Bryce Young.
But they thought, it looked like Frank Reich, it was a Frank Reich special. He got a lot better once Frank was out of there. If they have their quarterback, maybe the Panthers have a chance after the Jets to build up a little bit. But you know what's refreshing right now for me? My stress level is still low because nobody I thought would have a chance to go to the Eagles is being taken. Now, if somehow they go inside linebacker or something.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy. But
now I'll be a little upset. That's what I'm waiting for. Will it be one of these surprises? It's been a mild surprise, but we're talking about a player going maybe fourth instead of eighth.
They need an edge rusher, a cornerback, a safety, a wide receiver. This is the Panthers we're talking about. This is a spot for Jalen Walker, a really good spot for them to add to that defense. It fits what they're looking to do under that defensive coordinator.
Interesting. It's going to be interesting how this goes. And also, when we get to that Dallas pick, I'm looking a little bit ahead as well. The weird part is Dallas has drafted well recently, and here is the Jets pick.
2025 NFL Draft. The New York Jets select Armand Membu.
Whoa.
Missouri.
So that's good because they have Olo Fashanu who can play, who's already their left tackle, and then he can be their right tackle, which is perfect.
So, wow. So, Warren doesn't go here.
I thought for sure they were going Warren on this pick.
I don't think the Panthers are going to go tight end here. I don't think the Saints are going to go tight end. I don't think the Bears are going to go tight end.
Nah, they have Cole Kmet, but that would be a team that I would highlight as a potential Tyler Warren destination.
If he doesn't go there, the 49ers aren't going to go tight end. The Cowboys will go wide receiver, not tight end.
Hold on. When you say the 49ers aren't going tight end, I would agree with you, but George Kittle's got a little bit of a contractual issue with them going on.
And he's getting up there in age.
You never know.
He is, but they have major issues along their defensive line now. Do you go tight end there when you don't have any defensive tackles, the 49ers anymore?
They need a D tackle, an edge, outside linebacker, a quarterback, a wide receiver.
I hear you. I'm saying that there could be a chance.
They have other needs, definitely. You're right on that.
I'm saying that there's now an outside chance that he's there for the Colts at 14. When a lot of people thought Loveland would go there, it's not out of the question. We'll see. For Warren to be there, and now the Colts will have a decision of which one they want. It's not out of the question. We got to watch it now.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, Ty, because information that I've gathered throughout the process, especially late in the process, is that there are teams who have different tight ends rated as their number one. Some have Tyler Warren, some have Loveland, and some have Mason Taylor from LSU. Depends on the team, depends on the offense that they run.
Now, Mel Kiper Jr. has Shedeur Sanders as his top pick. The Panthers, by the way, their pick is already in. Now, they're going to milk it. But they must have known exactly how the board was going to fall for their pick to be that quick after Membu goes to the Jets. So I wonder where they're going to go. Where do you think the Panthers are going with their pick being in a minute?
I think it's going to be Jalen Walker.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
Yeah, I saw a lot of mock drafts coming into tonight having Jalen Walker going here. And the fact that he's still on the board, it's fallen right as they probably predicted it would. I
Yeah.
think that makes a lot of sense. Jalen Walker, edge rusher out of Georgia.
Let me tell you something. It's a real pleasure to be sitting here with you guys. I have to say that once again. Out here.
Likewise.
During the NFL draft, to be able to do this is like a little bit like Christmas. It is. It's a little bit like Christmas for a lot of reasons, but one of them is I do think it's exciting that all these young men get these opportunities like this, and I think we shouldn't be jaded about that kind of thing. Obviously, there's competition, and this is real life, but a lot of these people are changing their lives right now, and I don't like to look past that part of it. Like, these people can have an opportunity now, especially these early picks, to create generational wealth when many of them are coming out of poverty. To me, that's always been one of the cooler parts of the NFL draft, especially early.
Yeah, and one of the probably my least favorite part about the draft is when you hear a lot of the speculation, and they're really trying to throw cold water on
Tear
them.
a kid down.
Yeah, and
Oh,
drag them through the mud, and that's not what this is about. This is a celebratory occasion, and it's the biggest moment of their lives, one of the biggest moments of their lives. So
Now,
I think it should be treated as such.
And we haven't gotten the Laramie Tunsil smoking weed video yet put out there. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
And that's where I knew Deion was going to be good at whatever he did, because everybody was tiptoeing around it. And he goes, "Was it your stepfather?" And asked him directly. At that point, I'm like, this Deion dude knows what he's doing. And like, he seems to have done pretty well since then. So Panthers pick, now obviously TV's going to delay it, but that pick was in quicker. That was the quickest pick so far of the draft. So you think they're going edge rusher?
I do.
All right.
Jalen Walker. We'll see if I'm
Walker.
right. What do you think they're doing?
No. I think it's Walker. I'm not. It's not that. I'll say this. I sometimes look at it from talking to the experts, and then when it's players from the big schools, I try to talk about, did I notice it?
Right.
One of my concerns, and I was wrong about Nolan Smith Jr., was watching Georgia. I noticed Carter all the time. I didn't notice him all the time watching the games. I will say this about Jalen Walker. If you watched their games, you noticed them.
Definitely.
And I don't know, I can't always quantify that, but there was one of my issues with players sometimes is when they go a quarter or a half and you don't hear their name. I feel like I don't know how anybody scored on Georgia. It felt to me like he lived in the backfield. And yeah, they didn't have one of their better years. I mean, they made the playoff, obviously. They weren't bad. But Walker was a player that jumped off the page for me. So he passes that eye test in that this guy is around all the time. I recognize that there's more to the draft than
Sure.
that. Fully, because you just saw Nolan Smith Jr. was making big plays at the Super Bowl when he wasn't a noticeable player.
He was almost a second-round pick, pretty much.
But this Walker kid, damn near every snap, I felt like I noticed him.
Yeah, he's big time, and I talked to different people throughout the process, and some have him rated as a top 5 player, top 4 player in this draft. And when you look at him, he's very young. I think he's not even 21 years old.
Yeah.
So the projection of what he can be is a player who I think can be double digits, give you double-digit sacks year in and year out.
The other part is his size.
6'1", 243.
Yeah, Bill, whoever.
Yeah, everybody, you're listening to WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station. We normally are broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, which powers possibilities, but we're at Randall's inside the Legacy Club over here in Cherry Hill all the way until midnight tonight.
See that? Classy. I got my laminated copy.
Yeah, very nice.
That's big time.
As you're talking about,
Yeah, go ahead.
as you're talking about Jalen Walker,
Yeah.
I like to sometimes you go on NFL.com and it tells you who the NFL comparison is.
Yeah.
And they compare him to Nolan Smith. Similar size, a little bit undersized, obviously coming out of Georgia. But Nolan Smith, I was wrong on him too. I loved him when the Eagles drafted him. But after his rookie season, I thought, you know what, I haven't seen enough from this kid.
Yeah.
He proved me wrong. Maybe Jalen Walker, the size isn't going to be an issue for him.
Yeah, and also maybe if you mentioned 240 pounds, but if he's 20, my mind says he's 260 pounds. What I mean is that won't be hard to go from 240 to 260 by the time he's 22, 23.
Unless they like him there, that helps with his quickness and things like that.
And we saw Nolan Smith can set an edge, and here's
Here we
Roger
go.
Goodell.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Teneroa McMillan.
Whoa.
Wow.
Receiver, Arizona.
Oh, there's the Terrace Marshall replacement.
There it is. Now, there it is. Wow. Now, a lot of people had him pegged to go to the Cowboys 12th. Instead, in the quickest pick in the draft, the Panthers take him, it's like they had filled that card out before the draft started.
Wow.
Because there was no doubt he wasn't getting taken in the top 7. He goes there in a bit of a surprise, and he's at the draft. He's the only player coming out to a non-hip-hop song. He's going on stage to a gospel song.
Yeah, that's a big-time pick for them.
Yes,
and
listen to the song.
He's the only one.
Well, look, you said
good player.
You said before earlier in the show, maybe the quarterback doesn't suck. Talking about Bryce Young,
Yeah.
And I guess the way to find out is give him a weapon on the outside and see what he can do. Because they do lack weapons.
Now, he is a tremendous player. He's a 3-level guy, has good size, good body control. Not a burner, but somebody who can be a quarterback's best friend. You could throw it up. He's a go up and get it type of receiver.
Yeah, you love to see, the guys, the young guys that obviously he's has Polynesian in him from where that he must have Polynesian, even though McMillan is not a Polynesian last name.
No.
Somebody's Polynesian.
Somebody is.
Somebody's Polynesian in his family. McMillan, there's no Polynesian McMillans. So it must be on the mom's side. But as he goes up there, it's still a bit of it's not a head scratcher, but it's a bit of a surprise.
To me, it is, yeah.
I looked at a lot of mock drafts. I mean, a lot of them. No one had him going here. Now, it shows that we don't know anything, but the point is no one had him going here.
Right. Yeah, look, I think I had him at 14. I mean, he's the top receiver in this draft class.
Yeah.
Depending on how you look at Travis Hunter.
Right.
But I don't know. I think the Carolina Panthers need a little bit more help on the defensive side. But hey, who am I?
Yeah.
Who
Now
am I to
the
say?
Saints pick is in. Obviously, we'll get to that before we get our commercial break. I have one mock in front of me that has Walker going there. This also is the first possibility for Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, this is a
First
spot. This is a spot
possibility.
where I can see him go. But I talked about this on the morning show. Kellen Moore apparently was so taken aback by Shedeur's interview that they said that they wouldn't even consider him. But I think that's a smokescreen.
It could be.
I think that's a smokescreen. They're trying to shy teams away from it, and I hate when teams do that. But
Can I comment on that? Listen, if you don't like Shedeur Sanders' size, athleticism, arm strength, whatever, fine. But it seemed like a lot of people almost were coming out on him because they didn't like his dad, or they didn't like his dad 30 years ago. I didn't like what you did to Tim McCarver in the locker room after the Braves playoffs. And that to me is completely unfair. If you don't like him, fine, as long as it's for football reasons. It did feel like it got personal with Shedeur, and that's the part I hate about it. I'm sure you can find things you don't like on his film to get personal felt wrong. The kid's never been in a lick of trouble his entire life.
yeah, I think it's totally irresponsible, and he's the only player that you really hear or heard anything about leading up to the draft negative.
But it could also be, as you know, when you talk about smoke screens. I mean, they did the same thing with C.J. Stroud.
Yep,
People tried to do it with Jaden Daniels.
He didn't go to Manning camp. Turned out he wasn't invited to Manning
Yeah,
camp.
but they do. The teams below in the draft may do it because they're hoping it makes the guy fall. So you never know with Shedeur. But I think you're right. A lot of it is because of his last name. But I don't know. With the Saints, would they go with Sanders this high, you think?
The issue is, well, you got to look at the teams after. The Bears aren't going to take him, obviously. 49ers aren't going to take him. And the Cowboys might.
You never know.
No, Cowboys might. No, if he's there, you know those ties, and you can't go with Dak forever.
No, you can't, and they want to make a splash.
So I can't rule that out.
Miami, I don't think Dallas would. Miami wouldn't.
Pittsburgh would at 21.
Pittsburgh would. At
Definitely.
21.
The Colts, they still believe in Anthony Richardson.
They say that.
Atlanta, you never know. You never know what the Falcons may do.
They go another
But-
quarterback
but-
in Atlanta.
I'm kidding. Atlanta wouldn't do it.
But, man, there's not a whole lot of destinations for
No,
it.
and then
No, he
just
could fall
going
out
down.
of first round.
Arizona's not doing it.
But that works for the Eagles. Perhaps somebody wants him at 32 or wants Dart at 32.
Or
And that
Milroe.
Right, and that could also. Now, Milroe's there. At what point does he start to feel uncomfortable? And is there any chance he gets picked here?
I think so. You look at
That
what
Milroe
happened
gets
last
picked
year.
here.
Michael Penix came out of nowhere.
Right, so maybe Milroe is the pick here to the Saints. We'll find that out before we go to the commercial break because that pick is in as well. Unless ESPN and NFL Network go to commercial break, then we'll go. But unless they go, we're not going to go. We're going to wait for that Saints pick. This has been fascinating. So now Jalen Walker becomes, it looks like to me, a really good value. Now you had Hunter go. When does the next cornerback go?
Will Johnson for the 49ers, I would say, maybe at 11.
And what about the kid from Texas? Where do you have him?
Jahdae Barron. I like him a lot. But the problem with him is that he's 5'11", 195 pounds. Is he a nickel? Is he a slot? Is he an outside corner? Now, last year he played outside corner, so he answered questions there. But he's well, a little on the smaller side.
The last time the Saints took a first-round quarterback was 1971. By far, by over 20 years, the longest drought in the NFL currently.
He had a last name that's pretty memorable too, didn't he?
Here we go.
NFL draft. New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr.
Wow.
Tackle.
Texas, yep.
Wow.
All right.
On DeCecco's big board, he's got Kelvin Banks
on.
ranked all the way at 19th. Andrew, you got him as the 4th highest ranked offensive lineman. So for you, this would be a reach.
This is a reach.
Well, he's a player that he's, depending on who you're looking at or who you're talking to, some have him in the top 10, some have him in the bottom half. There are some teams that look at him as a guard, as my understanding, and then some view him as a left tackle. I think he's a left tackle.
He better be a left tackle.
He better not take a
No,
guard
he can't
there.
be a guard at 9
somebody's
overall.
getting fired there if that's the case. But yeah, I think he's going to be a left tackle for him, and we'll have to wait and see how it goes.
All right.
That was a player that I think I mentioned this morning as him and Membo as tackles I thought were going to go kind of earlier than expected.
Absolutely. Boy, that's a lot of people there looking with their hands out in Houston, Texas for Kelvin Banks. You better tell them all that the Venmo is broken. A lot of people up in that house. 610-632-0975 is the number to text us. We're going to take our break now live from Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Ty Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club. Bill Colarulo, Andrew DeCecco, meet Tyrone Johnson. Still time to come down, hang out right here off at Evesham Road. Bears pick us in.
Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community.
Steve Mongo McMichael, Hall of Famer, also former WCW wrestler, passed away, ALS.
50 years ago, with the fourth pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve Michael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State. Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Oh, well, way to be classy, Packers fans, about Walt Payton.
Wow.
Whoa, not Tyler Warren.
Not Tyler Warren, and the slide could be on.
You hear that, though? I said different teams have those top 3 tight ends rated differently.
Wow. Well, there you go. I don't know what we were doing good for so long now.
We were just making sure everyone was awake.
That's all. So that is still a surprise, though. No mock draft had that.
No.
None. So
no, you can understand Chicago wanting to go offense. I mean, they had the 32nd ranked offense last year. They want to put some weapons around Caleb Williams.
And you got to make it easier for him. He didn't have a lot of – that offense was not handled well. A lot of experts said they didn't give him a lot of easy throws. They made him have to do a lot of combo routes, a lot of combination routes. And now,
slow developing plays.
Yeah, this should allow him to have some quick hitters. Also, the way he's athletic, it now can set up some other things for those plays. You go to him a couple of times, you walk those safeties forward, and then you can go deeper. 49ers now on the clock. I have been wrong about the last several picks. They're going defensive line. They're going defensive line here.
That's a really good pick for the Chicago Bears, by the way. He runs routes like a wide receiver. He's really a plus-size receiver. He gives you nothing as a blocker, but 6'6", 248. He can run all the routes in the route tree.
Yeah.
He uses his body really well to shield off defenders. That's a security blanket for a young quarterback. I love that pick. That's the 12th rated player on my big board.
Okay, let me ask you this, though. San Francisco, I don't believe they're taking a tight end. Maybe they do. Maybe they love Warren and didn't think he was going to be there. Then Dallas, I don't think they're going tight end. I think they're going wide receiver. I think they're going to take Golden.
So do I. Fast.
All right.
4.29.
Miami, are they going to go tight end?
They need one.
They do need one, and that value might be too rich to pass up.
Yeah.
And then the Colts also need one. It's another guy to make something easier for a quarterback.
There could be a trade. If the Colts really want someone like a Tyler Warren, they're worried about the Dolphins, that would make some sense.
But what's interesting here is, Andrew, you love Mason Taylor.
I do.
The tight end out of LSU. So now the fact that Tyler Warren's still on the board, a tight end needy team is going to go Tyler Warren. Could we be seeing this pan out where Mason Taylor's available at 32 for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yeah, now something that I got last night was that when I mentioned it to my source, he said, I'm not even sure right now that he makes it to 32.
All right. Well,
So we'll have to wait and see. The fact that Colston Levin went off the board as early as he did, you might start to see a little bit of a run here.
Now here's the thing. Some people I saw a lot of mock drafts with Warren at 7. Obviously, he ends up not even being the first tight end taken at all. You were correct throughout that process. So I just want to say for the record, all those people that tried to insult my guy, all I say is you go to Andrew DeCecco and give a little bit of a my bad. You don't have to grovel, but maybe a little my bad, because there was a certain person on this panel that said that you didn't think it was a lock he was going to be the first tight end, and people said you were crazy.
That's right. Look, you said it, not me. I appreciate you having my back.
I'm just saying.
Sometimes it's not the most popular thing, but everyone's like, what about Tyler Warren? He's clearly the consensus number one. The NFL thinks differently.
There you go.
You're usually spot on, Mr. DeCecco.
And
we got some breaking news here, Ty.
Oh, do it.
From Adam Schefter. And I don't think you mentioned it yet. The NFL schedule release.
Oh, when is it?
Wednesday, May 14th. We will find out the schedule. We know who the Eagles are going to play, but now we'll know when those games will be. And I have been told to be ready for a potential Thanksgiving Day game or a Christmas Day game, possibly both for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Don't like both. I do like one. I would like Christmas.
I would not like Christmas. That means I might have to travel.
Oh, I don't want you to do that. All right, Thanksgiving.
But I want you to be happy.
I don't
But
want either
if
one,
it's home,
man.
that's all right.
Well, I know you can't avoid it.
I
There's a
hate-
triple header.
I hate it.
No, it's a triple header. You're not going to put the Super Bowl champ. It's a
That's why they're
Christmas
going to get
triple
one
header.
of them. They're going to
There's
get one.
I want them to get one of the Netflix games, not the Amazon game at night. I want them to get one of the two Netflix
On
games
Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day.
yeah, if
Yeah,
they have
I
an
think-
early one, that's okay. I can still spend time with my family.
That's what I mean. I want an early one, and I
So
don't
you know,
want that.
I know I'm talking to two people with no kids, man. An early game on Christmas Day? What are you, nuts?
It's not 7 a.m.
Yeah, come on, man. We're talking
No
about
kids over
We're
here,
talking
clearly.
about 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. You already opened up all your
Yeah,
gifts.
1 o'clock.
You got to be there to watch the magic when
Right.
they play with their toys.
Right, all right. They'll play with them in front or right by the screen. Look,
Yeah,
Daddy,
but you're not-
right
you're
when
forgetting.
Jalen Hurts threw a touchdown
You're
pass,
forgetting I do the pregame
faked it.
show.
Nah,
3
he
hours
did it last
before
year.
the 1 o'clock game.
We're not doing a pregame
just
show
pre-record
on
it.
Christmas.
Come on.
We can't do a pregame show on Christmas.
Whatever it
We
takes,
might not
man.
even have the staff.
Whatever it takes, we're there. Now, San Francisco, let's go back to Troy for a quick. San Francisco on the clock, a guy that we thought would have been off the board, we keep talking about Tyler Warren, is this Jalen Walker, edge rusher.
Yeah.
We know they need defensive linemen.
They do.
You think that's where the 49ers go here?
Or Michael Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia.
Well, there's two Georgia edge rushers on the board still.
Yeah, and they have two different body types, two different functions. Michael Williams is 6'5", 267, a little bit more experience. It depends on what they're looking for. If they're looking for upside and someone who can give you probably more explosive type of plays, that's going to be Jalen Walker. I'm surprised, frankly, that he's still around.
And my wild card here, since there's been a couple wild cards, is Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle. That's
Wow.
my wild card there. They need interior help as well. That's my wild card there. I'm not saying
Okay.
it's a good pick. That's my wild card there.
Now, I've seen some mock drafts have Derek Harmon going to the Eagles at 32.
Yeah, me
That's
too.
defensive tackle.
I have one in front of me where he's going 17th to the Bengals. Just watch. These projections have been wrong throughout the entire situation.
My Colston Loveland, my big boy, was pretty close, 12 overall.
Well, you know, that's
Yeah, you
because
were
you're a real football fan, all right?
A
You're
sportsman,
you're
I
a
like.
sportsman, you know, like it's very important to be a sportsman. So this is going on. And this 49ers one is a team that we used to think were like a contemporary rival to the Eagles, and then they
Sure.
fall off big time. And the issue is, one of their biggest issues were injuries. They part with one wide receiver. And then they also, a running back with a lot of injuries, how quickly do they bounce back? And now they're showing, they cut to Shador. I mean, they wouldn't take Shador. They're not taking Shador.
No.
He's just rapping. That's take.
Yeah.
But if they did take him, Bob
but-
Purdy.
But here's the thing. The 49ers would be a team that I think would be in the market for Bryce Huff, another edge rusher. But they have Salah there, so I have to think they might lean defense.
All right, but I'm just saying, are we sure it's not Shador? 49ers.
Yeah,
said keep Brock Purdy.
they don't believe in Brock Purdy. Come on, man.
I mean, they haven't paid him yet.
Yeah.
But they waiting on to pay him if they believe in him. All right, here we go. A little early. No, he's not quite up. Well, obviously, we'll get the pick before.
While
we go
we're
to the
waiting
break.
for that,
Yeah.
not a fan of Adam Schefter's outfit tonight.
I mean, either. That's a terry cloth.
A terry cloth hoodie,
hoodie.
underneath the blazer. Not a good look, Adam.
Over
That's
the
bad.
suit.
You got to dress for
Over
the occasion, like me. It's like it didn't work. It's not working for him.
I wore a golf shirt.
You dressed for the occasion too. We did. We all did.
I'm the only one rocking a Legacy Club shirt.
That's
at the
because
Legacy.
Well,
you're
listen,
fancier
we're
than
not
us,
all-
okay?
yeah,
I'm sorry,
we're not all so
as
fortunate.
fancy as you, all right?
Yeah.
Can't be as fancy.
Yeah, don't take shots.
Man, I don't know where the 49ers are going here. I don't know where they're going to go here.
I think they're going Jalen Walker.
All right.
I think you're right. I'm going to say Jalen Walker or Will Johnson. I'm going Will Johnson.
All right. Oh, no. See, I love when they – oh, here we go.
who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
Wow.
We were almost right.
Almost right. Man.
Andrew did say Mikel Williams could be a possibility there.
He did say that, and now Jalen Walker has now begun to slip more than almost every mock draft thought.
And I think the reason for that is because he's a hybrid player.
Right.
They don't necessarily know where to play him, off ball or off the edge. He's a little too small off the edge. It's going to take the right system that he's going to have to fit into. So,
Interesting.
Still, he's such a good player that I am really surprised that he's still around.
Absolutely. 610-632-0975 is the number to text. We got to get to some text messages a little later on. And on the other side, we'll have the Dallas Cowboys pick coming up at Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club on 97.5 The Fanatic. Inside Randall's Restaurant right here inside the Legacy Club. Let's get the Dallas Cowboys pick.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas
Good football player, but 12th overall and a guard that doesn't play tackle. Again, good football player. I mean, he may end up being an excellent guard. Is that good value? Like Landon Dickerson was a second-round pick, for example. Is this good value at 12 overall for the Cowboys?
No, I'm actually shocked that he was their pick there at 12. I had him as a late first-round pick. A lot of people did. When you take somebody who's purely a guard at 12 with no tackle versatility, I mean, that's sort of a head-scratcher. They do prioritize the offensive line. Of course, Zach Martin in the past, but, I mean, that doesn't seem like a Cowboys thing to do.
Yeah, you would think, though, if they really wanted Tyler Booker, if they were in love with him, they thought he was a great offensive lineman, they could have traded back probably.
Yes.
Acquired some more draft capital and still got the guy they wanted. I think this is way too high for them.
Not to cut you off, unless there's somehow going to be a run on guards.
Yeah, or they just couldn't find anybody that wanted to trade up. That's also a possibility.
I mean, he was my guard 1 at 27, and the next guard is 31, Gray Zabel from North Dakota State.
I saw a couple mocks where the Eagles took him. They figured like at 32, that's not that difference where Dickerson was. Maybe they just take him, plug in, and he starts right away at right guard, and you solidify the line. 12?
I mean, I thought Matthew Golden, that would have been a really good spot for the wide receiver from Texas, 4.29 speed. Jerry Jones likes that. They got to give him a compliment to CeeDee Lamb, but they go with the guard.
Now, technically, if you go if you take out Hunter, there's only been one wide receiver taken so far. And now we've had, 2 offensive tackles and now a guard taken in the first 12 picks with Miami now on the clock.
And you wouldn't expect Miami to go wide receiver with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Now, could they get real crazy and go tight end here and pair Tyler Warren with that wide receiver duo?
Man, Tyler Warren's got to be mad because now he's just losing money. He probably thought he was going to the Jets at 7. I mean, he'd still be rich, but less rich.
This could be a Jalen Walker spot.
It's interesting that he's sliding like he is, Jalen Walker. You had him as your number 6 prospect on your big board.
And now we're at pick 13 overall, the Dolphins. Now, the Dolphins probably, if they're responsible, maybe they go defense.
They should.
You got a lot of players on offense. Maybe try to stop somebody.
They need a corner, an edge.
Yeah, and there's Ramsey rumors out there. In fact, Tim McManus wrote something, who'll be on with us a little later on again, that perhaps they would consider maybe trading for Jalen Ramsey. Talking about the Eagles, perhaps, depending on what the price would be. Not a first. So I wonder.
Yeah, and you look at where does Miami play? What division? They're in the AFC East. They got to face the Buffalo Bills quite often with Josh Allen.
Sure.
You also, if you want to have any chance of getting out at the AFC, you got to be able to stop Patrick Mahomes. It would make a lot of sense for them to, I think, draft someone on the defensive line to try to generate pressure. Again, copycat league. How did the Eagles dominate the Chiefs? They generated pressure up front, and they were in Patrick Mahomes' face all game long. I could see them going Jalen Walker here. Would make a lot of sense for the Dolphins.
Yeah, it absolutely would. That pick is in, so we'll get to that in a little while. The first round, this has been now there was the blockbuster trade where obviously Jacksonville goes 2-5. No other trade so far, and the picks have been a little bit all over the map. This has not been.
This has been a fascinating first
round. Has not been a chalky draft, and it also has been There's been one explosive move, but that's it. Everything else, everybody has just stayed where they are. I mean, we're getting close to the halfway point in the first round, and it's just people picking, just staying where they are and making a pick.
And I don't think anything has hurt the Eagles yet, Andrew. I think this is setting up nicely so far for the Birds.
Yeah, it is. And I think that when you look at whether it's a corner, like a Maxwell Hairston, who I really like, Jahdae Barron's still out there. I mean, edge rushers. Edge rusher is the most likely spot. Walter Nolan, we've talked a lot about. I was in a beat writer pool, and 10 or 11 of the 18 of us had Walter Nolan. Wow. So, I mean, that's a player that would fit very well with Jalen Carter. And the further that he tumbles, you have to wonder if Howie Roseman goes and gets him.
If Walker doesn't go here, and if the Colts go tight end, could he go to Atlanta? Like, I'm starting to wonder, does Walker get in Eagles trade range? I know they may not think it. Can Walker now get into Eagles trade range? I'm not saying he's going to make it to 32. But if he doesn't go here to Miami, does he get in a spot where Howie might go, you know what? This is my Josh Sweat replacement. We just add another one of these Georgia cats. Like it's not there yet, but now it's not out of the question if he doesn't go 13 here to Miami.
If he doesn't go here, I think you have to start to consider if he's a player that you want to give up some capital for, because like they have 20 picks
Right.
over the next couple of years. And that's a player that's worth doing it for, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's just something I'm starting to wonder about. Now, again, if the Dolphins take him, all of this is moot. But if they don't, and I don't think the Colts are, it looks like the Colts are going to go offense. It just starts to wonder, like if you're Howie and you want to do something big, he's now in a spot where you don't have to give up as much as Jacksonville did, for example, to make a move here.
Yes.
And that's where you got to watch Howie and see if he lurks. So we'll see what happens with this pick. But now this draft has become more fascinating for me, and now the Eagles are suddenly in my mix, at least in my mind.
Yeah, and that kind of leads to the point that I led with, about them trading up.
Yeah, here we go.
Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
So the other Michigan
29th on my big board, defensive tackle 4.
Another person that some teams, that some of these mocks had the Eagles maybe considering there. Instead, he goes 13th after a surprise at 12. And there's a lot of good football players on the board for the Indianapolis Colts. I don't know if I can go tight end here with the amount of defensive line talent and wide receiver talent there. If I'm the Colts, I'm not going tight end here. There's too many good football players.
That is such a curious pick, Kenneth Grant.
Yeah.
He's more of a nose tackle, kind of like in the mold of a Vince Wilfork.
Are
but
they
he
going to
has
play a straight 3-4? Is that the plan?
It looks like that. If you're getting someone like that, he does have some juice, some athleticism, but he kind of reminds me of Jordan Davis a little bit.
Well, where did Davis go? 14?
Yeah, he
goes
14.
13.
Yeah, but
Hey, Kenneth, I hope you can develop your pass rush moves.
Otherwise,
Our guys
it's not going to
didn't.
look good.
He's going to be playing 37% of the snaps.
I'm just surprised with the Dolphins, not necessarily that they went D-line, but there are other D tackles still on the board that I know you have ranked higher, and I would have ranked higher than him.
Yeah.
Like you could have gone Walter Nolan. Or you could have gone with Harmon.
Derek Harmon is scheme versatile, too. He has good length, 6'5", 313. He can play any position on the defensive line. That is a curious spot. He can. Kenneth Grant can play 3 technique, but that's not really what you're drafting him to do. You're drafting him to be a space-eating nose tackle. But I don't know that you could take a player like that. The last 2 picks really are head scratchers to me. Good player. Tyler Booker is a very good player, but.
Well, let me ask you about this Kenneth Grant, too, because we know he played next to Mason Graham. Mason Graham's an absolute stud, and we've heard a lot with Milton Williams. Oh, well, he was just as good as he was because he plays next to Jalen Carter. I mean, how much did Mason Graham affect Kenneth Grant's abilities on the field?
I think it was the other way around. I think Kenneth Grant helped open up things for Mason Graham.
Yeah.
Because he takes up a lot of space.
I will give him this. He is a player who you need to block with 2.
He's immovable, as I would try to define him.
You will need to block him with 2, and I'll give them credit for this. That Michigan defense was tough. They beat Ohio State because Ohio State decided we're not going to use our wide receivers. We're going to try to out-tough Michigan, and it didn't work. He will be, maybe from day one, the toughest player on that defense. He is a tough football player.
Absolutely.
Don't know if he's a great fit. Everything you said, I'm not agreeing with, but he is a tough football player, and he was a winner. Maybe there was some other intangible things that they thought they needed on that team. He did win a national championship.
Toughness.
He started on that national championship team, took the NIL money, came back and was still an early first-round pick. So for him, it was great because there was some talk about whether or not he would come out after he comes back. And here's already with the Colts pick.
Wow.
They're rolling now.
2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren.
There it is.
All right. So it seemed like they had been connected with the tight end in every mock draft the whole time.
Yeah.
I might have pulled an audible. They clearly had that thing filled out.
They ran to the podium.
They ran to the podium.
That was the fastest pick in history.
Well, they definitely got a great player. You just made a good point, though, going back to the Kenneth Grant pick, how he got his NIL money, came back and played. I was talking to Andrew about this earlier. Jay Glazer put out a tweet this week that normally heading into the draft, teams would take players off their board for 2 reasons: injury concerns or character concerns. But this year, more than ever, they added a third category: doesn't love football. And because of NIL money, they wanted to make sure that these prospects really loved football because they've already got a lot of money in college. They already got paid. Did the Dolphins go with a Kenneth Grant because they felt he loves ball more than maybe some of these other guys on the board do?
I have to say, that Michigan defense, I mean, Harbaugh recruited those guys, and develop those guys. A masterful job. That's why I think the Chargers eventually are going to figure it out. I think he's a great football coach.
Yeah, he is.
So what we have to do now, because the picks are happening so quick, we got to go to break now before we get the Falcons pick, and then we can keep doing this like live.
We're rolling on now.
97.5 The Fanatic.
This board is falling very nicely.
Very nicely for the Yes, inside Randall's Restaurant, inside the Legacy Club, is Bill Colorado to my far left. You have Andrew DeCecco to my immediate left, and me, Tyrone Johnson, with our 97.5 The Fanatic Draft Special. The draft has gotten fascinating. It's fallen very well. The Cowboys take a guard. Then the defensive tackle, Grant, goes to Miami. And then Tyler Warren, for all the Penn State fans, goes to the Colts, where a lot of people thought that Loveland was going to go. Instead, he goes there where he will help them, and he will absolutely help them. And now you have the Falcons, who are always an unpredictable team. Last year, they shook up the whole draft, and I can't even pretend to know where they're going to go because I'm not just saying us, the world has been wrong about the last three picks.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the Falcons right now, edge rusher. We keep saying Jalen Walker, but Mike Green from Marshall is a player who, this is a right around the range, the middle of the first round where I'm expecting him to go. 17 sacks last season, big-time production. We'll have to wait and see. Cornerback as well, Jahdae Barron, you asked me about him, the corner from Texas. He would fit that defense very well, very versatile.
And the reason is, I want to just go with you with the conventional wisdom, but the last 3 picks have not, and if I'm the Colts, I don't know if I go tight end with so many good football players following me. They went that way. So the fact that there's 2 tight ends already going in the top 14 is unconventional.
Definitely.
This has been an unconventional. You have guards going early, a nose tackle going early, and 2 tight ends going early. All of this good news for the Eagles, but now makes the draft that much more unpredictable going forward.
It also decreases their chance of getting a tight end that can help them because now Mason Taylor is the top tight end, and there's other teams that need him as well. The likelihood of him getting the 32 all of a sudden now seems a little unlikely.
You know who the happiest man in the world might be? Goddard's agent.
Yeah, you're not
Like
kidding.
he's not going yet. Maybe they have to say, you know what, let's renegotiate. And then we'll draft one a little later on as a developmental tight end because you'll still be here.
Yeah, I mean, Harold Fannin Jr. from Bowling Green's a guy I know Andrew likes maybe in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I like Elijah Arroyo, the tight end from Miami, but in the 2nd round. He's a top 55 guy for me. Again, 46 catches in his career.
No.
I don't know.
Atlanta's been on the clock for a while. Pick's not in yet, so they may be fielding some phone calls.
I'm going to say
so.
Mike. I'm going to say Mike Green if they do keep this pick.
Now, you have Jalen Walker. I hate when they cut to it when the player's been lingering. Now, that place is packed. And how many of them people are looking for a handout? See, that's always the sad part about those big draft parties.
Say, don't forget, I gave you those car rides back in the day.
Well, I helped you. I remember I bought you that weight set that one time when you were 6.
Yeah, I drove you to practice.
That's what I said to Andrew before you joined the show, Tyrone, that it makes me nervous if the Eagles were to draft a Jihad Campbell or a Donovan Ezeroku, local kids. Everybody you've ever known is asking for a handout because there's a lot of distractions when you come home to play for the team that you rooted for as a kid. As great a storybook as it is, I think I'd rather go somewhere else.
I mean, I can handle it because I can tell people no, but not everybody can do that.
Yeah,
I'm very comfortable.
You know what you're signing up for. You got to be a professional, and you have to eliminate distractions. That comes with the territory.
Yeah, Shador's not going 16. I mean, he's not going 15. He's not going 16. He's not going 17.
I just saw that name, Jimmy Clausen, on the board. Oh, man, what a bad quarterback he was.
All right, Falcons pick is in, so we're waiting on that any second. Now, the only way Shador goes in the next few picks would be if somebody trades up to get him.
Yeah,
that would be it.
Yeah. And I don't think you have to. If he slides past the Steelers, I think he's now either 32nd overall or a 2nd-round pick.
It's possible. And as we're talking about trading up, I saw Jeremy Fowler put out a tweet earlier. The reason the compensation was so high for the Jags to trade up to 2 was because there was another team, at least one other team involved in those discussions.
Howie Roseman was trying to go all the way up
I
to
doubt
get
it.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter would start over Keely Ringo and be your slot receiver right away.
There you
He
go.
started over Jihad Dotson and Keely
We're
Ringo.
playing wide receiver. Oh, here we go.
2025 NFL Draft. The Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker, defensive end.
There it is.
About time.
There it is. So a small slide. Almost everyone had him in the top 10. He goes 15th overall. Good value there for the Falcons. And I don't know if they go with a different quarterback, maybe they'll be interesting down there in the South. That division's not very good.
No, it's not very good.
Maybe he's a difference maker in them jumping up. They finished like 2nd. Now they win that division.
They needed a lot. They need a lot of help on defense. That would have been a good spot for Walter Nolan as well, the edge or D tackle. But they get a really good value here with Jalen Walker. Like I said, he should have probably went in the top 10.
Now, so he is a good pick. We mentioned. I said I noticed him a lot when he played. You noticed him. He's a guy that jumps out on the film. And now you start to think. Now that we're at 16, how long before we're in Eagles trade-up range?
I would say 20.
20.
Yeah.
So we're a few picks away from that, and we have Arizona on the clock.
They don't need a defensive tackle, by the way. They don't need someone like a Walter Nolan. They do need an edge rusher, a wide receiver, an inside linebacker, a tackle, an offensive tackle, and a corner.
But we also could be. I mean, a lot of teams, they don't draft for need. And when you got players who are falling, it may just be too good to pass up. Right. I mean, if you have Walter Nolan ranked as one of your top prospects in this draft,
You're
and
gonna
he's
take
there,
him.
you're going to take him whether you need him or not. But it'll be interesting. Like we were talking to earlier, like I was looking at the draft formula, Tyrone, and it would seem that the sweet spot for the Eagles to move up would be the 26th pick.
The Rams.
Because if they traded their first pick, number 32, and their third-round pick, number 96, the math's almost perfect where you get up to 26.
And then what you could do at 64, you could trade back into the third round and recoup maybe a fourth there.
Yeah.
I've already seen some speculation there. I mean, you have the last pick in the second round. You kick the can to the third. Maybe you go to 70, let's say, and then you recoup a fourth or fifth rounder there. Also, you have the situation where perhaps do you want to move one of next year's third-round picks? You know you're getting a third for Milton Williams, so maybe you trade your own third there as well. So there's some flexibility to go there.
Definitely.
Because you'll get the compensation pick at the end of the third round. Maybe you trade your own third-rounder. So there is some flexibility there with Arizona on the clock.
What will Jonathan Gannon do? I think he's going to skew towards the defense.
Yeah,
but
you would like to think so. He adds Sweat.
Yeah, they got Sweat. I mean, look, you know they drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. last year.
Didn't use him right, but that's whatever.
So I don't know if they would go wide receiver here. They got Trey McBride, who they just paid, so they're not going tight end. They just gave him the massive contract extension, making him the highest paid tight end. Andrew, you're probably right. Do they go defense? And if so, where do you see them going? Maybe defensive tackle here? They got Josh Sweat. Now you put a good D tackle
or corner. Will Johnson's still available. Jahdae Barron from Texas is still available as well. They need some help in the secondary.
Jahad Campbell at linebacker, potentially?
They need a linebacker, yep.
Yeah, did they let Kazir White walk?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, he started for them. That's what I'm saying.
He started, but they can get a big-time player in Jahad Campbell if that's the way they want to go. And Jonathan Gannon's not above taking a linebacker right there.
No, so interesting there. We'll let Bill go after the Arizona pick because you got to be up early in the morning. You got to be back at it.
Not as early as Andrew does, but Andrew's he's our. I was going to say he's our Mel Kiper. I think you're better than Mel Kiper. I'm throwing it out there.
Well, I appreciate
You've
you
been a lot
that.
more right than he has been.
No, that's absolutely right. That is absolutely correct. So we have that, and we're getting close to the Eagles' race. But other than tight end, this has also fallen well. Could perhaps now, is there a chance if they don't go corner, could corner end up being best player available at 32 overall?
Definitely. And I actually, on the morning show, I gave my final pick, Maxwell Hairston, cornerback out of Kentucky. You know this already. I'm not sold on Keely Ringo. I know you are, Bill.
I know. I liked Keely last year.
And the pick is in with the Cardinals, so this will be Bill Colarulo's last pick of the night.
Yeah, but I could see them going corner too, Andrew, because as much as I'm high on Keely Ringo, he wasn't the first man off the bench last year. Isaiah Rodgers was. So that signals to me that they didn't feel necessarily comfortable with him either. And if you can get a player like a Will Johnson, if he was to fall, why not?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, now, Arizona's an interesting team in that I never trust them. Historically, I never trust them. But I just never trust them. I mean, that's the whole story. So,
like Jake the Snake Plumber?
I did love Jake the Snake Plumber. I did. I love Jake the Snake Plumber. But I never trust them as an organization. Yeah. To me,
they weren't Arizona then, though. They were Phoenix, I think, back in the day.
They were Phoenix. They were
the Phoenix Cardinals.
They were still at one point. They were the Arizona Cardinals with Jake Plummer at quarterback.
Were they too?
All right. Well, Jake the Snake's not walking through that door. They're not bad like the Browns organization or Jacksonville, but they're also not a good organization. And where they're picking just feels like this is who they are. The 16th overall team forever. That's where Arizona feels. So now they're cutting away to Matthew Golden. Surprised he's lasted this long, by the way, with his 4.29 speed. It doesn't appear by his body language that he's going to Arizona here.
No, I don't think that they need a wide receiver.
Back-to-back years.
No, they have Marvin Harrison Jr. They have Michael Wilson.
Do you remember the Detroit Lions when they just kept taking wide receivers?
In the top five.
Every single year.
Yeah. Look at the top five.
There it is.
Damn!
Wow.
There he goes.
So that breaks the hearts. The first pick that directly hurts the Eagles happens to be Bill Colarulo's last pick of the night on the program.
I know, that's what I wanted too.
From Ole Miss goes 16th overall, and clearly they took a long time. Maybe they were waiting for Howie to make the phone call, and maybe Howie said, you know what,
that was a steep price,
yeah. I'm good. I'm not giving up next year's one for him. That's probably what it would have taken.
And that was just
from 32 to 16.
And you know what this was?
Best player available.
Jonathan Gannon screwing us over again, man.
I hate you, John Gannon. I hate you, John Gannon. I can't stand you.
He has no more allies in this city. I don't know that he ever did. But
Absolutely not. Bill, I appreciate all the fine work you did today.
Great
Everybody
stuff,
should be
Bill,
listening to you
man.
with Mike tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the Mike Missanelli Show. And for us, we'll be right back. Right now, we have the Bengals on the clock, and we'll be back here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Live from Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club. It's me, Tyrone Johnson, Andrew DeCecco, our draft expert, as we await pick number 17 overall with the Bengals. And Walter Nolan, Andrew, the first pick so far today that directly hurts Eagles fans. There have been Eagles fans for months now wanting Walter Nolan.
Yeah, that broke the hearts of a lot. He would have been a great fit opposite Jalen Carter. 6'4", 300 pounds, very quick, off the ball, violent, good against the pass and the run. It would have been a perfect fit for Philadelphia, but that wasn't going to be the case. He was always going to go earlier than 32, but the pipe dream is over.
With the Bengals, They got the Trey Hendrickson thing going on, and the thing about him is that's a cheap organization. Now, sometimes I think Jeff Lurie gets too much credit for paying good players. Most organizations will pay good players. They don't have as many good players as the Eagles. He deserves credit, but some people act like no other team, no other organization pays their players. Like, slow down.
Yeah, other teams do.
But the Bengals are a cheap organization.
Yeah, I mean, you ever see their podium? It looks like one of those little things that they brought in when you were going to watch.
Oh, yeah. I had a better one in high school.
Yeah, in high school, a projector.
Yeah, so what I think happens is, do they maybe have to go edge rusher because they need defense because they're not paying their Pro Bowl, lead the league in sack edge rusher? They need to go edge rusher just because they say they're going to re-sign him, but they haven't re-signed him.
Yeah,
in fact, according to him, they haven't contacted his agent.
That's crazy, and the Eagles have expressed interest earlier in the process, but they need to add an edge rusher. I think it could be Mike Green from Marshall.
I feel like every time you say I hear his name, I keep wanting to do like Mike Jones, the song.
Yeah.
Like I feel like could they dub it in? Right, who? And here is pick 17 overall. Oh, you see, here we go.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart.
Wow. Wow.
Well, we said edge rusher. But not that particular edge rusher. What are your thoughts? To be honest with you,
4.5 career sacks in college.
Wow. I mean, good for him. Obviously, his life changes. But this draft, almost all the picks other than Jalen Walker and Walter Nolan, those two back-to-back were kind of normal again. And now the draft once again goes back to the unpredictable. Again, I've heard about Stewart, and I saw some people thinking maybe the Eagles at 32.
At 32.
Instead, he goes 17, where there's still multiple edge rushers like Mike Green on the board.
So here's
and a few others, and then you have other defensive guys like Jahad Campbell and also the kid from Boston College also.
Ezaraku and Jahdae Barron, they need a nickel player as well. So Shamar Stewart's very interesting because he's super young. He's not yet 21 years old. Very minimal production, 4.5 sacks, but he's super athletic. So they're hoping that they're going to be able to bring him in, and he's going to get up, and that he has the traits. But they need some help immediately. I don't know that he's going to help them immediately. He would have been a good player for the Eagles, where he can kind of contribute as a situational rusher.
Absolutely. Please identify our fine station, sir.
We are WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live, normally from the Comcast Business Studios, and we're still powering possibilities.
Yes, at Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club with the Seahawks now on the clock, and we are now 3 picks away, really 2 picks, 18 and 19, before we get to the possibility of the Eagles jumping up. And right now the draft has been so unpredictable. Does Howie Roseman maybe need to arm himself to move? Not because I don't know if he can say, well, these guys aren't going to take him. It seems like there's no rules in this first round. Guys are just taking anybody.
It's the Wild West here, Tyrone.
It feels like it.
I think the Seahawks need a wide receiver.
I agree.
This could be a Matthew Golden spot. The wide receiver from Texas, who, of course, ran the 4.29 and didn't have to do any other testing the rest of the pre-draft process.
I'm good with that. I will say one more thing about Stewart. He was part of that Jimbo Fisher #1 class ever. The problem with that class was he just wanted to win it. It wasn't balanced. So he ended up in a line where, well, you can't play 7 of these guys at the same spot. Like
right.
you can't play 6 edge rushers. You can't play 6. You want to, but you can't play 6. You can play 4. You can't play 6.
No.
He was one of the guys that stayed. Obviously, they cut a check. So he was very highly touted coming out of high school. And as much as NFL people claim that doesn't matter, proof shows, like a Josh Sweat, for example, that does still matter. If you're highly rated out of high school, you get more of the benefit of the doubt. If he was a 3-star guy with 4.5 sacks, he's not the 17th overall pick. He was a 5-star guy with 4.5 sacks on the best recruiting class in the history of the sport, and then he becomes 17th overall pick. That still plays a role. As much as NFL people say it's just about film and measurables and stuff, that stuff still matters.
Absolutely. I like the player, but not at 17. They need immediate help. it's going to take him a little bit of time, in my opinion, to really grow and develop as a pass rusher. He has the size, he has the traits, but if he's not a quick study, that could be a problem for him.
And they're a win now team.
Yeah.
And obviously we knew they were going to go there. If they let Henderson walk for a second round pick, which is the rumor, and he comes in, he's not getting double-digit sacks here. I don't want to say that. I mean, some rookies have, but I don't.
It's not
believe
likely.
Right. I don't
likely.
believe he's ready to do that on a team that is expected to win.
Exactly. And now this draft is shaping up even more interesting because we have the Seattle Seahawks here at 18 that I think they're going to go wide receiver. Then all of a sudden, that's going to keep pushing this talent down the board.
Right, because the Eagles are not looking at Matthew Golden. Every pick, and listen, obviously they may have taken Stewart at 32, but him going 17 doesn't affect the Eagles' overall plans. So now it's getting more and more to the point where Howie's probably itching.
We're getting close to 20.
Yeah, and that's where you have to start watching. Maybe he stays at 32 by force.
Yeah, I assure you he's making phone calls. It's just not whether teams are going to be willing to maneuver.
Absolutely. Seahawks pick is in. So what's the most surprising pick for you so far in this first round, Andrew?
Tyler Booker at guard for the Cowboys. I would also say Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle.
All right, here we go with the Seahawks pick at 18th overall.
With the 18th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Ray Zabel, guard, North Dakota State.
Again, another
interior offensive lineman.
There is literally a run on guards. I've never seen a run on guards before.
This is my
early in the
second-rated
first round.
guard. He's a little bit older. He's from North Dakota State.
Good player.
He can play anywhere on the offensive line except for tackle.
Right, and he did play.
Tackle.
He did play tackle in college, but that until in the NFL, you think that you might be able to. Seahawks hypothetically could slot him in at left guard. Some people think he's a center, right guard,
or even right tackle in a pinch. Yeah,
that's how. He has more, in your opinion, tackle versatility than the player that the Cowboys took at 12.
Definitely.
Wow.
But I don't think he has as high of a ceiling.
There you go. Now, there were also some people that thought, again, that he would be available around 30, 31, 32, 33,
Definitely. That's
35.
where I had him. Yeah.
Instead, he goes 17, and they don't go wide receiver. Is there now a possibility? And it would be very Bengals-esque or like some other teams, where a wide receiver is the best player, and now Howie has to go, do I go with best player or do I go with my needs?
Matthew Golden, Emeka Egbuka. Yeah, well, you and I talked about this yesterday. The pendulum is going to swing, and eventually the Eagles aren't going to be able to keep that high-priced offense, and they're going to have to go younger, much like they're doing on defense right now, because they're going to have to start paying guys on defense. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. I mean, it's going to start to add up. They have to go younger, and they're not picking up the fifth-year option on Jahan Dotson, which was expected. But you got to start preparing for life without AJ and Devontae, or one of them.
And I will say this: Golden is not a natural slot guy, but he's 4.29 speed. You run a go route up the seam, sir.
You make it work, yeah.
And you see it for safety because you're not going to put a corner on him. I mean, you could try the nickel corner, but if I spread out and now I run him in motion, and then he has to go through the wash, and it's a linebacker or a safety on him, it's good night.
It's curtains. It's good night, Irene. Yeah,
right.
it's over.
So Tampa Bay, they do have some older wide receivers. I think they could go there. Not that it's a need, it's they do have some age at that position at wide receiver. So now wide receiver becomes a position to watch. Tight ends went early. The wide receivers have not. And now we're sitting here at 19 with no idea what's next.
It's fascinating.
No idea what's next.
I mean, it could go Matthew Golden, they could go Egbuka, or they could go with Jahad Campbell. They do need an inside linebacker.
Absolutely.
And that really fits their DNA of what they do defensively.
The majority of mock drafts had them going linebacker. I would think it was linebacker. If 7 of the last 10 picks had been kind of a little bit out of nowhere, I would say, okay, here it is. They'll take the linebacker. That's conventional wisdom. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go to the break, and that way on the other side, we'll be able to give you that Tampa Bay pick live from Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Egg Buku.
All right, good player, good pick. They have age at that spot. We're here inside Randall's Restaurant, inside the Legacy Club. And the 19th overall, they take a really good wide receiver from Ohio State. Tampa has age at that spot. Can't argue with that spot. The only thing that bothered me was I have the pipe dream that he's somehow there at 32, and they say forget about it. He's my slot receiver right now because he's awesome. Tampa just got a good player.
He reminds me a lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yep.
And that's going to fit their offense because, like you said, Chris Godwin's getting up there in age. He has a similar play style, but he's a better player. He's more explosive. They needed a player like that to kind of supercharge that offense. That's a great pick.
And I got to be honest, Baker Mayfield played well for them last year, and you give him another weapon, and they lose their offensive coordinator, but it's always about players. I like that pick, and this is a pick where it kind of made sense to go wide receiver, but Matthew Golden's still there, and I'm just saying, I didn't expect to think wide receiver, but if he gets past these next 3 picks, Denver, Pittsburgh, and then the Chargers, who I don't think is going to go wide receiver, I think they're going to go in the trenches. At 22, I might want Howie to make a phone call. I get it, but to me, he would be so good here that it might be worth it to go unconventional.
Yeah, and Matthew Golden will be good. And if they get to 32 and Luther Burden, the third, is still there from Missouri, that's another plug-and-play guy on your offense. Get him the ball in space and let him do his thing. That's kind of where he would go.
The reason I say that is it's just I get it. You got to go by your plan, but sometimes somebody's so good. How many people have been in your life as you thought you were going to be waiting for last call? And then all of a sudden you see something so good at 8:30.
You pounce.
You ain't worried about no last call anymore. It was first call.
That's
and
all.
And we still with some first call players still on the board at 20th overall. But this has been a bit of an unpredictable draft, and they didn't go linebacker. So which team is going to go linebacker?
So the Denver Broncos, they need a running back, they need a defensive tackle, inside linebacker, a safety, and a tight end. I think that this could be a spot where they go running back.
So which
Omarion Hampton from
Okay.
North Carolina.
Now, this is where I'm much more comfortable taking a running back than in the top 10. It's always,
Ashton Genty's tremendous.
he is, but I always worry about taking one that early with Denver. And then we'll have Pittsburgh. If that's not the Shador pick, he very well may mean that the Eagles trade down and get extra value because I would imagine someone's going to want him or Dart late in this first round for the 5th-year option.
Or they could just believe that they're going to get him at the top of the second round, not worry about it, and the Eagles hold firm, like you said, and they make that pick.
I mean, it's getting to be one of the more fascinating drafts in a long time. And still, one trade, and we're on pick 20. One trade. It was a blockbuster,
Yeah.
but this was the first time in the common draft era where the draft started with everyone having their own first-round pick. And so far, through the first 19 picks, there has been one trade from 2 to 5, and everyone else has stood pat. This is uncharted territory in this way.
Yeah, it's fascinating. This is one of the more compelling first rounds that I can remember. And I have no idea where the Broncos can go. I could tell you where their needs are, but best player available, I mean, it could be a Matthew Golden. And he would be the best player available.
And you have a young quarterback. You have a young quarterback that they like. Peyton is an offensive mind first.
That's why Omarion Hampton, the running back from UNC, makes a lot of sense here, too. Give your quarterback a good running game and help him out a little bit as they continue to build around him.
Man.
So
the 20th overall, and with these no trades, the other part that's making this having a little stank on it for me is forget people being afraid of Howie. Are there not calls? I'm sure there's calls being made. Why do you think there's no movement? That you have to figure that on some of these teams that are taking up their full time, that there's phone calls being made. Why do you think nothing's getting done as far as trades?
I just think that eventually no team is willing to give up substantial capital to get a player that they believe isn't necessarily deemed worthy of that draft, of that position, an ordinary draft. It's very shallow and top-heavy, and right now we're getting to that point where there's a bit of a drop-off, and there's not a big discrepancy between the player here at 19 or 20 that 38, top 40.
So, again, there was a lot of people that said like 15 to 40 were kind of the same. I guess that's bearing out. But a player like Matthew Golden, we'll see if he goes here, they thought he was maybe a little bit better than that. Most, if not all mock drafts had him in the top 12.
Yep, he's my wide receiver 2 and the 15th best player on my big board.
So he would seem to be a player that maybe would be a difference maker in theory. And still, maybe Denver takes him. But if Denver doesn't take him, I can't imagine Pittsburgh takes him. Why would you take a wide receiver when you still don't know who your quarterback's going to be?
And it'd be interesting if Pittsburgh took him because he reminds me a little bit of Emmanuel Sanders.
Okay.
The way that he plays. He can play inside, he can play outside. He's 5'11", 191, so he doesn't have that perimeter boundary X receiver type of size, but he can do it.
Yeah, and you like to think that he might build up the body, but we'll have that Broncos pick momentarily. And yeah, it's just to me, I'm just really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. Now, looking at some of your needs for some of these next few picks, you have the Broncos, you have Pittsburgh, and then you have the Chargers. You have all of those. Now, you have the Broncos, where their pick is in. We'll get to that. You mentioned running back, defensive tackle, linebacker, which they do have a very good one still on the board.
Campbell.
Safety and tight end. Tight end, maybe also
Mason Taylor.
Maybe you need to get him because if you don't get him now, will you have an opportunity later to get a quality one?
Exactly.
There
is a big drop-off after you get past those big 3 tight ends.
So he's still there. Then you have Pittsburgh with quarterback, running back, corner, defensive tackle, wide receiver. Then Chargers, edge rusher, corner, defensive tackle, linebacker, tight end, running back, wide receiver. So those 3 picks to me are going to dictate a lot of what happens with the Eagles because the Eagles need some of those positions, especially on the Chargers list and on the Pittsburgh Steelers list.
Now, I'm looking at the Chargers tie, and that looks like a spot where I think that Jim Harbaugh will try and get a tight end.
Also, when does a safety go? Here we go.
All right.
April is World Wish Month.
World Wish Month? That's not a real thing. Oh, well, Make-A-Wish is great. World Wish Month?
One of those wishes will be coming true right now.
Oh, that's great.
Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has greatly battled cancer.
Well, why'd they show to the guy in the crowd and not bring the guy on the stage?
First-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true.
This is tremendous. Congratulations, Sam.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Good pick.
All right.
Good pick.
Good pick. And now we're now at 21st overall, but that's a good pick. Man, now he's more of a corner, right?
Yes, he played outside corner last year, but he's played nickel. He's played safety a little bit. He's a hybrid player, 5'11", 195. I'm curious to see how they choose to deploy him. I think he's an outside corner.
I think he's an outside corner. So, again, there's a certain safety that – now, we already lost Walter Nolan. There was a certain safety that Dylan fell in love with. And a lot of the city in Malachi Starks. And I don't want to jinx it, but I mean Pittsburgh is a team that loves safety. So I can't rule it out. But I'm not saying they're going to take him because that's not really a need for them right now. And if the Eagles love him, and he would definitely start over Sidney Brown, is this the time where they maybe need to think about going to get him? If they love Malachi Starks.
Look, it's inside the 20. Like I told you, I think this is a spot, this is the part of the draft where Howie's going to try everything, pull out all the stops to get up there and be aggressive. But the Steelers, Shedeur Sanders, this could be the spot where he goes.
Could be.
This could be the spot where maybe a Will Johnson goes or a Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle from Oregon.
All right. Well, let's get to the break right now so we can take that Steelers pick on the other side, live from Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Fanatic Draft Show, Andrew DeCecco, I'm Tyrone Johnson. Let's first things first get to the Steelers pick at 21st overall. All right, Derek Harmon. Derek Harmon gets taken by the Steelers, defensive tackle.
Love that.
Now, that's a good pick for them.
Really good pick.
Good pick for them. Good player. Went to Michigan State. Got the Nike bag at Oregon, and then comes into the league. I'm not knocking anybody from getting the bag.
No.
Plus, that head coach ended up being a creeper at Michigan State, so he had to get out of there. He's in there hitting on women via the text message in the nastiest way. So he ends up in Oregon.
Bad guy.
He was a bad guy. The woman was there to talk about people not harassing, and then he harassed her. Come on, coach. Anyway, now
Out of bounds.
Yeah, just come on. Derek Harmon's a good football player. Some people thought perhaps at 32 to the Eagles, but like you mentioned, Walter Nolan went earlier than some people thought. You had it pegged pretty correctly, and that leads to now the Steelers going there, no Shador Sanders, and now the Chargers on the clock, and then the Eagles now are in theory in trade range. But who's going to be left? Who's going to be left for him at 32 if they stay there? And also, coming up, getting married soon. They've been hanging with us all night long here at Randall's Restaurant. Congratulations to Dave and Ashley on their upcoming nuptials. Congratulations, guys. All right.
Congratulations.
Yes, you got, the NFL draft's a new beginning, and now those guys are going to have, hopefully, a 50, 60, 70-year beginning that starts very soon. So congratulations to you guys out there here at the restaurant. Yes. So now, man, we mentioned trade up. We had the three scenarios: trade up, trade down, stay at 32. I picked stay at 32. Now that we're at pick 22, Andrew, what do you now think is most likely?
I still say trade up because...
When are they going to do it? 26, 27? Because it's getting close.
Yeah, but I mean, Malachi Starks is still out there.
He's
As long
still
as he's
there.
out there, the dream is still alive for Dylan McKinnon, our own, and a lot of the folks in the Delaware
Let me tell
Valley.
you something. I'll be so happy if they get Malachi Starks because, all right, I'm going to say this because it's true. The Eagles had some moves that they had to make. They could not pay Milton Williams. They could not pay Sweat. They also had a number of moves, like we talked about, that they kind of made a choice where you could have brought back Isaiah Rodgers. You didn't have to trade C.J. G.J. because when the time came that if his contract was precluding something, you could have redid the deal or part with him then.
Exactly.
They made a couple of choices, and they don't have backups to replace them. They're going with third stringers currently. Keely Ringo's a third stringer right now. Isaiah Rodgers was the backup. Sidney Brown was a third stringer. Tristan McCollum was ahead of him. He wasn't a backup. And now we sit here, and I'm to believe that all those guys that are third stringers are suddenly awesome? I refuse.
Yeah, come on.
I'm not that guy.
Well, you're realistic. You're a footballsman.
Right. Malachi Stark will start.
Instantly. They just say, look, Sidney, I know we told you we were going to give you a shot. You'll be the third safety.
You give Blankenship a contract extension, but you say, don't worry, Sidney. It's between you and him as our box safety. And you just tell him we paid him because we like him.
They say, look, we'll give you a shot, but next year against Reed.
Against Reed. No, this year against Reed. It's between you and Reed. Now, yes, if it's a tie, who's it go to? Reed. If you're only a little better, who go to? Reed, because, he's been there, done that. But if you beat him out, you got it.
You're our guy. But if Malachi comes in, they're going to tap him on the shoulder and say, listen, we're going to sit this one out.
Got to ask you about a player in Josh Simmons also.
Yeah.
The Lane Johnson replacement thing's been going on for a long time. We're now at 22. We don't know where that is going to go, and we don't know how some teams graded him with the medical.
That's the big thing.
And now I think he becomes a realistic option right now as well for the Eagles at 32 if they stay there. I think he's a realistic option now. And now we're at 22, we now get some clarity because there's only a certain amount of players obviously left to be taken.
Right.
So he could be there. But the Chargers are, in theory, a team that wants to build their team similar to how the Eagles did. They're a trenches-first organization, so what they do next could maybe twist what the Eagles are able to do going forward.
Yeah, they look to me like a team that could take a tight end. I just have this weird feeling, especially with two already off the board. Mason Taylor from LSU makes a lot of sense. Like I said, there's a big drop-off between that third tight end and the next one, which will be Elijah Arroyo from Miami. Now, where would that leave the Eagles, hypothetically? You might have to look at the trade market. Michael Mayer, maybe for the Raiders. They don't need him. They have a guy by the name of Brock Bowers who looks generational.
Yeah, he looks he could end up like obviously there's a lot of health or whatever, but he has the kind of start to his season. Like if anybody's ever going to challenge Tony Gonzalez, you need to have that kind of start, and he had that kind of start.
Yes.
Maybe no one ever breaks Tony Gonzalez's records, but you need to have 80-plus catches and all that stuff right from minute one to do it. And Bowers did that in year one.
So there's nowhere to go but up.
yeah, you know what I mean? Like
he set the table, yeah.
Right.
I mean, you know what he's going to do. Edge rusher, too, Ty, would make a lot of sense. I mentioned Mike Green.
Mike Green from Marshall.
Right, so he does have the off-the-field thing, so that's not going to be a fit for every team. Some teams may have taken him off the board, but he is a phenomenal football player. You might question whether or not the level of play is going to equate to the NFL production. He went to Marshall, but we'll have to wait and see.
We've seen sometimes if you can play, you can play. Sometimes it really matters.
Vinny Curry went to Marshall.
Right. L.A., I will say this about L.A. Tough city, but not a tough sports city.
Right.
It's a sports city where he can live in a regular neighborhood, and the neighbors might not have any idea who he is.
They barely get any fans at their stadium.
Right. Philadelphia, everybody knows who you are. You go to a town like L.A., if you keep your nose clean, oh, that's my guy. He must work weekends. I never see him on like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And those neighbors may not know who he is. That's not a bad environment for somebody who needs to stay away from the spotlight as they grow up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's, like you said, you set the table very well. It's a good spot for a player that sometimes acclimating to the NFL is not easy. It's not for everybody. But if you're in a place like L.A., if you're in a place like Vegas, New York, that's challenging.
And Philadelphia
because
can be
cameras
tough.
are on you all the time.
And Philadelphia is on you only because you go to the shop right, and the cashier and the person cutting up the deli meat knows who you are. So like that's another thing. While in L.A., he could be at the biggest club, and you're the 27th most famous person at the club.
Yeah. They wouldn't be able to pick him out walking down the street.
There's Drake over there. Dave Chappelle's over there. Like,
There's this guy.
And this guy, Mike Green.
Yeah.
Like,
this guy looks like the bouncer.
Yeah, so we have that going on. Now, what do we think about the decision? Before we get this Chargers pick, go to break, and then come back and get the Packers pick. What do we think about the draft going to Green Bay, Wisconsin?
I mean, I think it's kind of lame.
I mean, come on, bro.
It should be in Philadelphia.
Right.
Because when I was there, I'm sure you were there as well. In
Tremendous.
2017, it was phenomenal.
Tremendous.
They did it right. And that's the proper platform for it. It deserves a platform like that. They can't even fit that. They don't even have that many people there.
And they got people who last minute turn their basements and stuff into Airbnbs. They taking cobwebs out. They're charging people $100 to park on their lawn. I mean, what are we doing here in Green Bay, Wisconsin?
You got to do better, NFL. You got to do better.
Now, I don't have any issues with the town as a whole, but we're going to put extra people in Green Bay, and here is the Chargers pick at 22 overall.
With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
Bit of a surprise there. Not a bad player to go with a young quarterback, and he does like to run the ball, but a bit of a surprise there at 22, and that's another player who was not on the Eagles' radar at all. That helps push another possible good player to them at 32, or if you're going to be right, a trade, but the picks are getting slim, and I could be vindicated at 32 overall.
You might be, man. So let's go through this, right? Omarion Hampton's off the board. Mike Green still available, the edge rusher from Marshall.
Although fans will not be happy because he played at Marshall. Fans will not be happy.
Right. And Malachi Starks, we talk a lot about him.
Player.
Georgia, still available. Nick Emenwari, the safety from South Carolina.
Also a good player.
I'm not a fan of his game and how it would fit with the Eagles.
He's a good player, though.
Yeah, he's a good player, but not for the Eagles. He's another box safety.
All right.
Donovan Ezeraku, still there. Mason Taylor, the tight end, still there. Josh Connerly, the tackle, and Josh Simmons.
You're going to get one of these guys.
Yeah.
One of them's going to be there.
And they're all going to help you day one, and that's the point here.
And that's what they need due to some of the choices they made, not with Milton Williams, not with Josh Sweat, the choices they made with some of the other players that were backups that they could have afforded. They need some play now impact guys.
They need to come out of this draft, Ty, with about 3 starters.
Yeah, absolutely. 610-632-0975 is the number to text us. We'll be back here. Let's break now. We'll come back with the Packers pick as we get closer and closer to 32, live from Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club. Still got a nice crew hanging out. In fact, people still arrive and sit at the bar. There's still time. The Eagles haven't picked. They'll be here all the way to pick 32.
Come on out and hang out with us.
Absolutely. That's Andrew DeCecco. I'm Tyrone Johnson. I see we got the whole crew. Somehow we're going to have to get everybody to write everybody's names down so we can thank the whole crew at the end of the program. But this has just been tremendous out here. We thank everybody for coming out. And we're now in range to watch the Eagles, and then this is now the playoff teams, the Packers, the Minnesota, Houston. These are all the next 3 picks. These are all playoff teams. Obviously, the Eagles played the Packers, and the crowd's going to go ballistic when they make this pick. So how about for the first time, I'm going to ask you to make a prediction, Andrew.
Okay.
Who are the Packers going to take in a couple minutes when they pick at 23rd overall?
I'm going to go with Mike Green, the edge rusher from Marshall. Just like Jalen Walker, we kept saying the name. He's too talented to last this long, man. He's got to come off the board now.
I will say, a lot of people thought he had the best skill set of the edge rushers. Now, obviously, he was using that skill set against maybe not the best offensive lineman, but they were talking about his toolbox where was the best out of everybody, and he still had physical traits where coaches believe they could get more, but they said he had the most highly skilled pass rusher in the draft. Maybe not the highest ceiling, but maybe the highest floor, which does matter for a team like Green Bay that's ready to win now.
Yeah, and that's why it just makes perfect sense. They need an edge rusher. Like you said, I think that he projects to be a double-digit sack guy for the foreseeable future, and he has all the tools. 6'3", 250.
Good size.
He moves really well. He bends well. That's what they're looking for. He's not stiff.
He's not Derek Barnett, though, because he bended well.
He's not Derek Barnett. But what I
that.
like about Mike Green is that he may not have that prototypical size, but he does play the run well.
Here is their pick at 23. The crowd's going to go nuts. Yeah, so, and I'm listen, the Packers, the crowd, I do respect the crowd. I just think you don't put the draft there where people are staying at people's homes and there's no hotels.
No.
Brother can't go get a haircut or nothing.
You literally put the draft anywhere else other than Green Bay.
Anywhere other than Green Bay. Put it in Minnesota if you want to, and I hate that town, rather than put it there. At least there's a city there at a Marriott. Like, he got me staying at Jimmy's Cafe, just in a cot in the back room.
Yeah, they got something down the basement.
Yeah, like, come on, here you go. Just move that out the way. The bathroom, okay, for number one, there's the sink. You come upstairs, like, what are you doing there, Kathy? Only time he's been cheered in his life, Roger Goodell.
Because they don't know any better.
Yeah.
Please give it up for first team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, two-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers president and CEO, Mark Murphy.
Yeah, because they love Mark Murphy.
I mean, I have to rack my brain to even figure out who that dude is.
I don't remember Mark Murphy at all.
Just make the pick already.
Why is he wearing light blue pants and dark jacket at the draft? Like, I don't care what you wear, but come on, buddy.
On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere.
No, they're not.
It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field.
We've been welcomed 3 hours ago. They're Mark. Grown man named Mark. Go by Marcus. You're 60. Still Mark. She's going to be called Skippy next. You're 100 years old.
Skippy.
Called Mark.
Skippy Murphy.
I don't respect a Mark over 50. Except for Mark House. Shout out to him. Yeah. Ask them to sell some if they're owners. Yeah. Let them try to sell their share. Stop with that owner stuff.
This guy's taking 19 minutes to make the pick.
Now we ain't got nothing else to do but listen to you talk, Mark.
2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion.
Those don't count. Y'all got 3 Super Bowls. Chill.
For the first time since
On it.
2002,
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas.
All that, and he finally makes a good pick after 2 hours on the microphone.
My man just wanted airtime.
My goodness, Mark. Leave a little oxygen left for everybody else, Mark. Like, let me tell you something. X marks the spot. Anyway, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's a good pick. He ran the 4.29.
Yeah, no,
University of
pick.
Texas. Yeah.
I'm just saying. What's he up there grandstanding for in the most boring way possible? And for the first time, we take a wide receiver.
That reminds me of like 3 years ago. Remember, you ever see Blue Mountain State?
Yeah.
They had the guy for the Vikings. He was announcing the Vikings pick,
Yeah.
and he took like 3 minutes.
Let me tell you something. If I'm Matthew Golden right now, I'm furious. You mean to tell me I got to go from Austin, Texas, Look at all that bling and swag he got on.
He said, "Oh
He
man,
better take 100% of that swag off to move to Green Bay. You got way too much swag on. You better take that chain off.
He's shedding tears
those
behind the glasses.
sunglasses."
Yeah.
That's right. His eyes are red. Take off that bow tie. You be the only person wearing a bow tie in the whole city.
Yeah, you don't need a bow tie.
You don't need any of that.
You need a
stuff.
North Face jacket."
Right, you better put on a North Face jacket. Forget that. Go on eBay, get yourself a triple fat goose. Like back in the day, and call it good. You are cooked out there, man. I feel bad.
He's like, "Oh man."
And Mark, and then he's going to go buy. Anyway, that's a good pick, though, in all seriousness. And now the Vikings are on the clock. But
This is the safety spot.
this is if they don't go safety here, is 25-26 the trade range?
I think so. I have Malachi Starks as my 26th player here on my big board. Safety 1. Vikings could go Nick Emenwari. It could happen.
Let's see what happens. Now, here's the question then. Should the Eagles, 5 minutes left on the clock here, we will not go to break until after this Vikings pick because it's so pivotal. Should Howie be on the phone right now?
He should be.
And the pick's already in. So
wow.
I guess they hung up on Howie. So obviously they'll wait a little while. Obviously Matthew Golden had to get over falling in the draft some, but he does go to a good football team. Good for him. But now Vikings on that pick is in. Wow, they had fireworks go off and stuff.
They're not used to an event like of this magnitude.
They're not used to that. Why don't y'all act like y'all been there before? Oh wait, you haven't.
Yeah, we didn't do that in Philly.
We didn't do all that because we make picks all the time. But that's got to be a great feeling to take that pick in front of all those people. So congratulations to Matthew Golden, that young man. But you better take all of that swag off.
And get a North Face jacket. And they have a lot of young wide receivers there that I like. They have Romeo Dobbs.
Yeah.
Jaden Reed's one of my favorite young receivers in the game.
And the quarterback was not 100% healthy. So I want to give him the benefit of the doubt in Jordan Love. My only issue with him is it seems to be a pattern. I was talking about this with Dylan off the air, that sometimes the Packers quarterbacks sometimes a little bit scummy. So that's my only question about Jordan Love. But they just helped that young quarterback. They paid him, and now they give him an extra weapon. That's good. But this Minnesota pick is pivotal right now, and that's going to be the biggest player that gets booed. Hey, pop that up real fast. And Matthew Golden's still speaking. Is he still speaking?
You can hear him.
Okay, he's off the mic. All right, we're on our feed's a little behind. He goes there and talk. A lot of people there, but only half of them are Packers fans.
Right.
So Minnesota.
They need a corner. They need a safety. They need a quarterback. They could use a quarterback. I don't know how they feel about J.J. McCarthy.
No, I think they like him. I mean, they liked him enough to let Darnold walk.
We'll see, though, how he returns from the ACL. I don't know. We'll see.
I think it was a meniscus.
It was?
Yeah, I think it was a meniscus. I'm not trying to. I believe it was a meniscus. So we'll check that. I'll check that right now, actually. So this is a pivotal pick. Yes, that's coming up soon. J.J. McCarthy, let's check it what his injury was.
I'm not sure what
Torn
his time
meniscus
in
his right knee.
Oh, he's 100% recovered.
In his right knee. All right. Howie is working the phones, according to Ian Rappaport. He's saying that several teams, top players available. Howie is trying to move up right now.
Looks like I might be right. Huh? Moving up for Malachi.
Let's see. Okay, I want you to be right. But this pick is in, but there's no report yet that the pick was for the Eagles.
This is huge. I have to think that it could be Nick Emenwari. At least that's going to be wishful thinking for those in the Delaware Valley and beyond.
If it's Malachi Starks, Dylan's going to be openly weeping here. So anybody can get my man some tissue just in case.
No, you know what? I'm going to be bold. I think it's going to be another guard. I think it's going to be another guard. Donovan Jackson, Ohio State. That's what I'm going with, Dylan.
Okay,
I think you're good.
Donovan Jackson, and then are you calling Houston?
I think Houston might be in the market for a tackle like a Josh Simmons.
Okay, so then you calling the Rams.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see. Dylan, I think you're safe here. I think you're safe. I don't think there's going to be a safety.
That pick is in. We're just waiting for it. Obviously, they had to let it marinate out there in Green Bay. Plus, Mark spoke forever, slowing everything down. We finally got the draft moving at a good pace, and then Mark gets on the podium. Come on, Mark.
He made it about him.
Right.
The Minnesota Vikings
What a job by Andrew DeCecco right there with the pick. What a job. Wow. All right, we got to go to break right now because Houston's coming up. Hy Roseman's on the phone. Hopefully on the other side of this break, the Eagles will be on the clock, but he's not on the clock yet. We'll be back here live from Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club on 97.5 The Fanatic. Yes, indeed. It's the Fanatic Draft Special from Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club, and we have a trade. The Giants are on the clock. The pick is in, and it appears they traded up to get Jackson with an X dart, but we don't know for sure. Maybe he
was posing for photos with his family.
Right, with the worst pair of glasses ever. Let me tell you
and a horrible necklace.
He better be a Hall of Famer if you're going to name him Jackson with an X. And Shedeur Sanders continues to fall, it appears. It looks like it's going to be that as we have a lively crowd still here at Randall's Restaurant.
There's still time. There's still time to come on out.
Down. Oh, yeah, we're going to be here to the end. All right. The Giants traded picks 34, pick 99. So early second rounder, a early third rounder, and then a 2026 third round pick to move back up to 25. So Houston trades out of the first round completely. It appears the Giants are going to get what they think is their quarterback of the future. The question is, they already got their the best pass rusher in the draft. If they hit on the quarterback, this is a franchise-altering draft. If they miss on the quarterback, they hurt their draft depth, and everybody's fired.
Absolutely. I'm still trying to get my head around 3 guards going in the first round. I mean, the Minnesota Vikings have a horrendous offensive line, so it makes some sense. But once I saw that Booker went off the board quick, and Zabel, who I think is going to I don't think he's going to have that good of a career based on what I've watched of him.
Now, I asked you to predict a player. You do that, and here comes Dart. And right now, both safeties are going to be there after this pick. You got to call the Rams.
You have to.
You got to call the Rams, Howie. And I understand they might hang up on you. Then you might have to overpay. And instead, the Atlanta Falcons move up to 26, according to Mike Garafolo.
Wow.
So now I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think,
This
man.
is pure madness.
I don't know what to think right now. This is the most unpredictable draft in the history of drafts. And I don't think the Falcons are taking another quarterback, so I don't know what to think right now. But if the Falcons take a safety, I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to be mad at Howard.
Yeah, because this is within reason.
Right.
Like, they're not having to give up the farm to get up there.
Right.
I don't,
So look at those glasses on Jackson with an X dart.
they look like Mrs. Doubtfire glasses.
I mean,
What are we
Mrs.
doing?
Doubtfire is going to go into the first round. Let me tell you something. That dude ain't beating the Eagles.
To the New York Giants. With its 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi.
Yeah, I'm not concerned.
The Eagles haven't even picked yet, and they already won.
The Eagles already won. Let me tell you something. They talked themselves into Jackson Dart. Also, the Giants have a not-so-great track record of being one of the only franchises left that never drafted a black quarterback. And that continues. They said, Shador.
Shador's a better quarterback than Jackson Dart. I mean, come on.
This is how I think the YouTube will say it. I think they held up the paper, and they said, come over here, Shador. Nah, not you. Come over here, Jackson. Oh, hey, we know what we're doing. Jackson with an X.
Yeah.
He held up. There used to be the paper bag test. Now this is white line paper, baby. Jackson, you're
Loose leaf, standard loose leaf.
Yeah, loose leaf, baby. We love you up in New York, Jackson. That guy's going to be in New York City. Oh, boy. The women are going to eat that dude alive. And
Not with the Mrs. Doubtfire glasses
let me
on.
tell you, listen, he's still rich. And if he got a girlfriend there, she better pull the goalie now, because by the time the season starts, it's going to be too late for her when he get his hands on New York City with money. Look what that Mormon kid with the Jets did. He got up
Zach
there.
Wilson, yeah.
Zach Wilson immediately broke up with that girlfriend and started dating somebody's mom. And now the Rams pick is in. But I was seeing that the Falcons are perhaps making this trade. Yes, the Falcons now trade up with the Rams. This is a spot where I thought the Eagles would trade. I have no idea who the Falcons are going to take.
Yeah, this is crazy. If it's a safety, you got a 50-50 shot, obviously, for one of the players the Eagles could be targeting. Actually, I don't think the Eagles would be in the market for a Nick Emenwari, but where could the Falcons go? They went with, who did they take at 15? They went edge, right?
Okay, so here's the trade real fast. The Falcons traded 48, 242, and a first-rounder next year
Oh, man.
to the Rams for picks 26 and 101. So the Falcons just traded a first-rounder, most likely for a non-quarterback in next year's draft, in addition to their second-round pick, a pick 242, to get 26, obviously, and 101 in return. Who did the Falcons just give up for? Was it a safety? Do they get? That's a lot for a safety.
Yeah, see, that's a lot for a safety.
Is it an offensive lineman? Is it a defensive? Who is worth that
Let's see.
left in this draft, Andrew DeCecco? Meanwhile, we're WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting normally live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. But today we're at Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club with one of the more intriguing first rounds of our lifetime.
Do they go with Josh Simmons here?
Maybe you go, there you go.
That's a player that probably shouldn't be available at this point. Teams have to get over the medical.
There it is.
This would make some sense.
This would make some sense, which now means that Baltimore has been linked with a safety, though, the entire process.
Right.
But I will say this, Howie could not pay that price to get to 26.
No,
Howie
absolutely
could not pay that price to get to 26.
That's why I'm saying that's why you're not seeing a ton of movement, because it's so steep for a class like this.
Wait a minute. But listen, the Rams, if Jackson Dart can play, the Giants got him for a steal if he can play.
A song, yeah.
Yeah, like this is nothing. This is a very bold move by the Falcons. I don't think you can take a secondary player with what they gave up.
Here's where I'm at with it. I think they're going to go edge rusher.
Okay.
But it's going to be either Donovan Ezeraku or it's not going to be Scorton. It's going to be Ezeraku or James Pierce.
Well, Mike Green is still on the board.
Mike Green's still on the board.
I believe he didn't get taken yet. Okay. Mike Green is also still on the board.
I'm going to say Mike Green because of the intangibles.
Okay.
And then I'm going to say James Pierce because of, he has the tools. He ran a 4.47. He's got those type of measurables that I think teams are going to really be intrigued with.
Yeah, here are the common draft. The Phil Simms, Phillip Rivers obviously with the trade, Daniel Jones, and now Jackson with the X-Dart. Here we go with the Falcons pick.
Green or Pierce? I'm going to say Pierce.
26th pick in the 2025 NFL draft. The Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr.
What a job again from Andrew Pacheco right there.
Athletic, man.
What a job.
Players like that get overdrafted every year. I don't like the player. I don't like. The fit's
Do you
fine.
like giving up a first-round pick in next year's draft for him?
No, I don't. I think he has high bust potential.
See, you got to have a guy with a low floor or with a high floor if you're going to make that kind of move.
Mike Green would have been the more logical pick, but when you look at what he was able to do, James Pierce was the darling of the combine and things like that. He was always going to get overdrafted.
Wow.
And this was the team that did it. They gave up a king's ransom to get this guy.
Now, Pierce, I will say this for Pierce Jr. Tennessee's defense was good the last couple of years, and there's a lot of people who believe he was the second best. He was the best player on a good defense the last 2 years, for whatever that's worth.
No, it's worth a lot. It's all you can go off of.
Yeah, he was the best player on a defense that obviously made the playoffs last year, and it was not because of the offense. You see, they told the quarterback to get the heck up out of there when he asked for a raise. He was arguably the best player on an SEC defense of a playoff team for whatever that's worth. But again, they traded. The Rams got a second-round pick this year, a seventh-round pick this year, and a first-rounder next year. And then they gave them back the 26th pick, obviously, and a third-rounder this year. A mega deal.
And so when you do that, that can be you have to look at the premium positions. Corner right now, for me, Will Johnson has the knee injury. I didn't think he was in play. Edge rusher, of course, that would be a position that you're going to look for. Maybe offensive tackle like a Josh Simmons. But for me, you look at James Pierce, run a 4.47. He's twitched up. He's explosive. That makes a lot of sense. They went with him. We'll have to wait and see if it pays off for him.
So Walker.
That's right.
And Pierce. I will say this, though. If you want to win, if you hit on those two young men and the quarterback can play, the Falcons will be good. I'm telling you, if you get the right quarterback and the right two edge rushers, you're going to be good the next decade.
Yeah.
If he has bust potential, like you said, somebody's getting fired.
Now, I like Michael Williams. James Pierce, he was 34 on my board. Edge rusher, 7.
So you have to look at the pick at 26, and then also what they gave up to get the pick. And that does not seem, in your opinion, to be a good value play.
No, not at all. I think they could have gotten him at later in the first, or more likely, top 35. 35.
Any
range.
chance Howie was looking to trade up there for him? Any chance?
There's a possibility. That's a player that, again, had a ton of quote-unquote red flags, but the Eagles have proven that they're willing to roll the dice as long as it doesn't check off certain boxes that they're not willing to cross that line.
All right. Here's one of the players, if the Eagles do stand pat, who will be there. Either Starks, Simmons, Connerly, Ezeraku, Campbell, or Green will be there.
And Mason Taylor.
They will be there now if Howie doesn't move. But I believe Starks is going to come off the board here. Basically, every mock draft in the country that had him still here, had him going there to go with Kyle Hamilton. We won't go to break till after the Baltimore pick. If he makes it past Baltimore, is there any chance Starks could be there at 32?
Yes. See, Baltimore wouldn't be in the running, in my opinion, for Nick Emmanwori because they already have Kyle Hamilton.
Right. If he makes it past Baltimore, you have Detroit, Washington. Let me look at the whole board.
Baltimore also needs a guard, an inside linebacker like Jahad Campbell would be a perfect fit for their defense. Fits their identity.
So
they need an edge too.
You have, if he doesn't go there, you have Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City, who's going offensive line, and then the Eagles.
Detroit just re-upped their safety, Kirby Joseph, to a pretty big deal.
So I don't think they're going there. The Chiefs are definitely going offensive line unless they go crazy. The Bills probably need a cornerback more than they need a safety.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They need a cornerback.
They do need a safety as well, but you got to look at the value.
Would Washington take them? Do you need to call Detroit?
I think so. I think Washington could be a sneaky player for Donovan Ezaraku.
So we're now,
or Mike Green if he's still there.
Now I'm not going to ask you to predict this Ravens pick.
I can't. Yeah, I can't bat 1,000 here.
Okay, I don't want to put that. Plus, honestly, I think it's going to be, unfortunately,
Malachi Starks.
I think Malachi Starks is going to go here. Now maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't. But if somebody doesn't get Dylan the tissue, everybody's fired. No, if he goes, somebody's got to get Dylan the tissue. I see a bunch of people sitting here chilling, watching. Don't none of y'all raise a hand to get him a napkin? He's going to cry in front of people. Let's have a little respect.
Yeah, we can't have that.
You can't have him crying in front of people if Starks goes here. Let's be ready. Come on, people. All right, so this is getting fascinating now. Ravens are on the clock. We'll go to break after their pick. So now every trade except for one. The Giants are the only one that seems to have made a reasonable trade. The other trades have been heavy.
I was shocked.
Heavy
I was thunderstruck that they did all that for James Pierce.
I feel like James Pierce would have been available at 33.
Especially when Ezaraku and Mike Green are there. You take your chances.
They have to be right about him.
Yeah, I mean, like that. Nick Scorton's another player from Texas. There's other edge rushers that were in the mix that would push him down the board.
They must like him that much. They don't have the track record to blindly trust the pick.
No, not at all.
They don't have the track record.
That's not going to pay off. What's his name? Forget the GM's name over there, but that he may not be. He may not be for long if it doesn't work out.
No, he won't be.
Terry Fontenot, that's his name.
Yeah, that's a bold pick. But it does, in a way, I don't think the Eagles were going to take him.
Take James Pierce? No,
I don't
probably
think they
not.
were going to take him.
If they were going to take an edge rusher, I think Ezaraku would have been the more logical pick, or even Nick Scorton, who they really like as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, that was a bold move. I mean, his moves so far have been bold. He signed Kirk Cousins, realized that was a mistake, drafted a quarterback, and now he goes heavy for an edge rusher. And now the Ravens pick is coming up, and we'll see if it's Malachi Starks, but I feel like it's going to be.
You feel like it's inevitable?
I
can see the look of...
It feels very Lockish to me, okay? Now, you've made a lot of picks correctly. Let's see.
With the 27th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks, defensive back, Georgia.
The dream's over, Dylan McKinnon.
The dream's over. That's a good football player.
They got to play Millie Vanilli for him right here.
Yeah. Yeah. Blame it on the rain.
Yeah.
There you go. That's nice out, but, blame it on the rain. All right, 610-632-0975, Detroit. The Eagles may be main rival in the NFC. They're on the clock now after that. We're getting closer and closer to the Eagles' pick, and we'll see if Andrew DeCecco's right about the trade up or...
I'm starting to think I might not be.
I was correct with the stand at 32. We'll be back here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
We want to hear
Weekdays restaurant inside the Legacy Club. Still got a nice crowd of people here coming all the way down.
Still lively around here.
Absolutely. 28th overall pick. Lions on the clock. Malachi Starks goes 27th. The Ravens quickly could have the best safety tandem in the sport. The Lions pick is in, but Starks was there. They able to, really take extra time with that. So we'll get that pick. And it appears Howie Roseman is trying to trade up, but no one's letting him. And this is where I do feel comfortable. There will be a good football player at 32. Mm-hmm. The question now becomes, is it going to be an edge rusher, a tight end, or a corner? I don't know if defensive tackle is still in play. What do you think?
I think it should be a corner. I think that the Eagles could stand to add a player that they can plug and play. There's no questions about him. Maxwell Harrison's a player that the Eagles brought in for a 30 visit. Trey Amos from Ole Miss is another corner who the Eagles brought in for a 30 visit. That should be the player, in my opinion, because of the defensive tackles coming off the board. Donovan Ezaraku is going to be a possibility here for the Lions and the Commanders. So, process of elimination, I think corner could be the best player available.
Best player available is corner, and to me, that is currently, with Goddard still here. Oh, here is the Lions pick.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
All right, that helps the Eagles.
I mean, he's fine. He's okay. He's like a top of the second round guy, but
that helps the Eagles.
His weight fluctuates a little bit. He's doesn't really give you much as a pass rusher. I mean, I guess that works.
So we now have picked 29, 30, 31, and 32 left. So that's 4 picks, 29, 30, 31, 32. Easy math. Tell me your 4 best players available right now, because the Eagles are now guaranteed that they can be able to pick, if they stay at 32, one of those 4.
Mike Green, Donovan Ezaraku, Mason Taylor, Maxwell Harrison.
All right. Eagles will definitely, there's no way around it now, will be able to get one of those 4. There's only 4 picks left in the round. Washington is on the clock, obviously the division rival. What does Washington need? You have the great sheet in front of you. What are Washington's needs as they're on the clock at pick 29?
So Washington needs an edge rusher. They need a speed wide receiver to complement Terry McLaurin and Diami Brown. Yeah. They need a cornerback, a middle linebacker, and a guard and a running back.
So a pretty decent list of needs.
Yeah.
They're also older in a lot of spots. I know Howie went like the opposite way. They kept a lot of their veteran older guys. They got rid of most of them on the defensive line. They let those guys go, but they kept Ertz, for example, and they added some guys north of 30. So they're kind of the anti-Howie with the way they're building their roster. They can use youth at a couple of spots, but if it was me, I would go defensive line if I was them.
I would go defensive line. Their edge rushers are kind of weak. Dietrich Wise and Doris Armstrong, they're fine complementary pieces, but they're not starters.
I felt like Allen was there forever.
He was there forever. I would take an edge rusher if it were me, and that player would be Donovan Ezaraku from Boston College.
Yeah, and now
or Mike Green. I keep forgetting that Mike Green's still available.
If I'm Shador, I go home. Washington, but then you got to see if somebody trades up for him. Yeah,
Milrow.
No, I'm talking about Shador has that party going. I would go home.
Oh, go home from the party.
Get them cameras out of here, man, at my party. I ain't getting picked today. He's not getting picked today.
Yeah, lights out.
And Milrow shouldn't have went.
Yeah, he got bad advice.
Who told you he was getting picked in the first round?
He just wanted to post it on his IG story. I'm going to the draft.
Yeah, but I would go here's the thing. If the draft was in a good city, I'm definitely going.
Like, let's say L.A. I know you and I like L.A.
I love L.A. New Orleans. Chicago's a great city. I give it its props.
Nashville. I like Nashville.
It's a little rooting and tooting for me, but yeah. I really like Seattle and Portland. They wouldn't do it in Portland. They don't have a team. But Seattle's a great city to me. But I'm not going to Green Bay.
No, that's one of the last places on earth that I would want to go.
If I was going to be the first pick, I'd be the first pick in a long time not to be at the draft. It'd be like COVID. I'd be in my basement.
Yeah, you're like a top 15 pick. I said, Tyrone Johnson's not going to the draft.
I'm going to the first, I wouldn't go.
They said he refuses. I said, why? Because he doesn't want to go to Green Bay.
I would just be at their facility. Why mess around? I'd be in Nashville this year if the Titans were the first pick. I'd just see you in Nashville.
Yeah,
I'll throw a party in Nashville.
I'll meet you there. Yeah, I'll meet you there.
I'm not going to Green Bay. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? So, okay, people are going to ask, especially because there's going to be people who speculate, why hasn't he moved up?
I think people just they're not allowing him to. I'm not sure it's for lack of effort on his part. Adam Peters, that GM for the Commanders, I think he's going to play hardball with Howie.
Well, yeah, I'm not calling him. Although the fact that he's letting the clock run all the way down means he's attempting to, and now that pick is in. We'll have that a little bit before we take our, second to last break today. So, yeah, we'll have that after, we get this Commanders pick, division rival. So, obviously, this player will have a direct effect on the Eagles' chances. And unfortunately for that young man, I have to wish him nothing but failure.
Congratulations. We wish you nothing but failure.
I have no choice. I can't want a Commanders player to be good. I have to hope that he's one of the bigger busts in the history of the world. I have to hope that
in the history of the world, Craig.
Right, the world, Craig, not just the city, the world. You have to be in a situation where where they say like the 29th pick is the most cursed pick ever because this guy was picked there and he never had any stats. Like, that's where I'm at right now, where I have to root him for nothing but the worst. I mean, I'm in that spot. Like, that guard for Dallas, I don't care if he's good.
Yeah, Tyler Booker, you're not going to know the difference. It's whatever.
Booker, all right? Or Booker.
Oh, no, that's Zabel guy, Gray Zabel. His name's Gray Zabel.
No, who did Dallas take? That wasn't Zabel. No, they took the
no, they took Tyler Booker. Who took Zabel?
Seattle
took him. Yeah, he's going to be a revolving door, that guy.
He might stink. Yeah.
He might be one of the, what do you call those things? Conveyor, not a conveyor, but whatever, at the movie theater. He's going to be like that. Turnstile.
It'll
be a turnstile.
Yeah, he might not be good. Washington, though, so just everybody send bad vibes. You don't usually send bad vibes to people, Jen. For once, make a single exception. Okay? Just make an exception. Because you got some older guys.
Find it in your heart to have some negative thoughts here.
Yeah, just for the first time. Okay? Because the Eagles repeating the Super Bowl is priority one right now. They were unable to trade up. The prices might have been a bit too high. It seems like every trade, except for the Giants trade for Dart, was just expensive.
Very expensive.
Like expensive, other than the Dart pick. Here we go. Boo. Boo.
Washington Commanders select Josh Carnley Jr. Oregon.
That's a good pick.
Yeah. They always need offensive line help, I feel like.
And he
can play guard, too, if he has to. He's more of a right tackle, though.
I think he'll play right tackle because they have from Houston to play Tunsil to play left tackle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, as much as I want to hate it, that's a good pick.
That's a strong pick.
That guy's going to step in and start from minute number one and absolutely hate him. So I wished all that ill will, and instead they pick a player who I think is just good. He's a good, solid football player.
That's a good pick.
That's a good pick.
That's way better than Dallas's pick.
Right. Connolly Jr. is going to start probably for a decade for them and just be good.
Yeah, I mean, they could have gotten – the Cowboys could have traded down and gotten Tyler Booker right now.
Right, and instead, Washington sits there and gets a really good starting right tackle for the next 10 years.
He's going to be very good. He's actually going to be very good. You can't hate
I know who I
pick.
blame? Jen didn't send any bad vibes. She just smiled. She didn't agree to it. All right, we got to take a break. Our second to last break. The Eagles pick is only 3 picks away at Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Yes, Andrew DeCecco to my left. Tyrone Johnson here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Our YouTube page as well here at Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club. The Eagles pick 3 away. Buffalo is now, their pick is in. Right now, Andrew, I'm not going to have you pick a player yet because obviously Buffalo and Kansas City still have to pick. But what position? I know you want them to go corner. What position do you think they're going to go?
The Eagles? Yeah. I think they're going to go, well, edge rusher right now because Ezeraku and Mike Green are still available. I don't know that the Bills are going to go that way, although depending on who's board or where he falls on their board, he could be, Mike Green, the best player available. It's kind of hard to imagine that he's still there right now. Maybe they go Nick Emenwari, the safety from South Carolina as well. They need one.
Absolutely. We're going to talk to Tim McManus right after this Buffalo pick. So right after the Buffalo pick, Austin, you can go ahead and call Tim. We'll talk to Tim through the Kansas City pick, and then obviously he'll have to go. Well, that's nice to make a wish, but just don't call it Wish Month. No one knows what that means. No one knows.
For his favorite team. Tommy.
I like those dunks he's wearing.
Yeah, they're nice.
Yeah, I like those dunks Tommy has.
Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder.
I like that turtleneck, too.
He's a huge
This kid's got a lot of style.
fan, and he's here with me to make
I got a turtleneck like that.
You do?
Yeah.
That's classy. This kid got a lot of swag. What's he doing in Green Bay?
Let's go Buffalo!
Or Buffalo with that amount of swag. This kid got a lot of swag.
The chains? You see the
I
chains?
like this kid. This kid got a lot of swag.
Pick in the 2025 NFL draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
There goes my
no,
pick.
There's your pick. There's your pick. And the Eagles are now on the clock at 31. I think we'll have to let Tim go because now Tim has to work. The Eagles move up one spot to 30, from 32 to 31.
Huh.
For who?
Mike Green.
Are you assuming that the Chiefs are going to take him? Like, they're going to take. I mean, who is so?
Are the Chiefs looking for a successor to Travis Kelce?
All right, no, Tim will have to go. All right, the Eagles are moving up from 32 to 31 to make their pick, so they'll be on the clock.
So I was right.
You were right. Yeah, they're going to trade up. Yeah, they're going to trade up from 32 to 31, which feels just like a waste. So what are you just telling the Chiefs, like, who are you going to pick? All right, what do I have to give you? Like, I don't know, Howie. I mean, do you feel like that's a victory for you?
Yeah.
That they traded from 32 to 31?
I'll take it. They traded up. They advanced.
That feels weak.
They advanced. Look, this has been a good night for me, man.
All right. I mean, okay. So obviously we're going to have this Eagles pick. We're not going anywhere until the Eagles make their pick. Yeah. So they gave up what? Oh, they picked 164. So they gave up a fifth round.
Yeah, that's not.
All right, never mind. It's fine.
So so let's go over the Chiefs' needs.
All right.
Tight end.
Okay.
Travis Kelce's getting a little long in the tooth.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to say
and offensive line.
who they would try.
Right,
to
is there an
leapfrog.
offensive lineman? Because obviously the
Simmons.
Chiefs want offensive line.
Josh Simmons.
I think Josh Simmons is the pick.
That's your call?
That's my or Ezeraku. I think it's Ezeraku or Simmons. But the Chiefs weren't going defensive end.
That's what I'm saying. That's
but
not
then
even,
again, why take the chance?
Yeah.
I don't know how.
Go up one pick?
I don't know, Howie. Like, I want to give you a lot of credit, Howie, but this feels like busy work, Howie. Like where you want to look busy. So you go, hey everybody, and somebody just goes like holds up a pen. I was doing something. There we go. That good little Eagles cheer here. Yeah, this is okay. All right. So they're gonna go defensive line. It is a position of need.
Well, Mike Green or Mason Taylor. If they're worried about them taking a tight end to be the successor of Travis Kelce, he's like 87.
Man, I'm a bit surprised. All right.
You're a bit perplexed here.
So now they go from 8 picks to 7 picks to go from 32 to 31. They gave up a fifth rounder, pick 164, to move up one spot. It's fine. They asked me, the crowd is like, it's whatever. The pick is in, so we'll get to that pick. Obviously, we'll react and spend the rest of the program reacting to this Eagles pick. That's something. That's something. This move up one for a defensive end, I think.
So all right. So in the next minute or so, let's give your final pick.
I'm going Ezaraku.
I'm going to say Mason Taylor just to not pick the same player.
I would love to see Mason Taylor. You ask me, and I can live with Josh Simmons as well. But he's not playing right away. I would prefer a player that's going to play right away.
Well, yeah.
See, that's the liquor's kicked into the crowd here. I mean, it's all right. It's all love. It's Thursday. You don't have to. The hangover's short. Friday hangovers are short. Yeah, well, yeah, they're going to keep going. Well, it's no hangover if you just keep drinking. All right, Eagles pick is coming up soon. I think they're going – I'm going to go Ezaraku. I'm just going to stay there, but it would make more sense if it was an offensive lineman, if you're going to trade up with the Chiefs. Otherwise, you could have just stayed at 32.
I'm going to – you know what? I'm going to say it's got to – I'm going to go conventional wisdom. I'm going against it. Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama.
Oh, there you go. Well, that might have been a position that they could
I mean, he's got to be the best player available.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
I'm going Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama. I can't believe he's still there. I completely forgot because he's at the top of my list.
Some people thought he was going in the top 10. I've seen him as high as the top 10 in some, definitely top 15 in a bunch of mock drafts. He's still there. You know what, though? You know what that means for Trotter Jr.? Get thee back to special teams. and the Kobe's at the watch party. If I'm the Kobe, I'm sitting there strapping up like, hey, coach, my knee is fine.
He's like, oh,
you can't go linebacker with me sitting here in my face like this.
I agree.
Like if they go linebacker, if I'm the Kobe, I'm making a scene at that NovaCare facility.
He said, listen, man, I did all that last year.
I'm going to get a can of gas, like the match. Don't bring me to this party if you know what you're getting ready to do. I know it's a business, but this is personal for me, Jack.
So you got Ezaraku?
I'm going Ezaraku.
Okay.
I'm going to stay there, but it doesn't make any sense. So now I'm talking myself out of it.
Yeah, I'm going Campbell, but we're not looking on Twitter right now.
No, we're not.
So we're a little bit behind from the pick.
Yeah. Now some people. Oh no! Oh no! I don't know.
No, it's not going to be Shador.
It's not Shador. Now hold on.
They're going to go linebacker.
All right, last thing I got to say. Howie's been breaking tendencies 100 miles an hour. Paid a running back, then paid a running back again. Drafted 2 corners after going 2 decades without taking one early.
Right.
Takes 2 in the top 40 a year ago. Then he's paying people left and right. He paid a linebacker for the first time in his life.
Just think about the prospects of pairing Zach Bond and Campbell together.
Let me tell you something. If you do that, you know what this means? Safety's still your weakest spot, but linebackers now a real strength.
It's a strength.
With depth, if you go there.
It would be a strength.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. You've talked me into it.
There it is. Come on, Ty.
All right. Listen. I now want them to take Campbell, but it'd be soft for me to come off of my pick.
Just stay with it. Just stay with Ezaraku. I might be wrong.
But I don't think you're wrong because it doesn't make sense to trade with the Chiefs to take a defensive end when they weren't going to take one. It's got to be a linebacker or an offensive lineman. It has to be.
It's either Simmons or Campbell. I'm going Campbell.
It's Simmons or Campbell. So, all right. I'm going to mark down Ezaraku as my – so that's wrong, though. It's going to be Simmons.
Because we're the consummate professionals. We're not on Twitter. We're not looking at that.
No, I'm looking at my email.
So I'm saying
I got a witness. I'm looking at my email.
Yeah, but the pick's probably already on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm not on Twitter like that. Like I'm just saying. Oh, come on. All right.
Let's see if I'm able to pull this one down. I think I might have it.
If they get him, let me tell you, you picked a lot of the late round picks. I hope there's video of this.
Yeah, there needs to be proof.
Well, I think there is.
Come on, Mel. Where's Mel Kiper at? Come on.
Yeah. So we're waiting for this Eagles pick. Obviously, we're not going to break until after that pick. after we discussed that pick some. So our last break of the day, then we'll have some time to react. You can text us your thoughts about it at 610-632-0975 right after the pick. And obviously we will be here for pick 32 as well. So let me go back to my Microsoft Word document at Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club. I'm not going to go to Twitter. All right, but I'm telling you.
We're doing the right thing here.
Doing the right thing. Honor system. We're honorable people. See, if you live right.
Commendable.
Here we go. Eagles pick is in.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell.
Nailed it.
Linebacker,
There it is.
Alabama.
Nailed it.
Boy, that's a good football player there. That's a good football player there.
The Eagles got definitively better tonight.
Listen, and unfortunately,
That's big time. That's a big time player.
That dude is starting from minute number 1. That dude is starting from second number 1.
Let me tell you, 6'3", 235, runs a 4.52. He can cover tight ends. He can track running backs out of the backfield. This is a 3-down player. He's a modern NFL defender. The Eagles got better today.
Man, so he's the second to last player in the green, third from last player in the green room, and from Alabama.
Big-time program.
The Georgia dudes better show a little love. This dude, they claimed medical, but they said the same thing about Nakobe Dean, and it turned out his lower body was the one that got hurt, not the shoulder that they originally claimed. To me, this is an A-plus pick for 2 reasons. Number 1, he went best player available and didn't just worry about position. And 2, thanks to, unfortunately, Nakobe Dean being hurt and letting Oren Burke walk, it was an actual position of need as well.
They had to. They couldn't line up at linebacker.
You could not. I mean, we didn't know about Trotter Jr. We don't know about Trotter Jr. This dude's a starter. This dude is going to be paired with Bourne. And I'm not saying he's going to be better than Bourne, who was first-team All-Pro, but I will say this. He's been a linebacker his whole life. And Bourne may still improve in that area, not stat-wise. I mean, I don't think he had better stats than he had last year. His instincts and all that stuff's going to improve.
Right, yeah.
You're putting an instinctual good football player with him, and you know, even if you don't like the current coach, he was well coached with Saban before that.
Yeah, that's a great point. And you know that I like Nakobe Dean, but at this point, you can't think about the player. You have to think about taking the best player, making your football team better. The Eagles did that, and they get the best linebacker in the draft, the 10th player on my big board. Linebacker is not a position that the NFL traditionally values, but this is the modern NFL defender. Like I said, he can cover those move tight ends. He can cover running backs. He's a 3-down player.
And he's a good blitzer.
And he's a good blitzer. He had 5 sacks last season.
Yeah, a good blitzer, a short tackler, a football player, and he gets to go on a team that's ready to win. And this is a guy that's used to winning.
Yeah.
This is a guy that's used to winning. This is a guy, I'm telling you, there's nothing, in my opinion, because I don't buy. I think the Eagles obviously were thorough with the medicals. I think that this is just good. And I just wish he was here and not already and not having to get picked all the way in Green Bay, Wisconsin, because that young guy doesn't deserve to have to fly to a town like that.
They said, we're flying you out tonight. We're getting you out of here, young man.
They got to get him on the good jet, okay? You got to get him on the good jet. But this is just a very good pick. Now, how do they get the jerseys so quick? Do they make the jerseys? Like, how do they get the jerseys?
Right in the back.
Like that fast?
Yeah, they have Sylvana sewing it.
They just press it down right quick? Because, like, did they have the whole Campbell, or are they doing the individual letters? Where's the B? Where's the B? Like,
yeah, so we need a B.
Yeah, what's going on? This is a good pick. I am shocked. The latest I saw in any of my draft was him at 19.
Wow, that's a phenomenal pick.
At the end, at the process, he was in the 30s. Then he was in the 20s. Then he was in the teens. Now he comes here and he's going to start. I think for minute number 1.
So clearly they were concerned about the Chiefs taking him.
Yes.
Obviously.
And that's a position that the Chiefs do need. So, and I think that maybe they take Simmons with this last pick in the first round. I don't really care anymore. But
yeah, we checked out. But look, I was right. They traded up. They got their guy.
I mean, this is a weak trade up, though, with you being right about it when they moved up 1 pick. You're right, Austin. That don't count.
That does count.
They stayed at 30.
A trade up is a trade up.
Listen, all right.
It's in print. It says Eagles trade up.
All right, if you want to do the whole win is a win thing, all right. I mean, I guess.
Well, they didn't stand pat, and they didn't trade back, so.
I guess you're right. They did slightly trade up. I think this was a really good pick, though, in all seriousness. All right, so this is what we'll do. We got one more pick left. So I'll make the executive decision to keep it here until the last pick. Then we'll take the break and then wrap up right after that. So we'll stay here with that, Austin, before we get pick 32 with the Chiefs and wrap up that first round. And if you ask me, is this kid worth 31 and a fifth? The answer is yes.
Oh, yeah. You make that move any time.
Yeah.
Any day of the week, you make that move.
Yeah,
That's a no-brainer.
And the fifth, and they'll still be making moves. We'll see what happens. Now, here's the Chiefs room. I don't know why they're showing the Chiefs room like the Chiefs were like going to be like, oh, man. Like, they obviously knew. Like, now, here's the Chiefs, though. And this is why they're a good organization. They could have been petty. But they need another fifth-round pick because they have an expensive payroll just like the Eagles do.
Big time.
They're up against the cap just like the Eagles are. They need cheap talent. Some organizations apparently didn't want to call, didn't want to answer the phone for Howie. The Chiefs just got their butts kicked in the Super Bowl, but the reason they're a good organization is they did what was right for them. They'll probably get the player they probably like just as much. Here we go.
2025 NFL Draft. The Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons.
Good pick. Yeah, you
Good
called
pick.
that one.
Yeah, so they make a good pick, and they picked up a fifth rounder. So as long as he's healthy and his injury was early enough to where he should be ready for week one, he'll start on the offensive line for them, and they pick up an extra fifth.
Yeah, I mean, if he wasn't hurt and didn't have that concern, you could make an argument he's the offensive tackle one in this class.
Absolutely.
He's that good.
Yeah. So obviously he had some injuries, but he was already off the crutches and all that stuff at their bowl game in the playoffs, and that gives him another 8 months to get back to form. They think he'll be ready, at least if not early, fairly early in year one, and he'll start to protect their franchise quarterback. And now he's paired with Mahomes possibly for another decade.
Right. So both teams win in this scenario.
Absolutely.
They get another protector for Mahomes. Eagles get their linebacker. Man, that is a crazy, crazy first round.
Crazy first round. Maybe the craziest one we've come across. We have to take a break because we're late. 610-632-0975. You want to react to the first round pick of Jihad Campbell, which I'm just shocked that they got him. Yeah, shocked here at a Randall's restaurant inside the Legacy Club.
Salciunas.
Wrapping up one more segment for our Fanatic Draft Special. Andrew DeCecco to my left. Me, Tyrone Johnson at Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club. The Eagles have drafted a first-round linebacker. Imagine if 2 years ago you had got frozen in like carbonite, like in Star Wars, and they unfroze you and said they paid a running back twice, they paid a linebacker, and then after all that they draft a linebacker in the first round. You wouldn't have believed it.
For the first time since 1979.
1979. So that's before either of us were born.
Exactly.
Was the last time they drafted a linebacker in the first round.
And what's funny is I keep going back to what Howie Roseman said back at the Combine, that this offseason is going to look a little bit different. We're going to go against conventional wisdom. Well, everything they've done really holds up with what he said.
And when you pay one linebacker this amount, you got to find young talent. Well, that's cheap. And for now, at 31st overall, he's going to be young and cheap now for 5 years.
Yeah, so let's recap the depth chart right now, because obviously Zach Bond headlines that group.
Yeah.
Jahad Campbell as your starter. That's arguably one of the best linebacking tandems in the NFL.
Yep.
Then you have Nakobe Dean, who's working his way back from the torn patellar tendon. That's a lengthy injury. We'll have to wait and see there. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. entering his second year.
And unfortunately coming on the last year of his contract.
True. That's another good point. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. only played 102 snaps last season on defense. More of a special teams guy now.
And most of those in that last game, that week 18 game when most of the starters didn't play, that was the bulk of over half of those snaps.
Exactly. So, and then they have Dallas Gant, who was on the practice squad last year, and they signed him to a reserve futures deal. So there's your linebacking group right now, and I imagine they're going to add an undrafted free agent at some point as well.
But you're much better off than you were. So the pick seems to be good. I like that pick. Obviously, I would have liked Simmons as well, to be honest with you. I don't think you could have went wrong. Not a lot of moves in this draft today, but the moves that were made were heavy, starting with Hunter at the second overall pick. So really good football player. Before we talk a little bit more about him, though, let's look at what the Eagles need now for tomorrow in the second and third rounds, which are Friday, then 4 through 7 on Saturday. I know that's your favorite day. Right now, looking at pick 64 and pick 96, what are you looking at for the Birds now that they've secured the linebacker position, at least as far as the starting level?
Well, the obvious choice for me would be safety. I think a safety like an Andrew Makuba from Texas would be a suitable option at 64. They may have to trade up if they want a Xavier Watts from Notre Dame, but they have to get better at safety. There's also the chance they could sign a Justin Simmons after the draft,
right.
So you don't necessarily want to force it there. They also need a tight end. Elijah Arroyo would be the next player on my board from Miami, but there's a lot of questions. He's a projection, Ty. He only had 46 catches at Miami, 11 catches his first 3 years. The best blocking tight end out of the big 5 or 6, but again, largely a projection. Then as we look at corner, Trey Amos is still there from Ole Miss. The Eagles really like him. They have to add another corner, in my opinion, tomorrow.
All right. So right now, the best available overall, Will Johnson. According, this is just ESPN. I know you have yours as well. Will Johnson. Mike Green. Nick Emenwari, the safety. Ezaraku's still there. Trayvon Henderson, a running back, still there. Oh, yeah, the tackle from Toledo.
He's
25.
25. He's 25 years old, yeah.
Well, that's why he's still there.
Yeah, that's why.
Shador Sanders is still there, obviously. He wouldn't be in the Mason Taylor, they have as the 12th pick. That means if it went chalk, he would be there at 46. Would you want the Eagles to maybe go up in the second round and get Mason Taylor, who is still available after the first round?
I think they should. He'd be a plug-and-play starter. If Dallas Goedert's not here, at worst he would learn under Goddard for a year, but they have to add a successor anyway. He's the next best player at that position, and arguably he would have been a first-round pick if the draft board fell a certain way. So, yeah, they should get him.
For his safety, obviously you had Malachi
Watts.
Starks, ends up being the only full-time safety taken in the first round. Are you at all surprised that he was the only one? I know a lot of Eagles fans liked him.
No, I'm not really surprised because he's the most well-rounded player. You look at Nick Emmons. First of all, safety is already a position that the NFL doesn't view as a premium position. So when you have a one-dimensional-esque player like Nick Emenwari, it takes the proper team and the proper system to really fit his skill set. So I'm not terribly surprised that he's going on day 2. He will probably go early on day 2, but day 2 nonetheless.
So when you're looking at the positional breakdown, and this is something that rarely happens, you have 5 offensive tackles. And then usually after that, you go to the edge rushers, only 4, but it's a little because they have Jalen Walker, so 5 edge rushers taken. But ends up being 5 defensive tackles in the first round.
Crazy. And 3 guards.
And 3 offensive guards in the first round. Just stuff you don't usually see. And it ends up being only 3 corners taken in the first round. When you look at last year with how many, obviously it took a while, then there was a run on them. Only 3 in this first round. Does that surprise you at all?
Not terribly, because this is not a very deep cornerback class, and it's not very rich. So there's players that you could get at the end of round 1 that you could probably get towards the top of round 2 to the middle of round 2 as well. Yeah,
and 3 wide receivers that was talked about. And then it ends up being 2 running backs, which has become really the maximum in the modern era. You usually do not get more than 2 in the first round.
Yeah, exactly. So you remember, you and I were talking a couple hours ago now, but the top of the second round, really top to middle, is the sweet spot. There's a lot of talented players, so I have to think that Howie Roseman's going to try and be aggressive to move up from 64 to get some of those guys, or a couple of them.
Yes, I absolutely didn't mean to cut you off there. 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round. Not a surprise after 77 got taken last year.
Yeah.
I am still surprised that it was Dart and not Shador. That, to me, has to do with more personal things than football. Shador Sanders is a better football player than Jackson Dart.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest surprise for me in the first round, to be honest with you. I mean, you only have to watch a couple of games of each player to be able to tell that Shador Sanders is a drastically better player than Jackson Dart. And I think he's going to have a very bright future and surprise some folks.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe the Browns would be the good spot to get him. The Browns ended up picking a lot of, not a capital, to really, by making that move. And maybe they can get themselves to a spot where they can really be competitive, especially if Shador, who has, I give him credit, he has played a lot of football in college.
A lot of football.
He should be able to be a starter pretty quickly. It's not like this guy needs more experience. I mean, he's played a billion games. Maybe he steps right in, and the Browns are a surprise team next year if he goes the first pick in the second round.
Yeah, I think whatever team does get him, Ty, they're going to get a composed player who's not going to shy away from the moment. He's ready for it. He's wired. He's professional, and he's very mature. So he's going to have a bright future.
Yeah, now, going back to linebacker, the only true linebacker, Jahad Campbell, the Eagles take. What's the ceiling and what's the floor, in your opinion, barring injury, of course, for Jahad Campbell?
I think he can be one of the best linebackers in the NFL.
That he could be that good.
I think his skill set, his ability to move sideline to sideline, he can blitz. He can do all the things that Vic Fangio demands of his linebackers. He's more athletic than Zach Bond. And this is a system I think is really going to accentuate what he does well, which is pretty much everything. This is a do-it-all player, a 3-down linebacker. And when you talk about the NFL and how it's evolving, and you see all these move tight ends that are able to do all these different things, he can match up with them. Sometimes tight ends are too fast or too big for safeties, and they're too fast for linebackers. He can do it all.
Another thing that's a good trait for him, only 21 years old. Okay, he turned 21 in February. Won't till 22 until after the season's over. Young guy, seems to do well. Now, do you consider him a player with a high floor?
Yes, I do.
Because that's one of the things to watch. Obviously, some players are more boom or bust. It just feels like this guy, barring injury, of course, just seems like he's just going to be a solid football player for a long time.
Yeah, this is a really safe pick. I don't view this as something that's going to be cause for concern at any point if he doesn't pan out. He's going to be a good football player, and he's going to be in a system that I think is really going to fit his skill set.
And we know he likes to work hard, and Vic Fangio likes hard-working young guys, and he's not afraid to play young guys as long as they work hard.
Yeah, and that also speaks to Vic, and he's a demanding coach. He's very commanding, and he has this presence about him that if you're not willing to work hard, he's going to get after it. He's going to get after you. So the Eagles have taken a lot of players from winning programs that have a coaching staff and an infrastructure there that demand hard work and commitment, and they're getting a lot of those guys.
Absolutely. Well, listen, thanks to everybody that listened and watched us on YouTube today. Thanks to Randall's Restaurant inside the Legacy Club. Thanks for all this tremendous staff that came out from 97.5 to Fanatic. Everybody have a tremendous evening, and we'll talk to everybody